We'll see. Potentially, my daughter's coming on set. We'll see how it goes. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, Richie Migliori, special Sunday afternoon celebrating our youth and our future fans and players of this game.
Well, when you talk about racing, you talk to people about how they found the game and what brought them here. You get the same story. It's always, my dad took me, my uncle took me, a cousin took me, someone in their life brought them. And so you'd like to think that today we're creating some future fans. There's a bunch of kids running around. You got the plushies, Richie. It's great.
No, it's great, and I love it. And you're seeing so many kids just having the best time, and that's what it's about. We're supposed to have fun. And when you're young, that's your job, to have fun.
Grand job. Looks like an imposing one in the honorable miss. Any way she loses that race?
I mean, you know, it's a horse race. We've been around long enough to see that these horses, there's a million ways they can lose, and sometimes they can find one. I think it's going to be very hard for Grand Job to get beat.
1-2 on the morning line, and that was one of the great duels we saw at Belmont at Saratoga week, Megan, in that battle with Ways and Means when she lost by a nose in that Grade 2 Bed of Roses.
I mean, what a throwdown this was. This was a race that did not deserve a loser between these two. They both ran their hearts out. You got to give Ways and Means a lot of credit here. It looked like Grand Job kind of gave her a little bit of the slip there, and a lot of horses would have caved in, but she just kept coming with a relentless drive. Grand Job turns back an eighth of a mile. She's not facing the likes of Ways and Means. Boy, it looks pretty formidable. I know I'd like to ride her.
Junior Alvarado for Belmont. 4 wins, 6 seconds, 12 career starts, and she doesn't have to deal with a Ways and Means today. We're 8 minutes away from the opener. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Mandatory payout in the Pick 5 beginning in race 3. Pick 6 in race 5. And the honorable miss presented by Mia Neto, where we'll see Grand Job back in action coming up in that 8th and featured honorable miss. All about these youngsters this afternoon. You can play all the action by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Get a $200 deposit match customer bonus. Promo code, there it is, SPA200 to get signed up and started right there at NairaBets.com. With more on what today is all about, let's go to Megan Burgess.
It's about the kiddos, Greg, and I am joined by some of my friends. Hopefully I'm kind of blending in with you guys. I need to catch up as far as the height's concerned, but it's such a fun day. It's Kids Day, all about the kiddos enduring the races, and I've got some pretty professional handicappers with me. Now, Brody, your papa is a professional handicapper, but who do you like in the first race today?
Hi, official.
He's a pretty flashy horse. We'll see what Maggie says, but are you pretty excited to see him run?
Yeah.
And this is Penelope's 10th birthday. How excited are you to spend your birthday at the races, sweet girl?
I'm really excited.
What's your favorite part about being out here?
I like enjoying the moment, and I love the giveaway. That's really fun.
And speaking of the giveaway, you're going to be my co-host. You're gonna have my job one day. We've got the plushies and so many activities and fun. This is one of my favorite days, being able to integrate these kiddos into the game. And speaking of, we've got Muriel over here just outran me this morning in the inaugural Naira Star Sprint, where those kiddos were able to get in their exercise this morning. She's got a medal around her neck. Incredibly accomplished indeed. We'll have activities for the kids all around us. Greg, I'm actually going to go to the bouncy house and get my exercise in. If any of you guys want to join me, it's a lot of fun out here.
My kids were there earlier this morning. They love that line. I've never seen it so long to get into that kids area. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day kicks off the afternoon. Maiden special weight, mile and a 16th on the turf. 2-year-olds all trying to get that first win. And right now it's Harbaugh for Mark Cassie, Jose Ortiz getting turf first time. JK and stretching out the favorite.
Yeah, this might be a New York hunch play here. The horse took money on debut, though, and I think when a horse takes money, it's an indication that there is some talent there. And then when a horse takes money, doesn't run that well, maybe it's a change in surface that could wake that one up, and maybe that's what's going to happen here for Harbaugh.
The plushies, the giveaway today for the kids, they're so coveted. I had 2 saved for me on the desk here, just off our main set. Somebody took them.
Gone.
Yeah.
I've been tasked with getting one as well, so if one of these 3 disappears, it wasn't me.
Oh, sorry, wrong camera. I took 2 for those who didn't see. All right, here's our post parade. Kipros, Ray Handel Dylan Davis to start things off.
Yeah, nice pedigree here for this Oscar performance. Out of balance. Was a half to a couple horses that were meant to be good. I remember Brooklyn Bobby was supposed to be a runner. That didn't really work out.
Now this barn, these owners can get one going early. Certainly Tom Proctor, Glen Hill Farm, Geneva Lake.
Yeah, out of a mare that was a stakes winner on turf and a good work July 17th on the turf.
Here is Harbaugh for Marcassi.
Yeah, well, like we said, horse took money first time out, didn't do much running, now gets a surface change.
Good pedigree for the turf. The dam produced a graded stakes winner for Tom Pletcher, Sweet Melania. Here's High Official.
Yeah, this is the first follow out of that multiple graded stakes winner, Sweet Melania, and a couple of good workout reports from the Daily Racing Form Clock.
Patron, Bill Mott, an American Pharaoh firster.
Yep, taking a little money. We've seen American Pharaohs do really well on the grass.
Showa, Wesley Ward.
Yeah, decent work on the turf July 19th, and he lures Irad Ortiz Jr.
Blue Law, the dam produced Zandon, the Bluegrass and Woodward winner. Of course, those wins on dirt.
Yeah, and Midway Memories, who won last week at Monmouth.
Yeah, it was very good on the grass. A Jersey guy, some big works on the turf, allegedly.
Yeah, got a B+ from the Daily Racing Form Clock report in his last work on the turf. Melanie Giddings has shown she can get a first-time already.
Jonathan, I was with you when Sweet Melania had a brutal, brutal beat on this racetrack that cost me a pick 5.
That was a fun day. We got we brought coolers, and right when we got off of air, we went and sat in a box. We got to do that again. Yeah, look, this is a legit pedigree. You got a horse like Sweet Melania, who was very talented in her own right on the grass, and then you have Not This Time, who's one of the hottest sires in the world right now, with all types of runners, but grass runners included. There's a lot going on here from a pedigree standpoint. You get Todd Pletcher, you get Flavian Pratt. I'd expect this horse to be well meant here first time out.
Favored for the debut, Pratt will ride for Pletcher. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Let's check in with the horse that is, well, flirting with favoritism. He was favorite when I was back in the paddock, and that is my pick in here, Harbaugh, because when he debuted, I know there was a bit of buzz about this horse that John Green from DJ Stable said that he was the one that they wanted most from that OBS April sale, but I watched that workout, which he went 9-4. I watched his workouts on the dirt here. He looked like an out-and-out turf horse to me. And furthermore, he showed up wearing front wraps that day. Well, guess what? He has none on today, and that's generally what you like to see when it comes to turf horses. And I think this is the right spot for him. I like the fact that he is professional here yet again in his second start, looking as though the first race didn't rattle him too much, as we do see Jose Ortiz giving him a pretty big warm-up. He is kind of getting on the muscle there, but still keeping a lid on it. As we'll move on to number 2, Geneva Lake, early on in the wagering. This horse is taking money and continues to do so. He has a lovely pedigree, though we'll see what the Life is Good progeny do on the turf, but there's so much on the bottom side, I think it's a moot point. But he's so big and physically mature. He's a very classic looking horse, so the size, the scope, it's all there. But sometimes these types of horses that just are a bit bigger and heavier don't necessarily strike at first asking. He has been fairly professional throughout, but these are also connections that also don't necessarily have them geared up and ready to win first time out. I loved his workouts, however, heading into this race. Geneva Lake, he just has destroyed everything on the turf that they have put him next to. Lovely pedigree with number 4, High Official for Todd Pletcher. Now, we don't see any turf workouts for this guy, but he's been working really well on the dirt and really able to finish his workouts, which is something that juvenile turf horses usually don't show. So I like the fact that he's indicating he's ready, he's very fit, and he looks it out there. As unfortunately, I'm being told in my ear I'm not going to be able to talk about any more horses because we have a network change, but back to you, Greg.
Post time coming up momentarily. Wow, does the 4 look good. High Official here for this debut, and the money's starting to really come in now, JK.
No, absolutely, and it's expected, right? I mean, look, it's not an exact science. You can have a good trainer, a good rider, an unbelievable sire, and an unbelievable dam, and it doesn't mean anything. But at least you're checking 4 of the boxes that you need in order to get a horse to win first time out like this.
In the right connections, a Hall of Fame trainer like Todd Pletcher, and I just love what Flavian Pratt just did in the warm-up. From a standstill, he had him jump like he was breaking from the gate. He's putting him on that cue to go.
Pick 5 pool nearing nearing $900,000 now. We're going to move networks. We began on FS2. We were scheduled to start on FS1, and that is where we're going to head now. So swap over to FS1. We will see you there to bring you this opener on Kids Day on this Sunday afternoon from Saratoga. We'll see you over on FS1. Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live on Kids Day from the spa. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kitchen, Richie Migliori, terrific crowd on hand. All kinds of fun activities and special events for the little ones. And we're coming up on post time here. They're crossing over to load up for this opening race. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. That's Jonathan. That's Mig, in case you didn't know. And beginning at a mile and 16th here on the turf for these 2-year-olds.
Yeah, it's exciting. You know, one of my favorite parts about Saratoga is the babies, the 2-year-olds, right? To see which one of these horses is going to end up turning into something special. They got to start somewhere. Why not here?
Absolutely, and it's about trips too. Who negotiates the first turn the right way? How about the depth of pedigree on the one, Kipros? Out of a mare balance, grade 1 winner, who was a half to, Senada.
Not bad. Started her career 19 for 19. Only lost to Blame in the Breeders' Cup Classic by a less than a nostril. Might have been ahead of him just after the wire.
Was not in front when it counted, though, unfortunately for her.
Just stop. Sore point. Oh, what a performance that was under the lights.
This feels like the type of group that whoever wins this is going to make their next start in a stake and start targeting a Breeders' Cup race down the road.
No question. High Official. There she is. He is, out of graded stakes winner Sweet Melania for Todd Pletcher. And it's Pletcher with this first-time starter with Flavian Pratt in the irons. Frank Miramati to kick off our Sunday card.
All right, Greg, we're just waiting for Jersey Guy. He's a little hesitant to go forward. He sits up at odds of 9-1 on the board. Walking in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Geneva Lake is going out for the lead. Harbaugh has some speed too. Then it's Jersey Guy in third. High Official settles in a good spot, fourth, 7 lengths off the speed. It's a break of 3 back to Blue Law, who races right on the outside of Showa. The 2 trailers are Le Patron, and Kipros, who had some serious trouble out of the gate, is at the back of the field. So they round the clubhouse turn with Geneva Lake opening up, wants to go even faster, has a 4-length advantage. Harbaugh settles kindly in second, 3 lengths clear of Jersey Guy in third. The opening quarter went in 23 and just under 4/5 of a second for Geneva Lake, who's in front by 4 lengths. Harbaugh and Jose Ortiz chasing from second, 3 clear of Jersey Guy. They are followed by High Official as they move toward the half-mile pole. Here's Showa making headway down at the rails. Showa moves up to take fourth, and Kipros is following that path. The 2 trailers, Blue Law and Le Patron. 49-1 for Geneva Lake, whose lead is down to 3/4 of a length. As Harbaugh moves in from second, 2.5 Jersey Guy, racing on the outside of Showa. And in behind that pair comes High Official in fifth. They're at the top of the stretch. Geneva Lake and Harbaugh head and head. Geneva Lake kicks back along the inside. On the outside of them, here comes High Official. And High Official is coming with powerful strides on the outside. He's just being guided to avoid lugging in, and it's lights out for High Official. Very promising run here. Waited and then clobbered him. Harbaugh was second, Jersey Guy third, and Kipros, after that tough start, an eye-catching fourth.
High Official taking after Mom, winning it first asking. And it's Todd Pletcher, Flavian Pratt, Robert and Luana Lowe goes off at 5-2.
Well, I guess the checklist did lead to a win, right? You get Flavian Pratt, you get Todd Pletcher, you get Not This Time, you get Sweet Melania, and here you go.
And the 1 horse, Kipros, took the worst of the break. He kind of ducked into that empty space inside of him. He did well to finish fourth, a horse to keep an eye on going forward. But High Official, an impressive debut. I mean, he really ran very professionally, and when Flavien Prat got him in the clear, he dropped his head and ran for home, and he ran down a well-met Harbaugh, who already had a race under his belt, so he had that experience edge.
Homebred for these connections, and obviously expectations being out of Sweet Melania. This one just cruising to the finish. And as you said earlier, JK, yeah, the plan with a lot of these 2-year-olds in these turf routes, it's a maiden win, a stake probably at the meet as well, and then on to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to think that, especially with it being a horse for Todd Pletcher, that they'll point to those 2-year-old stakes towards the end of the meet. If not, there's always Belmont downstate you can point to, or even Keeneland as a kind of a stepping stone into that Breeders' Cup.
And Mig, it was last summer, sort of a new wrinkle to Todd Pletcher's game that made him so competitive. He tied with Chad Brown for the training title, but he had a lot of really effective 2-year-olds on the grass.
Yeah, he did. And, you know, it's interesting. I think it's an anomaly, but Todd still has yet to have a winner on the dirt at this meet. And you know, what are we going to start labeling him, a turf trainer now? It's just the kind of horses you happen to have in your barn at that particular time.
I think he'll have plenty of dirt wins when it's all said and done. But yeah, it's been a little strange to see that drought happen. And Chad Brown had a long dirt drought as well to start this meet. That finally ended, and Zaffy Joseph, for that matter, not with a ton of horses, but a few of them. But it was a strange anomaly. 4-3-8-1 High Official, who looked sensational leading up to the start of this race, lives up to expectations here to kick things off. Flavien Prat, and we'll have more on his wild Saturday when he had to jump ship and took a hard tumble. He turned out to be A-OK. Luckily, he came back to win the very next race. This is what lies ahead. It's coming up next. The mascot race. Put down your wagers. We'll have that for you when we come back.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
Right to win the Wonder again. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestRacing.net. Impressive debut to kick off this Sunday card. High official Todd Pletcher, Flavien Prat, and a homebred for Robert and Luana Lowe. And Mig, what a day Pratt had yesterday. Had to jump ship on a mount as he won the race, just crossing the wire. Had to jump onto Manny Franco's mount to try and stay aboard. I'm going to show it later on, but has to be feeling those effects a bit today.
Yeah, you know, yesterday he's probably going on adrenaline. Today you're going to be sore. Tomorrow he'll be more sore. Tuesday will be the worst day. I speak from experience. Wednesday he'll start feeling better.
It was our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. $7.78 for High Official. Let's go to Maggie.
We're pleased to be joined here by Todd Pletcher and Thea, who is Wayne's Winners, a tradition that started with the passing of the legendary Wayne Lucas, who would bring children into the winner's circle. And Todd, I know you're no stranger to what Wayne did for the children, for the sport.
Yeah, that was really cool. I was just telling her that that's my old boss. And yeah, it's great tradition that he started. It's really cool that Naira's carrying it on here.
And Thea is perfect. I mean, she just stands and poses and smiles, and that's exactly what High Official did too today, breaking his maiden really nicely, Todd. Obviously a pedigree you're very familiar with too.
Yeah, we felt like he'd really take to the grass, and you know, he's trained well in the dirt, but figured this was a good spot to start him out, and he did everything perfectly. I was very, very happy with him.
And I know a lot has been said. You've yet to win a race on the dirt. I know, you're like, shut up. But I want to ask you about a horse coming back today, later on, Tip Top Thomas. Cutting back in distance, but off of a layoff. Is it just a race to get him going again, or are we expecting the 7 furlongs to suit him?
Well, he broke his maiden sprinting here, so, you know, we know he can do it. I think he's a little better going mile and 16th, mile and 1/8 even, but I think this is a good place to start him back. He's training, he's very sharp. He's kind of a headstrong horse to begin with, so I think sprinting is the right move for him coming back.
Awesome. Well, best of luck with him. Congrats here. Good looking 2-year-old.
Thank you.
All right, High Official getting it done. And Thea, hi. Are you excited for Kids Day?
Yeah.
Awesome. You rocked it. And Greg, I'm so excited for all the kids here. Thea, I mean, can't wipe the smile off this kid's face.
Kids having so much fun today. There's so much to do. And I got to make sure I get a couple of these, as we said, while supplies last, these plushies. But very fun afternoon. And this, as JK said earlier, these are the days where you make fans for life.
Absolutely, but you better grab a couple of these before Andy does, because I could see him absconding off the set.
Everybody wants them. It's the hot commodity today. All these giveaways are, when we have them, there's a line around the block to get in here at Saratoga. Race 2, we move along. And this race, look at the current odds, 5.5 furlongs on the grass. Couple of scratches in here. Son of a Birch, JK, I want to get your thoughts. Look to be very tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Son of a Birch is definitely in the mix. You know me, I like a horse that shows a lot of early speed in turf sprints. Son of a Birch doesn't have a ton of early speed. My eye was leaning a little bit towards Fluid Situation. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but Son of a Birch is one that comes from out of it. At a short price, I don't love those in turf sprints.
This was back in April, down the hill on the turf, out on the West Coast. Blinkers going on today, Mig.
Yeah, and I always felt like that course is good for horses that are like miler types turning back, and you can win on a closer. You let them kind of make that crossing before you come out and make your run. So he's more of a closing type. This isn't a race that has a tremendous amount of turf sprint speed, is it? Who I think you're right about Fluid Situation maybe being the quickest early.
Yeah, I think Fluid Situation will be forward. Irad obviously had such a great day yesterday. He'll be riding with a lot of confidence. He'll be aggressive when he needs to be today. And I think Fluid Situation is a situation in which he would want to be aggressive.
Don't use situation back-to-back.
You don't like that? I'm sorry.
We'll have more on this field coming up, including the post parade. Starts the early pick 4. Mascot race is next. I'm going to want selections from you guys when we come back. We've got to know who's lining up first. We'll sort it out when we return on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Stay with us.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. 1 minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceania Cruises.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, the plushie giveaway on Kids Day here at Saratoga as we get set for race 2. But more immediately than race 2, we have the mascot race coming up. And I'm going to get selections from our analysts ahead. And you guys, you've made your decisions. Where are you going to wind up?
Well, I'm a student of past performances, and last year, Gunner got a 113 buyer. I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to go with Gunner.
Very on brand for JK going with the favorite.
Yeah, but you got to remember, that was on a sloppy track. I'm going with Cuppy because he wants a dry track. Get it? See?
Yeah,
Let's go to Megan.
Cuppy wants a dry track. I'd agree with you that Cuppy wants a dry track. He's ready to go. Are you ready to roll? Let's go. But Gunner's going to be really tough to beat. He's got the inside post this year, guys. It's going to be a fun one. Right next to him, I believe that's Spike. I think I'm getting these names right. But Gunner's going to be pretty from that game face on. Yeah, he's intimidating me at least. But this is going to be a lot of fun. They're lining up to the gates. Okay, who's most excited? Who's going to be in the bridle? Who's going to be strong in the bridle? Who's got the most early speed? Can you let me know? I think the inside horse, I think the inside Gunner is going to probably break the fastest. But the Stuart Shops Flavor the Cow is going to get involved there from the outside. The Syracuse mascot over here, Greg's having a bunch of fun getting the crowd hyped up. I think I'm going to put my money right where Miggs is. Duncan the Cuppy for me.
Now Gunner, again, the one to beat from the Adirondack Thunder, the Glen Falls-based affiliate of the New Jersey Devils. See if he can go back-to-back. As we get set for the mascot race, we send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, take it away.
Leading the field is Damien, the Great Dane, representing the University at Albany and its NCAA Division I athletic programs. The mascots are almost in line. Still have a few to go in at this stage.
All right, guys, get inside the gate. Come on, let's go. Make me chase it.
Southpaw's in. All right. On your mark. Get set. Go! They're off, and Gunner is out very, very quickly. And Gallop in the middle is fast as well. Bernie is closing stoutly. Here comes Bernie. Bernie on the outside of Gunner. Gunner holds on. Bernie was second and Gallop a valiant third.
Gunner goes back to back in the mascot race. Good call, JK.
It's an easy game. It's an easy game.
He was good.
How much did you put down in your Naira Bets account?
It was a lot. He went off at 3 to 5, but he won like a 1 to 9 shot, so good value.
Just to make an incredibly sharp break from the inside post.
Good gate speed. He's a really good gate runner, and he did it last year on a sloppy track, this year on a dry track. He's a little intimidating, Gunner. I'm a little afraid. It wasn't fair. I want a refund for Cuppy. The costume was too big for the gate. He was stuck in the gate.
First of all, I know Gunner won. Gotta keep our eyes on Bernie next year.
Yeah, you know, Siena was looking for the upset earlier this year in basketball against Duke. They tried to upset Gunner here. Neither worked.
And Bernie was hanging on to his hat or his head.
It was about to come off.
So yes, I think it might have slowed him down.
Does
I think
not
next
make
year we
things
get that
easy.
secured down. We change equipment.
He needs blinkers.
Oh, Gunner reigns supreme yet again. Keep your eye. Well, at this point, yeah, here we go. Home free. Just got to hold off that late charge from Bernie.
He went pretty handily, I think.
Tough camera angle there.
The newspaper walked out of the gate and then just walked the entire time.
Well, print media is dead.
Oh, that was Mig.
It's a joke. I kid.
That was fun. Gunner once again. But great to get all these mascots out and be part of the festivities. We had it kicking off the day, by the way, with a kids' race to begin things. We'll see if we maybe catch up with that winner later on. Race 2 is coming up in 13 minutes. Let's go to Maggie.
Is that bad?
And I'm pleased to be joined here in the paddock by a special guest. That, of course, is the most special guest of all. And that is my daughter, Grace. Hi, Grace.
Hi.
Gracie, we have horses here in the paddock, but we're going to start with a horse who happens to be your favorite, who you're very familiar with, and that's number 5, Son of a Birch. Why are you so familiar with Birchie?
Because Daddy used to train him.
And also, did Daddy name him too?
Yes.
Clever Daddy. Son of a Birch. Good play on words, Thomas. But let's talk a little bit about Birchie, as he is getting a little class relief today, Grace, and he'll put the blinkers back on.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Well, after watching his last race, I thought it might be good because he looked a little like not focused on what his goal point.
Exactly, and 2, he gets a little class relief as well, and turning back in distance. So I've always thought he's a bit more of a sprinter, right?
Yeah, definitely.
He's built that way, and what are you noticing from him here in the paddock? He looks like he's pretty sharp as well.
Yeah, he definitely looks classy.
Yeah, he is classy. We know that from being around him in the barn, as he'll make his first start here for Rob Falcone and trying to clock what blinkers they have. It looks like just a short cup blinker today. So we'll also move on to number 1, Billionaire's Row, a horse that both you and I are interested in. He'll come here from Laurel for Mike Trombetta. And what I found in this race, Grace, is there's not a lot of speed. Do you think Billionaire's Row from the rail could show more speed?
Yes, I definitely thought him racing on the wire wasn't the best place for him. I think
outside, you mean?
Yeah, outside. I think definitely on the inside would be better.
All right, and Ricardo Santana, who we know can be very aggressive.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Very aggressive.
So I think him maybe being a little bit more forward will be advantageous for him as he does come in here second off the layoff. Looking at him in the paddock, what did you think of him? He's a fairly robust type of horse. Where did he go, Grace? Yeah. He's over by his tree now.
Yeah, he loves his tree.
Around.
Loves his tree.
He's pretty relaxed here, and when I've seen him in the past, he can be a little rambunctious. So actually a little bit more quiet, probably a little bit more professional now that he is a 4-year-old. You wanted to talk about number 2, Fluid Situation. He comes in off of a yielding turf course, so back on a really true firm one today.
Yeah. Well, last time he went 6 furlongs, so maybe it's because of how he ran. They've shortened him to 5.5 furlongs. So
that's a great observation because while he's never won at the 5.5, he has won going 5.8s before, so shorter might be better.
Yeah, definitely.
And
So-
2, getting on a firm turf course, because I noticed in his last replay, he just wasn't moving that well down the lane over a course that had so much give in it. It was raining that day, and while it's not sunshine out here today, it's definitely dry.
Yeah, definitely. But we had that rain last night, so.
We did? Where were you?
Maybe
Maybe
who
your
knows?
sister spilt water on you. I don't
Probably.
know. Yeah. Well, Greg, that is our team paddock report for Kids Day. Always so fun to hang out with Grace, and I'm sure it's the same for all other parents. Getting to hang out at the races with their kids, always a special experience.
Very special day, and really coming along as a paddock reporter.
That's
following a mom's
fantastic.
footsteps.
She's so beautiful, and I just love how into it she was. You could see how excited she was about this. That's great.
Here's our favorite fluid situation. We got a couple on the board at 2-1. This is with a slight top choice right now. What a day. We're going to talk about it later, but just incredible. 6 wins for Around Ortiz Jr. And, on a big day on Coaching Club American Oaks Day when he took the 2 big graded stakes on the day as part of those 6.
Just riding lights out. Maybe that little freshening, not being able to start the meet, whatever it was, a blessing in disguise, because this guy rides multiple races every single day, crisscrosses the country in pursuit of, stakes winners and riding in another zone.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that when he missed a few days to start the meet that Flavian and his brother had kind of gotten away from him, I think was a little premature. This is a long meet, and if he's grinding out and having 6 win days, 5 win days, 4 win days, he's going to get a little bit closer than people might think.
16 wins after missing the first 5 days of action at Saratoga. For the man who will be aboard here, Around Ortiz Jr. He'll ride the 2 with that 6 win Saturday. We'll be back with the second right after this.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage on Fox Sports 1 on Kids Day from Saratoga. All kinds of incredible activities for our young ones. And I heard this band playing, particularly the keys player, out of this world.
Really?
Incredible. Hopefully we can hear a little of it later, but it was tremendous. Oh, here we go.
Oh, wow, really good. Very cool.
They're playing some incredible jazz numbers earlier on. 4 minutes away from the second race here, sprinting on the lawn at 5.5 furlongs, and favoritism sort of going back and forth between the 2 and the 5, JK.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The 5's got some nice races. For me, I just prefer the 2 from a style standpoint. You're going to want to be forward in these turf sprints. Occasionally, they'll fall apart. You come from way out of it, but so much more times are you rewarded for being forward than you are from being far back. Fluid Situation for me feels like one who's going to be more forward. He's drawn inside. He's got IRAD. He's got tactical speed. There's a lot of reasons why he'll be forward. And Son of a Birch is one for me that feels like he's going to kind of take back and look to make one run. And while the pace could heat up and could set up for him, at 9 to 5, I would need to see a lot more speed in this race.
Pick 4 starts here. You see that pool? 127,000 and growing as we look at Niagara Skyline. Fernando Abreu, Jose Ortiz, and Fernando. Back-to-back wins the other day.
Yeah, nice to see Fernando Abreu get off the mark with a couple of wins. This horse has races in his past that would be very, very tough to beat here, but seems like he's maybe just a touch off form. He's been running a lot consistently. He's just not kind of showing the speed he used to show.
I can say it as a horse player, and I'm sure you can say it, Wolfie, in your role. When things are going well and you get confident, everything just gets easier. I feel like I make better decisions when things are going well. I would imagine the words come out easier for you. Mig, Jose Ortiz, Flavian, Irad, how much easier is their job now when they're in an absolute zone like the 3 of them are?
Well, they become above criticism, above reproach. They're not going to get questioned for decisions they make. That frees a rider up to react in the moment. The difference between a rider riding well is he's going to react in that moment to his instincts. When you're not riding well, you got the trainer on one shoulder, the owner on the other, maybe even the groom somewhere in there telling you how to ride. And that split second that you think about how they want you to ride, that moment's gone. You have to go out there free of that.
Is that why, in some ways, it's a rider's dream to have a trainer who just leaves it in your hands?
Trainers would get so much better results from their riders if they let them do their job. Don't micromanage. You get on the same page. You talk about the horse, the style, how you think things will play out, but then free them up to do their job. Go ahead. You're the pilot. I'm turning the keys over to you. Good luck.
2 minutes to post coming up. Might be a little bit more than that as we're just coming down Champions Way here in our post parade coming up momentarily. Terrific card on this Sunday afternoon. Honorable Miss again is our feature later today. That's race 8 at 5:12 Eastern. When Grand Job would just miss against Ways and Means in the Bed of Roses. Grade 2 last start. It's going to be the odds-on favorite. Going to kick things off in the post parade with Billionaires Row, second back off a lengthy layoff for this 4-year-old for Michael Trombetta.
I just don't love the last 3 races, but the races prior to that,
They're
4.
very good.
Very good.
6-1, so yeah, getting a price. But you do have to look past those last couple. Certainly can improve those second off the bench as well. Fluid Situation, now down to 7-5 favoritism, the 2.
Just got hit hard at the windows. This horse does have speed, and I think he plays out to be the main speed here, but he's 0 for 6 in Saratoga.
I don't have these things with either of you guys. Trust issues.
Yeah, a horse that has some good races on the dirt, has tried the turf a couple of times, hasn't done well, does have some siblings that have run well on the grass, though.
Vacation Dance, first off the claim for Orlando Noda has Manny Franco.
2 of his 4 victories were here at Saratoga at this distance.
Son of a Birch, blinkers on.
Like Mick said, had some back races that were at a mile. I think down the hill at Santa Anita plays more to milers. This 5.5 might be a little too sharp for this horse and this horse's style.
Oh, this one interesting. Double-digit odds. Dr. Jeff has some very good races out of town.
Yeah, I didn't think this horse was impossible. Another one that's a closer. The good news about him being a closer, you're getting 10-1 rather than 2-1.
And Jose Ortiz for Fernando Abreu. This is Niagara Skyline.
Like I said, this horse has races to go back to that would win here. Just seems like he's been running a little bit slower and a little bit flatter, a little more even than he had. But if you go back to that 90 buyer figure he got last October at Aqueduct, that would be very tough to beat here.
So post time coming up momentarily, 8-5 Fluid Situation. As we get a look overhead, gorgeous Sunday afternoon, terrific crowd on hand for you. You can feel the Sundays here. Obviously the Saturdays, those are the hype days. It's so intense, and a little calmer situation on a Sunday.
Oh, I love it. It's just, you know, it's every day is unique here, right? Like, you know, when you come earlier in the week, you know, on the Wednesdays and Thursdays, it's a little bit slower, but you can take your time. You can spread out. You don't got to be in such a panic. It's just nice and easy, and it's nice and calm. And then Friday, you can start, the energy starts to build. Saturday, like you mentioned, and then Sunday is just kind of that fun day where you can just relax, get one more in before we got to wait till next week.
So many big races still to come with a lot of meat still to go. Let's get back to Maggie.
Well, Maggie and a lot of guests here in the winner's circle, Greg, as I obviously have Grace, but her younger sister Willow and our very good friend Andy, I almost called you your dad's name, Lockhart Ryan, as they're going to help me through a little trackside report too. And Grace, we're going to take a look here at number 7, Dr. Jeff, who is coming in here from out of town for Kieran McGee. He actually trains in Maryland, where Mommy's originally from, so I do know Kieran quite well. You know, he doesn't have that much early speed, but he acts like a horse that should, because he came out in the track and he really framed himself up well. What did you see from him, paddock and trackside?
Well, I didn't really get a close look in the paddock, but
on the track he looked
really
good.
He looked really well.
Out there, yeah, I thought so too. He is going to be one that has to close, and there isn't that much pace. Now, I'm surprised at this price disparity between the 2 and the 5 in here. Son of a Birch. Why he's not favored, guys, I do not know. I love what I'm seeing from him. Unfortunately, we didn't get a picture up of the girl snuggling him, because he was a very sweet horse around the barn, so we'll be cheering Son of a Birch home. Guys?
And on cue, there he is. Blinkers going on. This 2-time winner on the grass. As we get set for the early pick 4, sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the lawn. Arad Ortiz Jr., 6 wins Saturday. He's on the 2. Fluid Situation. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Niagara Skyline will be the last one to load. They're off. And Fluid Situation had a perfect start and opens up a couple of lengths. Billionaires Row on the inside, battling for second with Niagara Skyline as they go to the half-mile pole. They're stringing out 4 Clear Vacation Dance on the inside of Dr. Jeff. Then it's Son of a Birch and Trust Issues. Opening quarter mile for the favorite Fluid Situation. Clicked in 21 and 3/5 seconds. 3-length lead now over Billionaires Row in second. It's another 2 back to Niagara Skyline as they're in single file for the top 3. Vacation Dance is down at the rail, followed by Dr. Jeff and Son of a Birch. They're at the top of the stretch, and Fluid Situation has been in control throughout. Gets the reins shaken, and then Billionaires Row is finishing with interest on the outside. And at the rail, Vacation Dance. Both of them are coming after the favorite. Vacation Dance gets out late and is coming with one final shot, and he gets up. Vacation Dance and Manny Franco running down a photo between Fluid Situation and an oncoming Son of a Birch.
Manny Franco's tremendous summer continues. Vacation Dance, first off to claim the Orlando Noto barn.
Yeah, that was, it looked like Fluid Situation was home. He was comfortable and confident on the front end, Irad was. He was trying to get as much as he could on his own without having to ask him, and he just got a little bit tired late.
What a sensational ride here from Manny Franco on Vacation Dance. He comes up the inside. He saved all the ground. Now he's going to look for room here. Ricardo Santana on the 1-horse, Billionaires Row. He's going to try to close the gap right here. But Manny had already gotten there, and he was up on the heels of the 2, but he didn't budge from his line, and that ground-saving ride made all the difference.
And look, this is an example of why I'm allergic to closers like Son of a Birch at short prices. He ran really well. It's hard to time it. You got to have them come back to you. You got to have everything go your way. He ran well, and he was still third.
Yep. What a meet. Manny Franco is continuing to produce the best summer start he's ever had at Saratoga. That's his 19th win, Mig. He's third in the standings right now, just 6 off of Flavian Pratt.
He's riding so well, and I spoke to him the first week of the meet, and he addressed that last year he had 20 winners. He was unhappy with his meet. Well, he's got to be really happy with the way this meet has started for him, and talk about a confidence level rising. He's in the zone.
Big effort. We do have an inquiry sign posted on your unofficial winner, so we'll try and get a look in a moment here at what that is.
We'll have to get a look at the head-on, I would assume, here.
And we'll have it coming in a moment. We're taking a look here actually off screen, and things did get a little bit tight mid-stretch.
Yeah, once we get a look at that head-on, we'll be able to tell you a little bit better. He saved all the ground. Come into the stretch. He's in behind the leader here. The gray horse. See, Ricardo Santana is on the outside of him with the red cap.
Blue blinkers.
I think Manny had established his line, and Ricardo tried to close the door, but he had already gotten in there. There's a point of no return as a rider. Once you've committed to that spot and you've got your horse's head and legs in that spot, you've got to continue to go forward. Otherwise, you're going to wind up clipping the heels of the horse inside of you when you get shoved over him. I think this was hard race riding on the part of Ricardo Santana, and as well as Manny Franco. I don't see that this would warrant a change.
My new thing, Wolfie, during inquiries is I'm going to try to say my opinion quickly rather than waiting until going back and forth. I don't think they can change this.
Again, blue blinkers, blue cap there in the background, and that move's going to, down on the inside, going to start to happen right here.
Yeah, but look at the line he has now. The horse in the lead's going to drift away a little bit. Now the outsiders, look at Ricardo with his left hands trying to come back in to close the door. If the horse on the lead hadn't drifted in, there would have never been a path there to begin with. But that didn't give Ricardo Santana the right to go follow that path back in.
Right.
I think this is, to me, a no-brainer. The 4 was best.
So just a little too late trying to shut the door from Santana on the 1.
Yeah, and having been in that situation, oh, darn, someone's getting in there. I want to close the gate. Too late. He got there. He established his line by then.
See what this stewards rule. They're going to talk to these riders. And, Manny not even off his mount yet. He'll have to have his say. So this could take a little bit.
Yep.
Well, let's take a peek at the overhead here and see if this tells a similar story.
All right, you see he's right behind the leader. The leader drifts towards the rail. You see Ricardo leaning, trying with his body weight to close the door. And when we go back and look at it again, keep an eye on where Manny's horse's front legs are in conjunction with the hind legs of the leader before he passes him. If he doesn't go forward, he's going to clip heels with the 2-horse fluid situation.
So here we go. Blue cap, the gray with the blue blinkers, and it's right here. And you see the 1 start to come in a little and make that move to shut the door.
Yeah. They made contact, no doubt. But I think that it was pretty much a 50-50 thing, and Manny was going forward at that time. He had established his line, and he couldn't bail on that. It's like the difference between bacon and eggs. The chicken's involved, but the pig's committed. At that point, you're fully committed.
I've never heard that one before.
Oh, I love Mig.
Oh. So, you're Manny Franco, and you're basically just going to say that to the stewards, repeat of what you just said?
Well,
use the line you just used.
Well, I don't know if you should use that with the stewards, but at the end of the day, if you're going to be a successful race rider, particularly on the turf, when a gap presents itself, you've got to commit to that gap. You can't, hedge and go, well, maybe I'll go there. The game is done by then.
Now, Ricardo on the 1 who really doesn't have, he's involved, but it's not going to change his outcome. His paycheck's not going to change here. What does he say in this situation to the stewards?
Ricardo's a pretty heads-up guy. I don't think he claimed foul here. I think he tried to close the door. And again, keep your eye on Ricardo's knee, his left arm, red cap. Look, he starts leaning, and he's trying to close the gate. It's too late. He got there before he tried to close the door.
Manny beat him to the spot and then reacting at what just happened.
Absolutely, and Manny has no choice at that point but to continue forward.
And it's a little bit dangerous, too, isn't it, on Ricardo Santana Jr.'s part?
in the moment, because I've done the same thing, you're not trying to hurt anybody.
Of course not.
You're trying to stymie his forward progress to give you a better placing. But at that point, I think Manny had established his line. I would really be very surprised to see a change here.
We will wait and see the outcome here. So, Billionaires Row involved in this inquiry here. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I did get the opportunity to talk to Manny Franco here trackside after he got off the phone with the stewards. And he obviously said the same thing that you guys said. He was actually kind of shocked to see the inquiries posted, but it's good to know. You know, I like when they look at this stuff and when they notify the public that they're looking at these types of infractions. As Frank Miramati just announced, there will be no change. And obviously, as I think we all can say, we agree with that call, Greg.
All right, so stewards took a look. No change. Result stands. And, yeah, seems like the right call. Vacation Dance victory upheld. Number 19 for Manny at the meet stands and officially on the board here for Orlando Noda, claiming away from Brad Cox and getting the win first off the claim. 4-2, 5-1 finish here in the second. We'll get into another pick 5, a mandatory pay pick 5 when we come back.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS1 as we just saw Manny Franco, without a little controversy, guide Vacation Dance to victory. But first, let's talk about your trip, Manny. I just thought you had this horse in the utmost perfect position throughout.
Yeah, that was the plan. You know, he told me to don't rush on his feet early, so I just let him to settle, drop in, and just in the in the quarter part, I got the inside horses are running, so I just stay inside in the rail, and then I would say in the April, the horse outside of me is trying to keep me in, like keep me inside there, but the horse in front just keep on going, and I just get the pad, I don't have to force my way and nothing. I just stay on my lane, and the horse I get the pad like I say.
No, you were in there, that's for sure. We all saw it that way, and luckily the stewards did too. Manny, we see you just riding so well up here. I know that Flavian and Jose Ortiz and even Irad coming from behind, they always have steam, but you are really holding your own up here at the spa.
Yeah, I mean, I think, hard work and when you got the opportunity, try to, make the most of them, and I think that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to, get better every day and try to don't make too many mistakes, and that's what I try to do every day, and I think it's working out for good.
For those who watched yesterday's coverage in the 7th race, and Flavien Prat falling off after the wire onto your horse, did you kind of see what was going on, like literally right behind you?
Yeah, definitely, because I felt that somebody was in the back of my horse, but we kind of brushed a little bit. It wasn't that much, so that's why I didn't realize that he get off the saddle. And when I saw that, man, I just, happy and glad that he's okay, because it couldn't be worse.
Absolutely. Well done. Congratulations, and keep up the great work.
Thank you, Maggie. I will.
All right, Manny, Franco, Greg, riding really well here this year at the Spa.
Best start he has ever had to a Saratoga summer, 19 victories for Manny, and we are very early on in this Saratoga summer season, Mig.
Impressive to watch here. Vacation Dance at a generous $15.88. 3 of the 4 top riders at the meet at this juncture, graduates of the jockey school in Puerto Rico. Got to give them a lot of credit. They turn out consistently world-class riders.
One thing I love about this for Manny having the success is when the top, the Irad, the Jose's, the Flavians end up on horses in different stakes, and then they have to get off of a horse that's open. John Panagot's job gets a lot easier to say, hey, Manny's open, and the owners that are watching, that are involved, they see all the races he's winning. Now Manny finds himself on big spots in big races because of the success he's had. It kind of is the chicken and the egg thing. That's not as good as Mig's pig and chicken thing, but we're farming here today.
Race 3, we got a mandatory pay pick 5 coming up in this mile and an 8th contest here. Starter allowance race, and it's Don't Be Salty. Kinnan LaRose, who took over Tom Amos's stable, he's going to have Mr. Six-Pack Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Comes in very sharp form. The one to beat on the board at 6-5.
Yeah, I thought this was a race that had a lot of horses in here that could win. I thought the horse on the inside was live. I thought Don't Be Salty was live. Racing Colors, I wasn't completely against. A really wide open third race.
We got 17 minutes to post. We'll have more on it coming up in just a little bit. Again, the mandatory pay pick 5 starts in this race coming up. Not often, Mig, we see here at Saratoga what we saw yesterday from a rider.
6-win day in Saratoga, only the 3rd rider in the history of this place to do it. Ramon Dominguez, in fact, did it twice. But you're talking about legends in the game. 2 Hall of Famers and a future first ballot Hall of Famer. And his intensity never wanes. His passion, his desire. It doesn't matter if it's a $5,000 claimer or a grade 1. You are going to get a ride from Irad Ortiz Jr. Just so impressive.
He's got that Mamba-like mentality. We say it all the time. This killer instinct. And not just a 6-win day, JK, and the 2 graded stakes on the day. Obviously, Built was sensational. And then Counting Stars as well, who we'll talk about what's next for her. But part of that 6-win day, taking the 2 graded stakes, just sensational.
It's impressive. Horse players at home, we have a chance to pick any horse we want in the race, and we can't get 6 wins in one day. He can only ride 1 horse, and he gets 6 wins. It's shocking to me at times.
Well, that's a credit also to his agent, Steve Russian, who also has his brother, Jose. Incredible what he's doing with 2 world-class riders and 2 really gentlemen. They're like, they've matured. I've watched them grow from kids to men and have their families, and they're gentlemen. They approach the game a little bit different, but with great results.
And they're both, it's been Arad Ortiz Jr. who's really stolen the spotlight the last few years. 4 straight riding titles here, obviously 5 Eclipse Awards. This has been the year of his brother, Jose Ortiz. It's been incredible what he's accomplished, but both these two, it's not, and as good as Jose's been, Arad, Flavien, they're not far off. It's going to be fun to see what happens down to the wire, but here's all the riders that won on Saturday. Not a lot because of the Ortiz brothers.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Steve Rushing having both Irad and Jose's book, he won 9 races yesterday with those 2 combined. That's pretty impressive.
And 9 of the 12 to Jose and Arad.
It's remarkable. And, jockey agents, unlike other agents, get 25% of a rider's income. Steve Russian's hitting a pretty good lick.
Yes, he is. We'll have much more on race 3 when we come back. Again, start of this mandatory pay pick 5. And how about this? First ever ride coming up at Saratoga. And that'll be on Bourbon and Lace. Maddie Rowland in the very next race. All the best. We'll have it for you when we come back in race 3.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in here to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1, and it's Kids Day, and what a lovely Sunday we have to celebrate all the kids that are big fans of racing, and I'm pleased to be joined by someone who I'm sure was a big fan of racing when he was a kid, Matthew DeSantis from Naira Bets. And Matthew, were you a big fan when you were a kid?
I was a huge fan. Even though I was allergic as a kid, my dad would take me to Penn National. He'd put in the $2 show bets for me, and we had a great time doing it.
You and I know a little something about Penn National,
Exactly
that's
right,
for sure. Well, Matthew, you've been very good with your selections. Who do you have for us today? Coming up in race number 6, I'm going to be surprised if you get the 12-1 on beside you, because a lot of people like her.
Yeah, I know. I kind of maybe on the bandwagon. I don't know. Liam's Law a couple weeks ago was 8-1, went off at 2-1. What are you going to do? But this one, I just thought, Lisa Barkowski's having a nice meet so far. Second back from a little bit of a layoff. The blinkers coming on, I think, is a huge thing. I like second time at this level as well. I like the flame-aways on the turf too. So there's a lot of things to like. I think this horse should be pretty forwardly placed, and I just think that combination of things at 12-1, even if you get that 6-1, 8-1 range, I think is a really good value. And a great way to kick off late pick 5, as I think a lot of people are going to be singling Grand Job later. So spread a little bit early and find a price.
Nice way to play that ticket for sure. What else can we look forward to over at Naira Bets? What kind of promotions do we have working?
Oh, we got a lot of great stuff. Today we have a promotion between Saratoga and Woodbine, but to get ready for the Wednesdays here at Saratoga, we have a 10% win bonus in the Curlin Stakes starting this Wednesday, obviously. So look for bonuses and promotions every single day on Naira Bets.
Chief Wallaby coming up in the Curlin.
My colleague Kaylee Shapiro is going all in on Chief Wallaby, that's for sure. But listen, Kenny's got a nice horse in that race, and it'll be interesting to see the mile and an eighth, whether or not that's something, the cut back slightly for Chief Wallaby is going to be a good thing.
All right, do you and Kaylee have anything we should look forward to?
Oh yeah, well, we have a Curlin Stakes preview up on the Niner Bets YouTube channel. We'll also have an early Jim Dandy preview as soon as that field's drawn. And every week we have Cap in the Card, where I go through all the races on Saturday's big days. And Sunday mornings we have a live stream, Sundays at the Spa. Myself, Kaylee, Jackson Muniz, all three of us just kind of recap Saturday and preview Sunday.
Awesome. Well, great stuff as always, and best of luck with Beside You coming up in the 6th.
Thanks so much, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Greg?
All right, thank you for that. 9 minutes away, race 3. And race centers around this one right here. Don't Be Salty, formerly Tom Amos's barn, Kinnan LaRose now. Back-to-back, just really strong efforts at Churchill Downs, and Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, and that's not helping your price.
Yeah, last 2 races have been good. Or have been short prices. 1-1 got beat once. You know, look, a lot of times in situations like this, you have to establish what your goal is. If you're betting a horse to win, you want to bet one horse like this horse, then bet the horse. But otherwise, I think there's an opportunity to spread for some more value.
Well, a first ever mount coming up at Saratoga. Let's go to Megan.
That's right. Maddie Rowland will make her Saratoga debut on the number 6 Bourbon and Lace. And Maddie, you were exiting the jockey's room with leading rider Jose Ortiz. What's going on through your mind as far as being able to get out in the best colony here in an incredible moment in your young career?
I'm just so grateful. It's always been a dream to ride here. Every year, every summer, I'm like, maybe this is the year I'm going to get my, mount at Saratoga. And finally it's happening. I'm so grateful. I'm so thankful towards Mike. He has put me on some great horses and given me some great opportunities.
You've ridden in the Mid-Atlantic circuit. You were raised in Pennsylvania, but did you ever think that you would kind of, after facing that adversity, once you were kind of getting to those 100 wins, thought that you would kind of get back into it and be able to have this kind of mount?
Yeah, honestly, I always think there's a chance for everything in this sport, no matter how many you ride, how you're doing, because you could be down, not doing as great as you want, and then the next week you're winning everything. Anything seriously is possible. So, and I actually gallop for Mike in the mornings and work with him, so I get to know the horses really well, and we have a really great team that works really hard.
Best of luck in here, Maddie.
Thank you.
And Greg?
What a moment. I mean, to ride here, Mig, at this special place, most competitive jockey colony we have in the game, it's a big moment.
I love her excitement. You could just see it. It was palpable. To me, I think a good comparison would be like you're a hockey player, you're playing like the Hartford Wolfpack, and then you get the call, you're going to come up for a Ranger game at Madison Square Garden. This is the Mecca for thoroughbred racing, the way the Madison Square Garden is the Mecca. I'm so happy for her, and her enthusiasm is infectious.
How old are you, your first race at Saratoga?
16. Rode 9 opening day, got shut out until the 9th race, and won that on a horse named Hilarious for Walter Kelly in a driving rainstorm. It was sloppy all day. I wound up winning 20 races at the meet in a 24-day meet, and I got hurt and missed the last weekend.
If not for that, you probably would have won the meet, correct?
I was giving Angel all he could handle as a kid, as an apprentice. I'd have been the only apprentice to ever win it, and then I went down in a bad fall. The second race on Saturday, didn't get out of Saratoga Hospital till after Labor Day, and that's when we ended in August.
And how many of your mounts won on that last day?
The last 2 days of the meet, 7 horses I was named on won.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, injuries, you've had more than your fair share in this game. Unfortunately, a man we saw get hurt yesterday missed this meet last year because of an injury. Tyler Gaffleone, he had to jump ship in the gate when his mount reared up in race 2. 3 horses scratched out of that race. They were all okay, good to report there. He had to go to the hospital, get his leg, have some x-rays on it. He'll be off mounts today, and here's all the riders filling in for him.
Yeah, shame for Tyler. He's such a good rider. He's so studied. He really watches the game. And you saw his frustration when he got out of the gate and he had to limp over to the side. He threw his crop. And that's more frustration of what you're going to miss. Not the injury itself. It's like, I want to ride. And that's what you want from your riders.
One of the things I noticed, too, was all the other riders, Mig, going over. Ricardo grabbed his helmet for him. Just the camaraderie of those guys. I mean, they're competing out there, but they take care of each other.
Absolutely. When even Ricardo took the tape, the bandage from the paramedic, and he was doing it for him. But you called it right. I mean, it's a band of brothers, really.
All right, here we go with the post parade. We start with Biera, Rick Dutrow Jr. Barn, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say this for every horse I talk about in here. This is a one that is definitely live, 5-1 on the inside. I like the horses race 2 back.
Don't be salty, in fine form for Kinnan LaRose, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, in very good form, and you get Irad. There's just a lot to like. You understand the favoritism.
Racing Colors, big effort last start, Belmont at Aqueduct.
Yeah, really big effort. That effort puts this horse right there in the frame.
Angel Bella has Luis Saez filling in for Gaffleon.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of early speed, but does finish the races nicely.
Bourbon and Lace coming in from Delaware.
Well, good luck and congratulations to Matty Rowland fulfilling a lifelong dream riding at the Spa.
Katie King, Kendra Carmouche, back-to-back wins last 2 starts.
Yeah, has a couple of races where horses shown some speed. We'll probably want to use some of that speed from that post position.
And Royal Bobby with Pratt outside for Linda Rice. Tough post, Meg.
Tough post. Going to have to figure out a trip, but Flavien Pratt's pretty good at that.
4 minutes away from this mandatory pay pick 5. This is the one to beat with Mr. Six-Pack. And let's go back to June 24th, the most recent effort at Churchill Downs. It's coming off a win at Churchill, stretching out from a mile to a mile and a 16th, and just missed as a beaten favorite.
Yeah, it is stretching out, and stretching out here today as well, going to the mile and an 1/8. So that'll be a big question for whether or not this horse wants to do that. But the last 3 races, this horse's 4 races has just continued to improve. If you look at those, depending on what you look, time from US, Buyer Speed Figure, the race has been improving lifetime best after lifetime best after lifetime best, and maybe we'll take another step forward here for Kinnan.
Even money now.
Well, again, Irad's horses are always going to take even more money, and this horse looks really good on paper as well. Hasn't run since June 24th. Is a mile and an 1/8. Is that any concern?
Well, no work showing since May 22nd.
Yeah, that was something that when we look at favorites, we're trying to see if there's something that might be vulnerable, and that was the one thing I came up with.
Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll take a look here at your heavy favorite. That is number 2 in here. Don't Be Salty. Now, I did notice they were keeping her quiet in the saddling stall, brought her straight in and stuck her in there and didn't leave until they were ready to have riders up. Same can be said here for this warm-up. I asked Kinnan, can she be a little bit of a nervous type? He said no, it's just kind of her. This is what we do with her. I think she can be a little bit edgy, but they're doing a really good job of keeping her quiet to hopefully be successful at this 9 furlongs, a distance in which she has run 3rd at before. But I thought her last race, very good first off the claim for Kinnan LaRose. Kind of made that wide first move and then flattened out a bit. But then when the eventual winner came up her inside, she almost re-engaged again. She's a beautiful filly, very light on her feet. Appreciate the warm-up and what I've observed from her. I think she looks strong as your favorite. Also coming in from out of town is number 5, Angel Bella for Wick Beckman. As you'll see in the short comment lines in virtually all of her efforts, step slow, awkward start, off slow. And you can see why. I often talk about it, feel a little bit like a broken record, so sorry for those who consistently tune in, but horses need a hind end to be able to push out of the gate. She does not have much of a hind end. She's very flat-backed and just kind of awkwardly put together, awkwardly moving behind, and I think that is why we see her not leaving the gate efficiently. We'll see, as JK said, she does finish her races at least, so I do think that this 9 furlongs is going to be right up her alley, given how big she is and how much scope she has to her frame, and maybe because she does break slow, adding more ground might mitigate that. As we'll move on to horses a little more familiar with the NYRA circuit, including number 1, Biera, as she broke through the gate very hard last time. As we often talk about, Meg likes to say, it's like the air coming out of a balloon, and how hard she banged kind of to open those doors, I think really did that to her. So I think we can forgive her for that race, which also was held together. Merry-go-round race, essentially, with Higher Force and Sarir running 1-2 around the racetrack. She looks good here. Sometimes a horse that doesn't move particularly well, she is today. I think for the most part, as we do see her being jogged in front of the veterinarian at the moment. As we'll move on to number 7 in here, Katie King. I feel like she's rounding into good form, quite evidently, as we'll see her coming off the back of 2 wins, blowout, an easy victory last time out against New York Breds up at Finger Lakes. I noted too back when she won at Aqueduct, she looked like a healthy horse that was really thriving and doing well. Same can be said here. Can she continue that upward trajectory? Greg?
Yeah, we'll find out. On quite a roll right now. Back-to-back wins. Those were both at a mile. Belmont and Aqueduct in at Finger Lakes. So a little stiffer competition here and trying to get more ground. What do you think, JK?
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing about the mile and an eighth here at Saratoga. I know we have the Wilson Chute. We don't use it a ton, but we do use it. I think a lot of times, sometimes horses get stuck in kind of no man's land with the distance. They either got to go a mile and eighth or 7 furlongs, or they got to wait for a Wilson Chute race. Sometimes you'll get horses that want more ground, don't want more ground, and that's part of the puzzle of trying to figure out how does the distance work for them on the day.
Let's check back in with Megan.
How fun is it out here? Continuing on with the events and festivities here on NYRA Kids Day, and joined by Jessica with Never End Farm. And we've got the goats, we've got the bunnies. It's all a lot of fun. Miss Madeline, what's your favorite part? Which one's your favorite animal to hang out with?
The horses.
Yes, we're giving out pony rides, and you do these pony rides for birthday parties galore.
Yeah, we do birthday parties, and you can contact us at Never Enough Farm on Instagram or Facebook. And this is Abracadabra. He is
Abracadabra!
old, and he just loves the events and the attention. As you can see, he's just loving up on me right now.
He loves these kiddos. Everybody loves Abracadabra, all right? Let's come give some love, and we're gonna get some pony rides. How precious is this? This is the good stuff.
Special day, Kids Day. A lot of fun. Bring yours out if you're in the area. Even money favorite. Don't be salty. Around Ortiz Jr., 6-win Saturday. See if he can get going here to start off a mandatory pay pick 5. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Here's Katie King. And Royal Bobby will complete the line. Royal Bobby takes up her spot. They're in the gate. And they're off. Royal Bobby off a step slowly. Katie King is rushed out for the early lead. Beira is flashing good early foot too. And Bourbon and Lace is in the mix through the opening furlong. Hint to the first turn, and it's Katie King, the leader. Opens up a length and a half as they round the turn. Angel Bella has now moved into second. They're followed by Beira, who's tucked in along the fence, 2.5 off the pace in third. Royal Bobby has gotten in just a touch now and is only 3 lengths off them as they swing on to the backstretch. Bourbon and Lace, Racing Colors is second to last, and it's a half dozen lengths to Don't Be Salty, and the big favorite has to pass them all. 24-3 for the opening quarter mile. And it is Katie King showing the way, 3/4 of a length, prompted by Angel Bella as they head toward the half-mile pole. At the rail, it's Beira in third. Royal Bobby just outside of her. The half went in 49 seconds flat. Bourbon and Lace. At the rail, Racing Colors. And Don't Be Salty has to be more than a dozen lengths off the front-running Katie King, who goes to the 3/8 pole, pressed throughout by Angel Bella. Those two will arrive at the top of the stretch next to one another. Beira's in third, clear sailing for Racing Colors along the inside, who's getting into the mix. Royal Bobby is next through 3/4 in 1:13-2. There's been absolutely nothing from Don't Be Salty, and they're at the top of the stretch. And Racing Colors found that seam and opened up 4 lengths just like that. Beira in the center, Angel Bella in between them. These are the 3 to decide it. It's Racing Colors by 3 lengths. Beira's coming fast now. It's going to get close. Racing Colors or Beira. Racing Colors, Beira. Here it is. Photo finish. Beira put her head down right on the wire. It's a tight, tight photo between her and Racing Colors. Angel Bella was third. It's too close to call.
photo finish to start off this mandatory pay pick 5 did Jose Ortiz and Beira nail Racing Colors in this last jump.
It's really close. It's really close.
Oh, it does look like the one. Beira might have had her nose down on the wire first. Heeman Harkey on the 4. Racing Colors at a big price. Skimmed the rail throughout. Did everything right. And if he didn't get there, it's heartbreaking for him. It would have been probably his first win in Saratoga ever. But the one, Beira, looks like she got the best of that last bob, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's the one.
It is Beira nipping Heeman Harkey in the last jump. Wow. Jose Ortiz, no quit on the one here. 4-1 over 15-1.
And actually, guys, I misspoke. Heeman Harkey actually had a winner earlier this meet already. A shame that he just missed here because he gave a really good ride on a 15-1 shot, but Jose Ortiz gets it done.
Number 23 for Jose Ortiz. 2 back of Pratt here. There is no quit in that young man. 1-4-5-8. It's Beira, Jose Ortiz for the Dutrow Junior Barn. We'll be back.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
When your horse turns for home in the Kentucky Derby, there's not a better feeling in the world.
Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Bob Baffert, a trainer for my racehorse.
Seize the brave, wins the Preakness.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you in a photo finish in the third, the one just up and past Racing Colors for the victory in that last jump. Jose Ortiz, number 23 at the meet. And when you're riding as good as he is in a year like this, Mig, these kind of things tend to go your way.
Yeah, you get the bounces, don't you? And hey, listen, let's give a lot of credit to the runner-up Racing Colors. Heeman Harkey cut the corner. He opened up. Looked like basically the race was signed, sealed, delivered. But I think the mile and an eighth might have got to Racing Colors a little bit late. And here comes Jose Ortiz, a Kentucky Derby winning, Belmont Stakes winning rider, to get the best of that bob.
Ooh, it's got to be a rough feeling. Tough beat right there. Ran too good to lose there. Racing Colors at a big number. Instead, it's Beira, Rick Dutrow Jr., Jose Ortiz, Katz's Stables, and a 4-1 start to this mandatory pay Pig 5. We're going to switch networks in a moment. So we're going to be heading over to FS2 momentarily, and we're going to have some special guests coming up.
Yeah, we got.
Can you tell us anything?
Yeah, he's down there. He's getting ready to come up here and make his FS2 debut.
Looking forward to that. So swap over to FS2. We will see you there as we continue along in this Sunday card. welcome to a special Sunday at Saratoga with a much younger than usual crowd to close out the weekend. It's Kids Day at the spa, all kinds of fun activities and special events going on throughout the afternoon for the little ones this afternoon. On track, the action's going to heat up. Grand Job looks imposing in the honorable miss, fresh off that thrilling battle for these connections. Team Sovereignty, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, after that battle in the bed of roses back at Belmont at Saratoga week. Yes, 6 wins, historic, only the third to do it. Arad Ortiz Jr. accomplished that on Saturday. One of those wins counting stars in the coaching club. American Oaks will talk what's next for the clear-cut leader of this 3-year-old filly division. She was sensational as you look live at a beautiful sight right there. Sun shining down on this Sunday afternoon here in Saratoga. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, former champion rider, Richie Migliori, and the best yet to come here on Kids Day when we have the honorable miss. Grand Job. That was a sensational battle with ways and means in that bed of roses.
Yeah, no ways and means she have to deal with here today. That should help her quite a bit. And 1-2 on the morning line. You don't see that very often. Shout out David Aragona, our morning line maker, for putting the morning line where it should be. Sometimes they don't like to do that. They like to put bigger prices, but 1-2 on Grand Job, and she deserves to be 1-2.
I mean, any MIG of her last 3 races, I'm not sure anyone has a chance in here.
No, especially she's turning back an 1/8 of a mile from the 7 furlongs of the bed of roses. And at the 8th pole, which would have been 6 furlongs, she had kind of almost gotten away a little bit from Ways and Means, but Ways and Means stayed resolute, kept coming at her. There's no Ways and Means in here, an 1/8 of a mile shorter. She looks very formidable, and I give David Aragona a lot of credit. It takes a certain amount of bravery to make a horse that short a morning line favorite.
Bravery, that was the word I was looking for.
I will say, look, on the inside, Maida, it was a big effort, and it was off the bench in her 4-year-old debut. If she takes a step forward off that effort, she's going to have to.
She can.
But she could get in the mix.
If she takes a step forward and Grand Job takes a step back, I could see a situation in which Maida could be competitive in here. Hall and Ice, similar. She's got some back races, but they're going to have to show up and run their best race in here. And the problem is it feels like Maida and Hall and Ice both have a similar style that should set up just right for Grand Job, who is a horse that might appreciate having a target. Yes, she does well on the front end, but I don't think she has to make the lead.
Huge numbers she's run. Grand Job we're talking about. She's won 3 winning races, even though she's been narrowly beat her last 2 starts. But the Ways and Means, superstar in that Filly Mare Sprint division, the win 3 starts back. She beat Clarette Beret, who had gone to win back-to-back graded stakes, including the Grade 1 Apple Blossom out of that performance.
Yeah, I mean, her company lines are so strong, and she's so well posted because the other speeds are all to her inside. That gives Junior Alvarado the freedom to let her find her stride instead of being forced into anything.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Pick 6 still to come. Honorable miss our feature, and that is part of the sequence. Line up, try and find out where these shirts are going. With all these giveaways happening this afternoon, I think we just started this maybe last summer.
I didn't know we had that, but I'm telling you right now, I'm going to pull every string I can
to get in that truck.
Always wanted to shoot a T-shirt cannon.
Yeah, it'd be fun. I mean, get Austin in there too. You and Austin together doing that?
Yeah, we get done. Let's see what's going on with that.
Tom Durkin's retirement day, after he called that great call of the spin away, splash-tastic, got in the truck and was firing that cannon with shirts to the crowd for...
Oh, they have been doing it for a while then.
Yeah.
You think you can reach the roof?
Oh, yeah. Maybe. I'll try. I'll turn the thing up as high as it goes.
We're 21 minutes away from race 4. Let's wrap up race 3. Biera, Rick Dutrow Jr. and Jose Ortiz just timing it to perfection to nail racing colors here. The one horse with the win is tough beat for the 4 on the inside.
Yeah, Wolfie, when you said the last jump, you meant it. The last jump, Biera got up.
A heartbreaking defeat if you had racing colors and for the connections, but Biera got it done with another good trip from Jose Ortiz. Guys, right? We're so blessed. We have so many riders riding so well here right now.
We've had incredible parity amongst the trainers. Not quite as much so, though, with the riders. The Ortiz brothers, Pratt, Manny Franco, they've been getting a bunch of them. I'm going to look back yesterday, one of those big wins for Arad Ortiz Jr. Counting stars sensational in round 3 against always a runner. It's her division now. Stay with us.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
At the top of the stretch in a showdown at the Spa. Always a runner, the Kentucky Oaks winner on the inside. Counting Stars going with her. These two head to head, and Counting Stars has another gear and opens up with authority. Counting Stars takes control of the division with a resounding victory in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Round 3 in this new rivalry, it was all Counting Stars. Our Casamigos Performance of the Week. Get ready, race day ready with a Casamigos Margarita. It was all Counting Stars, JK, and now she's 2 for 3 against always a runner, the Oaks winner.
Yeah, absolutely, and the leader in the clubhouse for 3-year-old champion filly. She was outstanding. Always a runner ran up to her inside, and I thought for a second we were about to have a horse race on our hands. And Counting Stars had other plans. She dispelled that run and carried on. She was very impressive.
Incredible amount of confidence from Irad Ortiz Jr. He rode her with almost disdainfully. Oh, here, you want to come up inside of me? I'm going to leave you when I'm ready. And he never panicked when she did get all the way up, heads up with her. He built her into that drive, that finish. The worst thing a rider can do is go from a pull to a drive. It's a crescendo. You got to build them into the finish. He did it perfectly. And you know what I really enjoyed? After the wire, no big wahoo celebration. He patted his filly. He thanked her for the effort. And that's what I want to see more riders appreciating the horse's effort.
One of the big races there is in this sport for 3-year-old fillies. And she doesn't win it. She dominates and takes total command of this 3-year-old filly division. Let's hear from the connections here, rooting her home. Tom Bellhouse of West Point in the Coaching Club American Oaks, watching Counting Stars come home.
She's been doing phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, she's just been absolutely, since the Acorn, she just, every day that she trains, she's just full of energy. Yep. And this week, just watching her, I got to see her last breeze, and just where we stand at the coffee stand at 6 from, she finishes up, and it's like she hits the water truck, and she just keeps going. I mean, and listen, we're going up against that other filly. She's the real deal. I don't think she's faster than us either, you know, unless the blinkers just make her go bat out of hell. But and here's our girl.
Yeah, I can't believe I haven't seen her in person.
Oh my
since
God!
the Oaks.
Look at her.
I've shown I got a picture. I mean, I can still see her ribs. Boy, how thick she is.
Yeah, I mean, she's just blossomed up here.
Yeah, look at that.
Hey, Minas, that's what they're supposed to look like.
Yep. And they're off in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Hold your spot, baby. There we go. There we go.
And Arad Ortiz Jr. has the Acorn winner. Counting Stars in control.
Nice and easy, baby. Nice and easy.
There's a hold at the rail for Always a Runner.
Oh, no, no, no. Don't give up the rail. Don't give up the rail.
Counting Stars once again. These two hook up at the top of the stretch in a show
Come on, Mama.
at the spa.
Come on, Irad.
Always a Runner, the Kentucky
Come on, Irad. Come on, Irad. Come on, Irad. Come on, baby. 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 Yeah! 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 Woo! Yes! Yes! We did it! We did it! Oh my God!
What a moment. I mean, this is one of those heavyweight wins that you can get at the best meet we have in the country. And, you know, Mark Cassidy talked about, Mig, the difference between a good horse and a decent horse. The good ones, they keep getting better and better, and they can do it in a variety of ways, and we saw that from Counting Stars yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the versatility makes her doubly tough. She can come from off the pace. She can go to the lead if she needs to. The one thing, she's always better outside of horses, and I think Tom Bellhouse rode harder than Irad Ortiz Jr. there. But that's what winning's about. You get caught up in the excitement of it, and when you share it with people, that's one of the things that the partnerships bring to the table, a shared passion. Then winning together is better than winning alone.
I love the journey that he took us on there, right? You could see the nerves before, the excitement, the same thing that we all saw when Always a Runner came up the inside.
Everyone was scared about that.
He was panicked for a second, and then there was that moment of what's going to happen, and when she kicked clear, he didn't need to wait to celebrate till she got to the wire. He knew she was going to get there first.
Mark Cassidy was daydreaming before that race. I had nitrogen last year. Could I possibly have another special filly like that? Seems like he does. Emirates Road, the 3, the favorite right now here for this 4th at Saratoga. Starts a middle pick 4, 7 to 5 on the board. Post parade next.
Million two, right there, 1,200,000.
Baeza gets his moment in the sun in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Chancer Mick Patrick wins the Champagne impressively.
Spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on Kids Day from Sunday at Saratoga here on Fox Sports 2. So much events, activities, all kinds of fun, and they're taking over our show as well. So we're 10 minutes away from race 4 here. It's the start of a middle pick 4. We got JK and AK on the set. Austin we'll get to in a moment. It's going to help us with the post parade. Let's go to Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. As I'm here in the paddock, hello to all of you on FS2, as we'll take a look here at your favorite, that is number 3, Emirates Road, as he just commands your attention in the paddock. He is a horse that always brings it. Every time he is led over to the paddock before a race, he struts around like he owns the joint and like he's gonna go kick dirt and sand in all the other horses' eyes. I always have loved this horse. He's been remarkably consistent sans his start 2 back, but last time he was against the racetrack when he was having to chase wide against a limited potential. We saw Eliminate, who was also really against the racetrack that day, come back and win with a 93 buyer. He looks great here, second time around for Mike Maker. Definitely the horse to beat in my estimation, though there's a bit of a wild card on the outside with number 9. That is Counter Spy for Rick Dutrow. He comes out of several races at parks and other out-of-town racetracks that included some pretty nice horses. I mean, go down a little ways, you'll see Mindframe, you'll see Highland Falls, you'll see a lot of nice horses. And even in his last race, where we saw Bartlett come back and win with an 87 buyer, but also Ridgewood Runner would come back and win up here at the Spa with an 89. And Counter Spy makes his first start here for Rick Dutrow, and he's been in Rick's barn for several weeks now, having 2 posted workouts there at Belmont. And I spoke to Rick's assistant and nephew, Blake Dutrow, who kind of mans the ship and takes the horses shipping in here from Belmont. Rick never comes up here anymore, but he really likes this guy. He said to me, he's like, I don't really know what to make of the parks for him, because sometimes it's such a quirky racetrack that you get horses that really like it and you get horses that don't. And while it does seem as though he likes it, maybe he'll like Saratoga that much more. Makes an excellent impression here in the paddock. Very elegantly built horse, as I really do like the mile for him. It's a weird configuration out of this Wilson chute, and sometimes I feel like horses breaking from the far outside are a bit up against it, but really making a great impression in the paddock. Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 7 minutes away. We'll get to the post parade coming up. We got a 4-person crew here again, so let's meet the team. Jonathan Kinchin, son Austin, making this is your TV debut.
Yeah, this is my TV debut. You know.
And look, I don't want to put any pressure on, but if it goes well, this guy's out.
I'm willing to take it.
There we go. All right. How's his handicapping been to this point?
Yeah, we'll see.
He's learned from you, I assume.
Well, I hope he's learned something. We'll see. He has to sit around listening to us talk about it all the time. He's more of a fisherman himself, but I think he's probably got some vocabulary he's picked up listening to us do podcasts and all kinds of other stuff.
We look forward to it. Let's see what you got here. We're going to get to the post parade here in a moment. You've spent a lot of summers here.
Yep.
What's your favorite thing about coming to Saratoga?
Shake Shack.
That's a great answer.
I love Shake Shack.
How about the fishing? Have you got some luck lately?
Yep, Saratoga Lake, really good for bass fishing.
That's I want to fish with you guys. That would be fun.
I've been doing good. Yeah.
He got to go fishing last Monday with Chad Brown, celebrating his 11th Diana. He was in a great mood. Austin and Chad and his brother Todd went out and went bass fishing, caught a bunch.
Pretty good way to spend an off day here. Well, great to have you on set. They're coming down for our post parade, which we're going to get to in a moment. And big days like this, I know JK's dialed in, looking at everything. Do you make a lot of picks too on days like that?
I don't really do too much betting, but I'm dialed in on what he's doing.
He likes to. My favorite is when he calls and says, "Dad, are we alive?" in the pick 5, and he wants to know who we got and stuff like that. But
say this desk got a huge upgrade with Austin being here. He's the handsomest kid around.
And I gotta see, he's already got better hair than you.
Hey, it runs in the family, I think.
All right, here we go. Call to post. And we're going to kick things on. We have a couple of scratches here. The 1, the 2 out early. So the 3, Emirates Road inherits the rail.
Yeah, I didn't think this horse would be favored. Taking a lot of money. He certainly could win. Too short of a price for me.
Next door, it is Alternate Reality with Jose Ortiz.
You know, Jose Ortiz, he won the Derby and the Belmont. He's a great rider, so I think he most definitely could pull this one off.
Frizzante, next door, Steven Shower, dangerous barn off the claim.
Yeah, this horse is going to have to improve, but that's possible moving to this barn. He'll need to beat these top horses.
A big price next door for Gustavo Rodriguez, Celestial Glaze.
Love the jockey, Ricardo. He reps the best restaurant in Saratoga Springs on his pants. So the one and only Salivo.
He's got his pants on. There we go.
Good reason to like him here. Castle Chaos, Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, Manny's been riding absolutely lights out for the meet. Let's see if he can't pick this one up at 6-1.
And here's Counter Spy at 5-2.
The 9 horse, he had a trainer change to Rick Dutrow, and my dad loves this horse, so I do too.
Counter Spy taking a lot of support. Jake, I don't think we need you anymore.
I'm telling you, I will go out. I'll leave him here, and I'll go to Shake Shack. How about that?
As long as you bring some back for us, that's the deal.
Yes, always welcome to go to Shake Shack and return the favor for us here on Emirates Road. 3-2 as we look at this one right now. So Pratt for Mike Maker. What'd you like about Emirates Road?
Yeah, I mean,
know not your top pick.
No, you just look. His last race was good. He got a nice figure that day. First time in the barn of Mike Maker, and he just feels like the type that could move up, continue to improve with Mike Maker. Sometimes horses will move to Mike's barn and they'll run well first time with him, but then the second and third and fourth time they'll continue to improve. The Flavian Pratt thing, I think, probably has a lot to do with the price here. I don't have a problem with Emirates Road. It's more the horse is a little bit overbet, and how much I like the 9 Counter Spy.
Well, I think Austin was on to something too, because the 4's taking a ton of money too. You mentioned you like that rider on there, Jose Ortiz. How about that last race when he just nailed that big long shot in the final jump?
Yeah.
Jumped up, got him right at the wire. Luckily, we weren't involved in that one, Austin. So don't worry, we didn't get beat there. It was close. Jose, and another thing about these top riders here and all the riders here is, especially on Kids Day, the time they take to give kids goggles. We don't walk by a rider that doesn't say hi to Austin when we're here, whether it be Ricardo or Manny or Kendrick. I mean, Austin sees Kendrick down by the dock where we live fishing. It feels like 3 times a week. So these guys, I know, Mig, you were like that when you were around as well.
Yeah, and you like to interact with the fans, particularly the kids. It's not easy because you're walking a long way back and forth to the paddock, from the winner's circle back, and you've got another race to ride. But it's so fun to see the excitement on kids' faces, especially when you give them a pair of goggles. I have a question about fishing, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Is it catch and release, or do we keep them? Because I'd like to cook some fish up with you guys.
I catch and release in freshwater, but whenever I do saltwater fishing, I mostly keep them.
Wow. So when you're home in Texas, do you go out saltwater fishing
Yeah,
more?
I go down and catch like reds and speckled trout.
I got to fish for you, man.
You're going to have to take us out one summer. 2 minutes to post in the 4th. Let's go to Maggie.
Austin, you got a lot of patience. Well done being into fishing, as we clearly do not here in racing. We like things to go fast. And we'll take a look here at a few horses that are bigger prices than your 2 favorites. Actually, that's not true about the 4. He's 3-1. But Alternate Reality, he is going to make another start here for Joe Sharp. He's been in his barn before, and last time he was coming off of a layoff in which he was very fresh off the bench with those blinkers on, which he'd worn them in the past, but he just got very headstrong. He tugged his way up to press, which really isn't his patented running style. He's more of a horse that sits back and makes the one run late. So I think with the blinkers off, that's what they want to execute here. He looks incredibly fit, second off the bench, and warmed up beautifully with Jose Ortiz aboard, of course, as we heard Austin say, is obviously having the year of his life. I don't love the fact that he was beaten by a 27-1 shot last time, but the pace completely incinerated, and Zapruder came from last that day, as we'll also look to his outside with number 5, Frizzante, a reclaim for trainer Steve Shower. In the barn previously, this horse had 2 second-place efforts, and the front wraps do go back on. It's the only other time he'd worn them, which was in his barn. Some trainers just put all of their horses in 4s, and last time out, we saw secured landing and 3 technique run 1-2 around the racetrack. He was so far off the pace last time out, but he was the only horse to make up ground, to only be beaten by a length in the end. So I thought a race or an effort that might look better than it appears, and that was for previous connections. We know Steve Schauer can get them to the winner's circle, winning at a 34% clip this year. He's a big price up there at 12-1.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 3-2 favoritism, and maybe that's because of the Kinshins going with this 9 here. Austin, again, what'd you like about the 9?
You know, the trainer change to Rick Dutrow, and my dad, you know, matching shirts, matching picks.
Works for me. This one was sharp form at Parks, JK. Doesn't always translate when you come somewhere else, but this one's been pretty sharp.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the draw side helps quite a bit, but also when you have, you know, the speed figures for this horse, put him in the mix. So although I agree, Park's not the same form you're going to get at Saratoga, the figures work.
You got to go a little ways back, but out of town, he was competitive against Mindframe at one point.
Yeah, he's run, like Maggie pointed out, his company lines are strong. I'm so impressed. I think Austin is a natural. You know, you can learn to do TV, but the comfortability factor, instantly comfortable.
I was terrified for about the first 6 or 7 years I was on air.
I'm still terrified.
How do you do it, Austin? I guess you learned from your son, huh?
Yeah, I must have, because I agree with you. Terrifying. I remember trying to have to do, like, you know, school projects. You got to stand up in front of the class. I used to freak out.
7-5 favorite. Austin and Jonathan's selection. Now 3-2 is the one to beat from that outside post here in the 4th on Kids Day from Saratoga. Austin, well done.
Thank you.
We're going to send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
I have to echo, great job, Austin. Here's Castle Chaos and Counter Spy to complete the line. Right behind the starting gate. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a very even start. Alternate Reality and Emirates Road among the early leaders, joined quickly by Celestial Glaze. And so it's Celestial Glaze who is suddenly the quickest and puts 3/4 of a length on Castle Chaos, flashing sharp early speed as well as they swing on to the backstretch. Alternate Reality will tuck in just behind the top pair, has now 3 lengths to make up, followed by Counter Spy. Emirates Road is toward the back of the field, some 5 lengths off the lead, and Frizzante is at the back. 24-3 for the opening quarter mile, set by Celestial Glaze, who leads it by 1.5 lengths. To Castle Chaos in second, coming to the half-mile pole. Alternate Reality trying to keep pace with those two, has 3 to make up, and Counter Spy is the first to get a nudge as they round the far turn. The half went in 47 4/5 seconds. Counter Spy responds by taking that 3rd spot. He is 3 deep, heading toward the quarter pole. At the back of the field, Frizzante and Emirates Road. It's a very compact field. Castle Chaos puts his head right alongside Celestial Glaze through 3/4 in 1 minute 12 flat. Celestial Glaze kicks back just behind them. It's been a beautiful trip for Alternate Reality, who's finding his best ride, and Emirates Road has appeared as well. Emirates Road on the outside with good momentum, and even Frizzante kicking in late. It's Emirates Road and Flavien Prat. What a nice trip. Getting the W, that's 2 for Pratt. Alternate Reality was second. Behind them, Frizzante third. It's a photo for 4th between Celestial Glaze and Castle Chaos.
Flavien Prat, Emirates Road, separating himself like the 7-year-old, still with a lot left in the tank.
And I think it was a great call by Frank Miramati when he said, got a beautiful trip, because he got that inside-out move, saved ground and angled out off the quarter pole, and came with a relentless run and an extremely well-timed ride by Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best way to go about it, right? Geometry. You save ground on the turns when it matters, and when you're in the stretch, it doesn't make a difference if you're wide or not. He came rolling down the middle of the track. He was the best horse on paper. I was a little bit worried about his price. I thought the outside horse had an opportunity here, but Emirates Road was sensational.
3, 4, 5, 7. 9-5, Emirates Road. Pratt leading rider at the meet with a couple already. on this afternoon, as he is not letting up. And he better not with what Ortiz did, Arad Ortiz Jr. yesterday.
Now, I hope people really appreciate the level of talent in this riding colony. There are so many good riders here, and I get such a big kick out of it. Look at that, 5 in the frame, straining. These are amazing athletes, and anybody who thinks a jockey isn't a premier athlete, they just don't quite understand the nuances of this. Just because they're smaller than average people doesn't make them any less of an athlete.
3, 4, 5, 7. It's Emirates Road. Mike Maker Barn. Flavian Pratt, Paradise Farms. Team up for the victory here in the 4th. 2 for Pratt. Flavian, speaking of, he went back-to-back yesterday. Wow, crossed the wire, and then that happened as he had to jump ship. Incredibly scary situation. We'll take a look back when we return.
It feels like it's out of a movie. Like you're kind of dreaming where you're at, and then you're seeing all these beautiful animals walking by part of the night, and people dropping the hammer for millions. It's really a surreal event. You do get caught up in it. And I think it's an experience thing. The more you're there, but it's very easy to go, hit, hit, and then, you know, they drop the hammer. It's like, what just happened? It's an adrenaline rush, like an actual race. It's a great night. It's half party, like, you know, everyone's sitting at tables eating good food, there's drinks flowing, people are dressed up, and the horses are walking through. It really does feel like you're on a different planet to a degree. The sale is an A1 sale. Everything that you'd expect from that, you get. It's as high class as it can be.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. And we're about 26 minutes away from the 5th, coming up on a perfection Sunday. I mean, you can't ask for a better day than this.
This is perfect. The sun's out, nice little breeze, and everybody's having a good time. The atmosphere's terrific.
I got to say, your son nailed it. I mean,
was
you
fun.
guys didn't give out a winner, but he was incredible on set.
That was fun. No, it was fun. It's you know, it's good to have him here. He's been coming here since 2016, eating Shake Shack, hanging out, and he's grown up here. So it's been fun.
It's Emirates Road, Pratt with Maker. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Flavien Prat, and we see Emirates Road winning today, Flavien, but you told me something interesting. I thought when I handicapped the race that he'd be sitting closer, but he was pretty far back. You know, what did you kind of learn from him in his last race that you applied today?
Yeah, no, it looks like I just didn't want to rush him and kind of let him take me, and that's what he did today. I mean, it's for sure on paper, it doesn't look like there was a whole lot of speed. But he jumped well, and it felt like everybody was kind of committed to get a good position. So it made a decent pace for us, and after that, a smooth trip, and he ran a good race.
It was a nice effort and delivering as not the favorite, weirdly, but we saw today those on track got to see your daughter. As it's Kids Day, she got to do the changes. She did a great job.
Yeah, I was very proud of her. I thought she did well, and it's very nice from Naira to allow the kid to participate and be involved in horse racing, so it's very nice.
Oh, she was wonderful. I do have to reflect on yesterday, though, with the wild ride that you had on Jack's World. For our viewers that didn't get to see it, we're going to show it to them now. You won the race. You told me your horse was lugging in, and just that weight shift threw you off balance.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, obviously I had more weight on my right than my left, and we made contact with Manny, and I kind of pulled on the left rein just because I was out of balance, and obviously the horse went left and I went right. So
your presence of mind, however, to let go of your right rein and reach over to grab Manny's saddle was amazing to me.
Yeah, at that point it was more of a survival mode than anything else. But no, I just knew that if I didn't grab Manny's horse, I was going to hurt myself, and so I thought, well, I'll take a chance.
Well done. We're so glad that you're fine after that. Came back and won a race right after that, a spill, and you're back here in the winner's circle today. Well done.
Thank you, Maggie.
Flavien Prat, really showing how athletic riders are. Greg?
It was such a scary situation to see that. You never want to have to see something like that take place on a racetrack, but just pure adrenaline and trying to think in the moment, and Flavien Prat doing what he can to survival mode.
Well, he said it's survival mode, but to have the presence of mind to grab onto the saddle of Manny Franco's mount, and then the athletic prowess to hang on to it as long as he did. And if you pay attention to the film, the horse in the white blinkers is right behind him. If he didn't do that, that wouldn't have given that rider a chance to steer wide, and that rider did a great job of steering around it. But if it happened that quickly, could have been a different outcome.
Just seems like he bought himself an extra 3 seconds.
Absolutely.
And then he was able to let his feet hit the ground first, and it just, you know, it seems like a miracle.
Incredibly, to your point, I mean, these riders are so athletic to be able to do something like that, and it was something he had to do for self-preservation.
And then he comes back and wins the next race.
Yeah.
Comes back today, he's riding in great form. You know, when you hit the ground, whether you get injured or not, it can be an unsettling experience. Now, I know as a rider, you know, it's easy for you to say, you got to put it behind you. The fact that they can put it behind them speaks to not only their physical toughness, but their mental toughness.
Come right back on the rail and win the very next race. So, yeah, there was no mental hangover from what transpired a race earlier.
And when you win right after an incident like that, it puts it to bed completely. You don't even think about it again.
Leading the way, he's got 2 wins today as well. But as you mentioned, look, came out of it unscathed. He's fine. But for sure, you take a tumble like that, you are going to have, you know, some bumps and bruises and be a little body sore.
Oh, no doubt. And he'll probably be more body sore over the next few days before he starts getting even better. But he did everything right as far as when he hit the ground. Balling up. You want to roll. You want to kind of disperse that energy. You don't want to hit the ground and stick, because that's when you're going to get hurt. The fact that he was able to ball up, kind of, you saw him protecting his face, his vital organs, because you don't know where everybody else is behind you. But dispersing that energy while you're rolling, that made a big difference.
Well, reminiscent a little bit, let's compare what we saw yesterday with what we saw at the meet last year in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, you're going to see Irad Ortiz here on mind frame get hit from the side, wind up on top of White Barrio, and then he hit the ground, and he was very fortunate he didn't, get completely run over by Sierra Leone there. But, yeah, I mean, gosh, what a desperate feeling that is.
And we saw J.K. Arad come over and give Flavien a hug, probably because he had been through this at this meet just last year, knew exactly what he was going through.
Absolutely. Knows what he's going through. But like we talked about earlier when we were talking about Tyler's injury and Ricardo jumping to assist him, these guys they compete, they want to beat each other, but they understand, they share that common goal that they have a job in which it's very dangerous. There's an ambulance that chases these guys around. And I think that hug from Irad was, I'm glad you're okay, and then you're walking back to the room with us and not on an ambulance going to the hospital.
No doubt. And listen, you're in a room with guys you're competing with. Think about if you sent the New York Rangers and the Philadelphia Flyers back to the same locker room. They'd kill each other, right? And there will be disagreements. It's like a bit of a dysfunctional family at times. But when something goes wrong or a rider goes down or there's an injury, everybody bands together. There's a common thread there. And I've had guys that I was fighting with, and they go to the hospital, I'd be the first one there to see them. I mean, it's just, you've got to put that other stuff aside. There's bigger, more important things to focus on.
Just incredible news that he came out of it unscathed and again won the very next race. 2 wins today. Just keeps on rolling. It's been an incredible start here for Flavien Prat, and he's continued on this Sunday card to keep things going. Race 5, mile and a 16th over the inner turf, New York Preds. First level allowance race. And the Mark Cassidy barn still riding high after that Coaching Club American Oaks dominant performance of Counting Stars. We'll try and stretch out the two to try and get a round of ground here. Of course, he had Nitrogen champion 3-year-old filly last year. She's going to tackle the boys in the Whitney, coming off just a sensational performance. Why not tackle the boys? No one's put together in the older male division the kind of race we really saw from her in the Ogden Phipps. We know she loves Saratoga too.
I mean, look, some of my favorite races of all time are when the hype up and the excitement of a filly doing something like this, taking a shot like this. Rachel Alexandra in the Woodwards, Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And to have a chance to see Nitrogen do this, it's going to be a lot of fun. The energy that day on Whitney Day, it's already big. Everyone's going to have on pink, right, from Whitney Day anyways. Sure. There's going to be this real feeling of girl power here at Saratoga, and you're going to have a chance to see a horse in Nitrogen who, if she runs her last race, she will be competitive with the boys.
She'll be the one to beat, won't she?
Watch the way she just worked. It seems like she came out of the last race in very good order. She seems to love Saratoga. I'm not a big time guy with works, but when you watch a horse work and they don't look like they're doing anything, and then they go 47-3 the way she did, that's what made that work special.
What a performer, and that performance, probably along with Englishman. Those were the two performances that really kind of stole the show, Belmont and Saratoga week.
Yeah, I would say the two differences between those two is Englishman was his coming out party, right? Yeah. Him introducing himself to the world as the best 3-year-old sprinter, if not the best sprinter in the country. For Nitrogen, it was kind of her reestablishing herself. We saw greatness from her as a 3-year-old. Then she had kind of waned off a little bit, and then now she's back. So you're right. Definitely a statement races from both of those horses.
And we do. We'll see what happens. That field looks absolutely loaded. She's going to tackle some of the best. Sovereignty, Baeza, Magnitude, the Stephen Foster Dubai World Cup winner. If Knightsbridge throws his name into the mix, whew. I mean, that performance from him at Monmouth, that was out of this world. His first try going 2 turns. Interested to see what he does for his next start. Here's a look at the Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule. What is still to come? Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. Big race in its own right, but obviously a stepping stone to the DraftKings Travers, and Travers will be, JK, where we see the Derby and Belmont winner next, Golden Tempo.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's going to be exciting to see him. He underwhelmed me with his Derby performance because of the way that race unfolded, and then he absolutely stuffed me in a locker with the way that he ran in the Belmont. He was sensational that day. He had lots of excuses, and he was really, really good.
I think we're all of the like mind that he got the perfect setup in the Derby because of the fast pace. Well, he showed he didn't need a setup. He just was better than them on the day, and Really fun horse. See, and the fact that they're all on the grounds. We've got so many great horses stabled here in Saratoga.
Charlotte's Universe is the favorite right now at 2-1 here. Has started 5 times, JK, all sprints. Longest she's gone to 6 furlongs. Now going to try and get a mile and a 16th. Taking a lot of money here, no?
Yeah, a lot of money. You know, her turf sprints were quick. The one thing I'll say, and I've said this often, I like turf sprinters stretching out when they draw inside for 2 reasons. One is they'll save ground. So if there is a question about how far they want to go, let's not lose the geometry game and have them wide. The other one is cover. Right? They're going to be in behind the horses likely from the inside, and hopefully that'll allow them to relax a little bit. You don't want a horse getting keyed up trying to stretch out for the first time. I think Charlotte's Universe could get a good trip in here.
She does have siblings that excelled at longer distances, including Donegal Surges, who won at 1 1/8 miles. Don't you think there's a possibility, though, that Charlotte's Universe makes the lead and maybe relaxes on the lead?
It's really about intent. You know, I mean, she certainly can. She made the lead going 6 furlongs. The problem is, I think, Mig, is I'm sure you've been in those situations where, you know, we talk about instructions. What if Mark Casse tells Edgar Zayas, I'm not really sure she wants to go this far. You know, just try to keep her as calm and as collected as possible, and then maybe he doesn't take an aggressive route and send her away from there.
Well, I think if he sent her away from there, it'd be a huge mistake, because I think she'd run away with them. You know, they're not cars, they're horses, and they're 1,000 pounds. You don't want to light her fuse. Come out, break quiet, like a whisper. Boom. Don't ask her for anything. Don't grab her mouth. Let her find her own rhythm. And if that puts you on the lead, so be it.
Edgar Zayas will be aboard for the stretch out. Let's go to Maggie.
I've always wanted to see number 2, Charlotte's Universe, go long here, but I don't know if she's automatically on the lead, because I do think a horse like Fabulous Fox is a little bit of a runoff type, but I agree with JK. I like when they draw the inside post, because it's not like they have to clear. They'll break running, and if somebody wants to try to outwork them to the lead, fine, they can save ground. But she is built for this distance. She's longer in her frame. She always has been. So getting out to the 1 1/16 miles here, 3rd off the layoff, I do think makes a good deal of sense for her. As we'll take a look here at 2 horses coming in here for Jorge Abreu off of layoffs, and we'll take a look at number 7, Livin' the Breeze, who comes in here incredibly fit. I mean, it looks like she ran last week based upon what I see from her when it comes to fitness levels. Great coat to her. I just don't know how good she is, honestly, because when she won last time, Manny gave her one of the best rides I've ever seen given to a turf horse. He got over from the 10 hole in a 12-horse field to save ground, did so all the way until right past the quarter pole, tipped out, and boom, she delivered. But it was a little bit of a slower type of race. Now, horses, as we know, can take a significant leap forward. And if she takes that proverbial 10-point leap forward now as a 3-year-old, well, yes, that would make her very, very competitive here. We'll see how she does. I don't know. I don't think she's grown that much from 2 to 3, so I'm not so convinced that we're going to see such a step up in her figure. Number 9, Marvelous Madison, I'm sure is a little bit frustrating to A, ride, and to B, train. She'll make the start off the bench here for her 3rd trainer of her career in Jorge Abreu. And she's frustrating for the fact that going short, she's not fast enough. But going long, she tries to run off. And watching her breezes coming in here off of the layoff, she has been so aggressive. Her poor exercise rider has been bent in half trying to hold her. So she's not an easy filly to control. And like I said, you know, when it comes to Charlotte's Universe, I don't know, you know, if she's automatically assuming the lead here, because you have a horse like Marvelous Madison who can be very aggressive, especially when she's coming in here fresh. However, she's not acting that way, at least in the paddock. She's been very calm and laid back so far. I wish she looked stronger, though. I mean, yes, she is a filly that is built for distance, but she also just doesn't make it easy. She doesn't have the right mental capacity to kind of run a distance of ground, and she just looks like she's going to need to strengthen, especially behind the saddle, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up shortly. We're approaching the 10-minute mark to post here. Pick 6 begins in this race, which for most I would think seems like a pick 5 because of the honorable miss and the Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado Grand Job, who's 1-2 morning line.
Yeah, I think Grand Job is one that a lot of people will lean on. But I will tell you this, if you're looking for value, if you could find a way to confidently try to construct a ticket beating that horse, if you can just find a way to hit the rest of it, it's almost guaranteed to pay extremely well when you could beat a horse like that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying that you could.
There's still opportunities, though. Even if she wins, as short a price favorite she is, it could still pay if you get upsets along the way.
And the other races seem pretty tough. There's a lot of races where it feels like 5 and 6 doesn't feel like you got it all covered.
It's Kids Day at Saratoga. This is the Naira Star program, Students at Thoroughbreds and Racing, free kids club here at Saratoga, ages 12 and under. And they get all kind of cool freebies. Paddock and Winter Circle tours, backstretch tram tours, free annual gifts, an ID lanyard. And if you have a young one in the area, come out to Saratoga and get signed up.
It's so cool. I just love this. You know, you're going to create a memory for these kids that they'll have forever, and it's a wonderful thing.
I know two that probably should get signed up. Going to be joining us here shortly. My two little ones getting set to make their appearance. There's Flavia Pratt, and look, that's one of the great things too about Saratoga. And Meg, you did it for years, but the accessibility that you have to these riders, the trainers, making that walk to back from after riding a race, signing autographs. It's like nowhere else.
It's like nowhere else, and the fans love it. The kids really love it, especially when you give goggles. And what I would try to do is save as many goggles as I could to the end of the meet, because goggles get scratched, they get pitted. You know, I would throw, not throw them out, but discard them in a big box. And at the last weekend, I would just give out dozens and dozens of goggles, and kids would storm by the back jockey's room by the fence there. It was always fun.
How much is a goggle, Mig?
Well, goggles are expensive. That's why people you don't want to give away your new goggles all the time. The more you buy in bulk, the less expensive they are.
Let's go to Riders Up.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lucci, and my name is Roman. And today we're at the Saratoga Racecourse for Kids Day. And it's time for Riders Up!
Well, I thought Flava Flav had the best Riders Up in the history of this race course. I think he just got topped.
Those kids were awesome.
They were awesome, on point, not nervous, coordinated.
And they worked as a team?
Worked as a team. I'm nervous for my job.
That was incredible. Absolutely nailed it, those two. What a weekend of Riders Up we've had here.
It's always good.
So I think we got to start creating a Riders Up Hall of Fame.
That would be right up on the first ballot, wouldn't it?
No question. Going to get to the post parade here momentarily on a special day here at Saratoga, and the weather cooperated. This may be the best day we've had all summer for Kids Day. The only tweak I'd say, and this is sort of on JK, got to work on the handicapping.
Oh man.
You and Austin giving out the 9.
I know. It's Austin. Look, he had freedom to pick whoever he wanted. That was on him.
Austin told me on the side that he really wanted to pick the 3, but he didn't want to go against his dad.
Wow.
So
The truth comes out. Sticking with Dad, though. It's good loyalty.
Well, he knows that the trips to Bass Pro depend on this.
And Shake Shack.
Yeah, Shake Shack.
Would you, looking at this race, and look, we talked, it's a very tough pick 6, even if it becomes a pick 5 with Grand Job. Should anyone be 3-1 in this race?
No, I think it's a wide open race. I mean, the opinion that I'm working with here is the 7 and the 9, Live in the Breeze and Marvelous Madison, who are both in here for Jorge Abreu. If you look at the workout report, there's some dicey works between the two of them in there. So they work together. So my whole thing was to play against those two horses I knew would take money. I didn't know how much money they'd take, but they would take a little bit of money. Then you look to the inside, and you see the two Charlotte's Universe trying to go long for the first time, taking money. If you can eliminate those 3 horses and try to now use the pool that's left to find a horse, I think you got a good opportunity. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go with the 5, Tongue Twister as my horse to try to take on.
6 minutes from the 5th. Let's go to the call to post.
She's good. She did the national
Yes,
anthem.
it is.
Well done. Grayson Phillips there with a call to post, and here we go. She takes cash. We'll kick things off, Junior Alvarado.
Got a nice inside trip last time. I wasn't able to see it through. Probably gonna get the same inside trip here.
Wow, this is significant money. 5-2 now on the stretch out for Charlotte's Universe.
Yeah, I thought she'd be a bigger price. I was going to pick her, but at 5-2, I don't want to take a horse doing something they've never done before.
But this one interesting, stretching out. Well, this is a big turf effort. David Donk fed up with the Fed.
This horse is taking some money for Dave Donk.
Full pour, Jose Lizcano filling in for the injured Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, the one turf try left a little bit to be desired. It's going to have to improve.
Blinkers on Tongue Twister.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. Gets the blinkers on, like you mentioned. I thought ran okay last time at a short price, but I think we'll run better here today.
Long time since Last Glory's actually been on the turf, but has one on it.
It does have a win. The pedigree doesn't scream it, but the Grand Dam was 4 for 8 on the turf in France.
3-year-old debut for Livin' the Breeze.
Yeah, looking at that workout report, 3 C+ work since May 30th. It does have a B- last time.
And the win wasn't all that fast either. Obviously, that was as a 2-year-old. Fabulous Fox went by big price.
As speed, that's speed to the affair.
Marvelous Madison for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, I was working with that one a couple of races back. Didn't love that race either.
And then Miami Style seems like a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, this one would be a real surprise. Roker Maiden for $16,000 in Tampa. This is considerably tougher.
4 minutes away from the start of this pick 6 coming up. Let's look at Marvelous Madison, formerly in the Chad Brown barn, formerly in the Belmont barn, now with Jorge Abreu. Pratt will ride. This was back on September 2nd of 2024 in the debut sprinting at Saratoga.
She was sensational in this race, going a little bit shorter. She was sprinting that day, and I remember the conversation surrounding her was that she actually wanted to go longer. They just needed to get a race in her. They ran her in this race, and then I think we all expected her to run much better in the Miss Grillo, but there was a weird run race that day in the Miss Grillo, and she just never really turned the corner to live back up to this. I would imagine there's a good horse in there somewhere. I'm not going to find out at 7-2.
Yeah, it's actually, she bolted in the Miss Grillo, and it feels like she just kind of went the wrong way, and I'm with you. I'm not at all on Marvelous Madison.
The wager AI play, suggested play here, daily double, using the 2 and 7 here to start us off. Charlotte's Universe and Livin' the Breeze. That's a race where this race, certainly, I thought the next race as well, in race 7, you want a lot of coverage. Race 7, I thought Master Freud was interesting. Did you have an opinion there?
Top pick.
Really?
Top pick there, Wolfie.
Oh boy. 8-1 morning line. We should have talked earlier.
I'm going to ask Austin who he likes.
2 minutes to post. Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll take a look here at number 3, Fed Up with the Fed, as she is going to try to stretch out off a bit of a freshening, but second off an extended layoff. I know Dave told me that out of that 6-furlong sprint on the turf last time, she did come out with a little bit of an issue. So getting her back on track, and it looks like he has, given the fact that she comes in here with some pretty nice breezes down there at Belmont, and she looks incredibly strong. I actually really liked her last time getting to the turf, in which she had a little bit of a trip. John Velasquez aboard that day had to kind of steady her into the turn. Then she made a wide run into the stretch and rallied, and actually Frank Miramati in-house is just announcing that she is the best turned out runner here in race number 5, which is sponsored by the Adelphi Racing Club and the Backstretch Employee Service Team. So good to know we are thinking alike here, because I think Fed Up with the Fed is very interesting. She's a big, muscular type of filly that should appreciate more ground. And walking out here with Dave, he thought the exact same thing. He also said, I need to get my mojo back. And I said, Dave, you've never lost it. And moving on to number 6, Last Glory, is a little bit sneaky. I know I did the handicapping show with Andy Serling earlier, and I picked Charlotte's Universe, who I was not expecting to be the favorite, but I'm locked in on her. However, he's locked in on number 6, Last Glory. And as he said, her turf race is good. Honestly, she physically looks so much more turf-bent. I just can't be her biggest fan because she's such a lightly framed filly. But this is actually one of the better times I've seen her coats come around. You know, from the winter when I was watching her, she really didn't look great. And now the summer's come. She's really kind of put on her best coat, if you will, and she makes a lot of sense getting back to this surface, and a generous 15-1 with Ricardo Santana, who's very familiar with her and guided her to a victory over the springtime on the dirt. So a long shot to pay attention to, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post time coming up to start this pick six. Difficult one outside of the honorable miss. And if it's not grand job in that honorable miss, did you think it was the rail?
Yeah, I think it's either the rail or Maida or the 4 Hall and Ice. I thought Hall and Ice got some back races. Hasn't really shown those races as of late, but they're in there somewhere.
Mig, your final thoughts here to start us off in this 5th race?
I went to the inside. She takes cash. All of her turf races have been, pretty decent recently, and she gets a good inside draw. She's going to get the safe ground.
The public is not backed away from this Mark Casse filly on the stretch out as the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, in these situations, the money is something you want to pay attention to. I know horse players all think they're the smartest people in the world, but I know when a horse starts taking a lot of money like this, that my opinion about the horse might be wrong.
And, we talked about Living the Breeze. Certainly, you could take that jump from 2 to 3. Those were pretty slow races she is coming out of. Were you a little bit down on the 7?
Yeah, I was down on her for that, but I also, like we talked about the workout report, I didn't love the fact that, having those C pluses. Now, remember, if they're working on the dirt and they're turf horses, sometimes they're not going to work great on the dirt. But there is at least a turf horse work in there that wasn't graded all that high either. When I mentioned that workout report, I should give credit to our friends at the Daily Racing Forum, DRF, for their clocker report that they have. You can get for Saratoga and Del Mar.
I thought this one interesting Mig, too. Faced a pretty good one back in late June, Starship Pegasus, when taking a step up in class, and now gets to build off that.
And that was off a little bit of a layoff, and now she has that race under her belt, and again, that good inside draw. I was going back and forth between her and the 2, Charlotte's Universe. But Charlotte's Universe, at 5-2, doing something for the first time, that's why I swung back to the 1.
Loading up, start of the pick 6 here in race 5, mile and a 16th on the turf on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thanks, Greg. We've got a few left to load. Fabulous Fox takes up her spot. Full Pour. Tongue Twister is in. So is Last Glory for the Gumster stable. And Miami Style completes the line. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement there from Tongue Twister. And they're off. It was a clean start. Fabulous Fox is sprinting out for the early lead, able to clear off. And Marvelous Madison is up close too. Charlotte's Universe is down at the rail, racing in 3rd as they come to the clubhouse turn. Behind them, it's Fed Up with the Fed. Last Glory is 5th, 4 lengths off this loose leader. Another couple back to Miami Style, who has made it over to the inside. 3 lengths back, Tongue Twister. Livin' the Breeze is next. The 2 trailers, She Takes Cash and Full Pour at the back. 23 seconds flat for Fabulous Fox, with Marvelous Madison racing in 2nd. Charlotte's Universe is down at the rail, tugging just a touch, and outside of her, Last Glory is in 4th. The half went in 47 1/5 seconds. Miami Style inches forward on the inside of Fed Up with the Fed. 2 lengths back to Tongue Twister as they round the far turn. Racing outside of her comes Livin' the Breeze. 2 lengths clear of She Takes Cash. She Takes Cash, white blinkers, is starting to get going now as they come toward the top of the stretch, and Full Pour trails. Rallies from Livin' the Breeze and She Takes Cash as Fabulous Fox and Marvelous Madison turn for home 1-2. Also Last Glory in the green, and now here's Charlotte's Universe, who angles out. Continued rally from She Takes Cash, who's finishing strongly on the outside, but Marvelous Madison is just cruising to the wire. Marvelous Madison, that's 3 for Flavien Prat. A convincing score. Charlotte's Universe was 2nd. Livin' the Breeze and Tongue Twister.
You heard from Frank Miramonte, 3-win day and counting for the meet's leading rider, Flavien Prat. Marvelous Madison off the bench in the 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, Flavien said, look, I already got 6 yesterday. I better get busy if I want to try to get 6 today. He's got 3 now. Marvelous Madison showed who she was when we saw her here on her debut. She was very good today.
Yeah, this was more of what we had expected earlier on in her career, but she got it done. Nice effort by Charlotte's Universe, just second best on the day.
9-2, 7-5, 7-2 start in a pretty difficult race here where people probably had to spread in this pick 6.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a race you had to spread a little bit. Marvelous Madison comes in at 7-2. Charlotte's Universe ran well enough. I think we talked about her enough and whether or not she was going to appreciate the added ground, and she ran well enough.
Flavien Prat continuing to put on a show after that wild ride yesterday. Couple of wins on yesterday's card, 3 and counting today as he continues to lead the way here at the premier meet in the country where we have the toughest jockey colony of anywhere all year long.
His saddle slipped back a little bit too. Not the most comfortable position where his tack wound up. You want it more up on the withers, but didn't stop either him or the filly. They got it done.
So 9-2, 7-5 finish. And this horse has changed barns 3 times and 6 career starts now and finally back in the winner's circle after that very promising beginning. One first asking, and sometimes it takes a little time for things to pan out.
Absolutely. I would imagine there's probably a little bit of a relief for the connections that she was who they thought she was when she won here first time out.
So Prat, nothing like when you are a little body sore, Mig, to get over it by continually getting your picture taken.
It's amazing how the winner's circle heals all. And it's cold in the winter, it's warm in the winner's circle. If your body's sore, you feel much better in the winner's circle.
9-2, 7-5. You just have to do all that extra work. Doesn't mind. Nothing like winning here. So it's Flavien Prat, his 3rd win of the afternoon. Pick 6 begins with Marvelous Madison. Kids Day continues here at Saratoga. And we got 2 visitors on set. Isabel, we just call her Bell Bell, and William, my 2 kids. And Bell, what are you going to say for us here? We practice. What are you going to say? You can do it. You can do it. More horses after the break.
Give it a try.
Yeah, you want to say it? More horses? Oh, she's a little shy.
William wants to give
Let's
it a
see if
try.
William can give it a shot here.
You got it, Will.
What do you think, William?
What's coming up next? Oh, no, they don't want the microphone.
Your dad loves to talk on the microphone.
One more try. All right, well, round 1 didn't go so well. Say bye-bye. Can you say bye-bye?
Bye-bye.
There you go, because we're all done. We're going to send it over to the next crew. Kids Day continues right after this. The main event. She did it! She did it! More horses after the break. Well done, Belle. A big one still to come. Grand job in the Honorable Miss main event. Still to come. 1-2 favorite. Bill Mott, Jr. Alvarado. That's with the next crew when we come back with more horses still ahead.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
To win the Wandering End. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, and yet again, Flavia and Brad in the winner's circle as he guided Marvelous Madison to victory for Jorge Abreu, who joins me now. And TT, we were just discussing, she's not very easy. I mean, we saw it in the Miss Grillo. She bolted. And I thought Flavian did a great job because she wanted to lean out, but he didn't make a big deal out of it.
I think so, Maggie. I told Flavian in the paddock, I said, I put a rim on it because if you see her replay, she always looked, well, she bolted one time. And in the morning, she galloped like a horse that wants to get out, but she really doesn't. I think just to have it, she had it. And Flavian said, that's why I was just so poorly placed, and I just give her head. I didn't fight her.
And it seemed to work out. I mean, obviously, she's not, she's been to some other barns. I mean, how difficult is that, coming back off of a layoff and getting her to do that, because she showed so much promise in her first start?
Well, with all honesty, Maggie, I told Mr. Goichman, I said, this filly, when she runs, is going to take a good horse to beat her, which I like my other horse, but this filly didn't have a bad day of training either. All her breezes was pretty good. I had multiple jockeys that breezed her, and I know she was ready to go today.
Well, TT, we saw you not win 2 days ago in the Chouvet, but Scottish Lassie, I thought she ran her race. She ran well. What did you take out of it, and how is she doing, and where might we see her next?
She came out of the race in pretty good shape. I can't knock nobody. It was a great race. She ran her race. She just got beat by a horse that was fitter than her, and we're going to rematch in the personal instant.
Boom, I like it. Well, congratulations here. Well done, and looking forward to that.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Scottish Lassie hopefully coming up a little later on in the meet, as he said, getting a little bit more fitness out of that shoe V. Well, Marvelous Madison, she does return. 952 is 7-2. She was, third or fourth choice on the board over Charlotte's Universe and Jorge's other horse, Live in the Breeze, rounding out the trifecta. Good race for him and his team. Speaking of teams, we got a new one coming up on this show, Saratoga Live, Lafitte Pinkai, and a few others will bring you continuing coverage. We also have the Grade 2 Honorable Miss coming up later. Grand Job, she's the heavy favorite. Stay tuned for that and so much more.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Halfway through the Sunday program. It's great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live Look. Spa on a Sunday. Couldn't ask for a better afternoon of thoroughbred racing and for Kids Day here at the Spa alongside Paul LaDuca, Tom Amos. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So much going on today. You have all the events and everything for the kids. It's become very popular, just its second year, Paul. But if you think about it, like how have most racing fans become racing fans, positive experiences when they were kids with family at the track?
I don't know about a lot of other kids, but I grew up going to the racetrack at Turf Paradise as a young kid in Phoenix, Arizona. And when we'd go, we'd even have flag football games to the left, but there was always an arcade or something to do. I feel like a lot of those older racetracks kind of lost that a little bit. Today, you got mascots racing each other. I'm sure there's some money being bet on this. I'm surprised
What went
that the
flying?
Saratoga horse got out-finished here late by the puppy and the guy on the rail.
Ran out of training. Good finish.
Listen, those are the kind of things that you remember going to the racetrack as a kid, kind of drew you to that voucher machine when you were a little too young to gamble.
That's why you always had an elder to make a bet for you, didn't you? Yeah, you're so right.
All the great events all afternoon. It was great seeing the kids here on set and in the paddock, and a really good crowd here at Saratoga for this Sunday afternoon. We still have the late pick 5 coming up. Included is the honorable miss. Fast, talented female sprinters in a prep potentially for the Grade 1 ballerina Travers Day. There's the field, and grand job. Odds on 1-2, Junior Alvarado to ride. This is a big reason why she's a heavy favorite, Tom. The show she and Ways and Means put on in the Bed of Roses right here Belmont Week.
This was a fabulous effort by Grand Job on the inside here. Ways and Means. He's going to float Ways and Means out a little bit here on the turn. That's just a rider tactic, kind of not let her get her momentum going, Paul. But Ways and Means, yeah, okay. Now I'm going to get my momentum going, blah, blah, blah. And look, these two take it to the wire. This is a knockdown, drag out. But you can understand why Grand Job is going to be the big favorite in this race. Look, we have 7 in this race, I believe, 6 or 7. And every one of them kind of wants to do the same thing, except for our biggest long shot, the 5 going steady. They want to be up front. They want to control things. It's going to be interesting to see if Grand Job has any competition up front early and whether these horses can step forward and maybe make a big race of it.
Free bingo square.
I think it is. I think the one concern that you have is she's running 6 furlongs for the first time in a while. And she might get out quick early, but kind of when you look at her PPs, she might fool you a little bit because she's been passed by major horses. I think in this race, she might not get the front end, but I think she still might outfinish these horses late. She's got a lot of class. But Tom makes a good point. That might get her beat because she might be behind horses and she might not like it. I don't know.
Belmont Week, like that felt like it started in that race. Like this place came alive watching those two slug it out. We'll see what she does. We'll see how she responds in the main event today, the Grade 2 Honorable Miss. A little housekeeping, plus an invite to sign up, NYRABets.com. That $200 deposit match bonus. Take advantage. Added incentive. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. Field for the 6th race, 17 minutes out. Begins that late pick 5. You see the one Defection, Attagirl Addie. Big field, $55,000 maiden claimers. Fillies and Mares, mile and a 16th on grass. And the current favorite, 3-1 Outro. Number 12, Mappy. For trainer George Weaver, marooned outside, but Weaver having another solid meet at Saratoga. If she does win, Mappy, first leg of that late pick 5, will say, should have known. It's George Weaver doing what he's done for years, winning at Saratoga. Late pick 5 is next.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucaro.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes, or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany and Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife, Elizabeth, donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That same year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is known now as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track signature event. A smaller gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup, or Travers Trophy, inscribed with the winner's name, is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport. The story behind the hardware of the most prestigious race every summer at Saratoga, Man of War Cup, Midsummer Derby last Saturday in August. 3-year-olds taking center stage. Next stop for Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo Breeze this morning. We'll revisit later on in the broadcast. First things first, horses in the paddock, these $50,000 maiden claimers. Mile and a 16th on grass, fillies and mares. Outro at 5-2. We start there, and welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by live in the paddock.
Lafitte, thank you. Looking at these horses in here, we'll start with Outro, your current favorite, as this is a horse who is taking a drop in class for the first time for Brendan Walsh, who, with a limited number of runners, has had some solid success since starting here at Saratoga. And with races like this, I do think that the horses that are dropping in class for the first time often do hold a little bit of an edge, and this one gets back onto the turf and looks just much more like a turf horse as well, kind of that proverbial turf hoof on her. And while yes, she was second best last time, 2 starts back in her last grass race at Horseshoe Indy, she did get bumped at the start and just was left with a lot to do in there. So dropping in class when coming here to Saratoga, I think makes sense given some of the maiden special weight fields that she has been participating in. She stacks up nicely with her company in here, some good size to her. She's alert. She's perked up a lot now that they've put the tack on her. She was very laid back when she first came into the paddock. But like I said, a horse that just makes sense, as Jose Ortiz will take the mount on this one. The number 2, Majestic Moonlight, is also taking a drop in class as Jorge Abreu looks for back-to-back wins on the card here. I liked this horse when she switched to the turf. I know that she's by McKinsey, who typically you don't think of as an influential turf stallion, but you do think distance, and she's tall and leggy, and I think really did appreciate getting to stretch out, and just the way that she's built and the way she's put together, she does strike you as much more of a turf look as well. She ran well 2 back, though a touch green, still kind of swishing her tail, and the last time out she just was totally outfooted against tougher towards the end of that Belmont at the Big A meet. So a drop in class also makes a lot of sense for her. She has strengthened a little bit, at least since I last saw her 2 starts back. The number 5 beside you, I thought was a bit interesting. She seems to be a little bit of a wise guy long shot on the card today, but she is second off of the layoff for Lisa Bartkowski. Another barn that's having a very good start to the meet. She was 3 wide throughout last time out, and I know it was against similar competition, but she never saw the rail in the running of that race. She will get blinkers on for the first time today, trying to peek as they haven't put them on. It looks like just a short cup going on for the first time, but I do think that second off the bench and hopefully with an opportunity to save a little bit of ground today, she could be one that might have a stronger account of herself given the trip that she had for her first time against Maiden Claiming Company last time out. And daughter of Flame Away, she has that kind of lighter chestnut mane and tail, an excellent forelock on her. If there was a competition for best bangs in the paddock, Lafitte, it would go to this filly.
I mean, if you didn't like her before, you love her now.
Tom, you remember when you had bangs?
Yeah, that was a while back. Yeah, when my mom cut my hair.
Look, now I'm in. Now I'm in. And you have her on your late pick 5 ticket here, Tom.
I do. So we're going to spread out in this race here. You know, look, in making an affordable pick 5 ticket, you're going to have to take a stand. I think the grade 2 honorable miss. I'll take a stand with the big favorite there in Grand Job, the 6 horse, and with the idea that maybe I can get a few long shots by spreading out in these other races. I do narrow down again in our last race of the day, guys. It's a mile and 3/8 maiden race. That's a marathon distance for thoroughbreds. I'm going to take the most likely pace setter early in there, and that is more than likely maybe the 10 horse. Well, we're going to use the 9 instead because the 10 doesn't seem to really have the distance ability to go that far. So 1 and 9 in the last race and singling Grand Job in the honorable miss.
There it is. Scan the QR code right along with Tom. $48 investment. Tom, best of luck. Paul, your approach, your ticket.
Well, Tom and I can get all the way to the last leg, and that's where we kind of hit our separate ways. But I'm going to go a little bit deeper in this, like 2, 6, 7, 8, and 11. I'm going to concentrate on the 6 as well in race number 8, Grand Job. And then I'm going to get to the last race, race number 10, where you got to make your decision. Tom with the 1 and the 9 there. I'm going to go with Whitethorn. A good effort at Keeneland going a mile and 1/8. If I was going to use another horse there, it would be the 10 in case that horse does like the turf. But I understand where Tom's going with the 1 and the 9. I think the Ian Wilkes horse, very interesting. My ticket's a little bit more expensive, $62.50.
That QR code, scan right along with Paul, and you're using 5 horses in each of the first 2 legs, yet it feels like that kind of race. The first 2 look really tricky going in.
You know, both of us are spread out in those first 2 legs, and I totally get that move there. Look, Paul and I are hoping for the same thing, hit a couple of long shots in these races that we've spread out in, and then we need to get our single home and Grand Job.
You know, when you get 3-year-old fillies like open company list, dropping from maiden special weight, it's different here, right? When people drop in other spots, you're like, oh, it's a drop. Here, kind of everybody drops, right? So it makes the race a little bit tougher.
Yeah, to take us behind the curtain, should handicappers treat these claiming races a little bit differently at Saratoga than anywhere else when it comes to the trainer and the owners and just winning races at Saratoga and the emphasis there is?
I always take the approach of, you know, who is in the race that's doing that sort of thing. Look, as a claiming trainer for 40-plus years when I was a trainer, you know, I knew how the other guys operated. If a big stable like the Brad Cox stable put one in for a claim, I knew oftentimes that horse was well meant. Joe Sharp, always the same. And then you've got other guys that really don't run horses for claim unless they feel like their horse is going the wrong way. Those horses that are for sale, I don't really want to use those kind of horses.
You'll see riders up in just a moment. Post parade and this upcoming 6th race over on Fox Sports 1. Over to Fox Sports 1 for the remainder of the program. We have the honorable miss, this late pick 5. So much coming your way on Kids Day at Saratoga. We'll see you over on FS1 as Saratoga Live continues on this Sunday afternoon.
Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. It's Naira Star Kids Day at the Spa. And while the next generation of horse racing shot callers plan their takeover, for now, we still have a job.
Can't wait to cover the Sunday feature because Grand Job is running. Heavy favorite in the Grade 2. Honorable Miss, the next step towards Saratoga's marquee event for female sprinters. The Grade 1 ballerina on Travers Day. Among her rivals, the Pennsylvania-bred Kappa Kappa. On paper, she's overmatched. But with that jockey in the saddle already making history this weekend, nothing should surprise. Rod Ortiz, 6 wins in a day. 3rd jockey ever to do so at Saratoga. And hanging with Flava Flav, you decide which was more impressive. Live look there, Saratoga Racecourse, winding down week 4 of the 158th season. The Spa on this very mild late July Sunday afternoon from the paddock. Welcome everyone alongside Paul LaDuca, Tom Amos. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time for the late pick 5 included, the Grade 2 Honorable Miss. Guys, what are you guys both looking forward to most?
Oh, I think the Honorable Miss is a really interesting race. Sure, we have a standout, in Grand Job, but there's a lot of horses that want to do the same thing, and that is they want to go to the front and challenge her early. Something's got to give when that happens.
Yeah, she's running 6 furlongs for the 2nd time in her career, but I think she's a different racehorse, and she might not be in front today. She's usually likes to be in front. Usually when you go shorter distance, you're going to run into a lot of fillies that are a little faster maybe early, but she's pretty good late as well.
That's the Honorable Miss. And here's the field for this upcoming 6th race. We start with playing games, and Flavien Prat looking for a 4th win on the afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign that here we are on the grass. Pratt rode her the first time on the grass. Didn't ride her the next time, but is back on this time.
Rod Ortiz having a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, Jorge Abreu got a W today. I think in the last race, if I'm mistaken, looking for back-to-back wins.
And pay the bills with jockey Favino Villapino.
12 starts on the turf. No firsts, no seconds, no thirds. That's not how you pay the bills.
Sweet McKenzie, long shot.
Yeah, kind of lays back, and this filly makes 1 run. She's got to get a little bit lucky up front.
Potential live long shot in beside you.
I do. I agree with that. Even though this horse hasn't gotten there in 3 starts, blinkers on. This horse could be speedy up early.
Outro, Jose Ortiz subbing for the sideline, Tyler Gaffleon.
I think this is a dangerous filly here. This horse has been training at Turfway Park, and Brendan Walsh brought this horse up here. Why not just run at Ellis?
French filly, yeah. San Martina.
Yeah, 2nd at this level in her very last start. Logic tells you she's going to be a player here.
Devilish Grin just missed at the level 2 starts back.
Yeah, she was good 2 starts back. She went up in class, now back to where she was 2 starts ago.
Rhea O'Neal pictured would be a big surprise.
It would be a big surprise. Been on the turf 3 times and hasn't done very well to this point.
Just Tell Ann, for sale, cheapest she's run for.
Yeah, for Just Tell Ann, cheapest she's run for. And when she ran at this level, she got caught wide, had a trouble trip.
Mappy marooned outside.
This horse is kind of interesting. One good race that she did run was from the 10 post, but maybe can she show a little speed?
And Slice Away draws in.
Yeah, this horse is not supposed to be a big long shot as this horse is at 45-1. Often happens when a horse draws in off the also eligible. It's kind of forgotten in the handicapping. But the last time this horse ran for a maiden claim on the turf, very competitive, got beat a neck at the wire.
Challenging start to the late pick 5. Want to play, going to cost you more than a lollipop. Big field, several contenders. Sunday's 6th race in moments. Of course, you can play this upcoming late pick 5 on your brand new NyraBets account. Get involved, sign up, NyraBets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today and join now, NyraBets.com. All right, Tom, so our FS2 viewers had a chance to see your late pick 5 ticket. For our FS1 viewers, let's see it.
Well, it hasn't changed. So, I'm going to narrow down in the big stakes race. I think Grand Job, the 6 horse, gets it done. And to make the ticket affordable, I'm going to spread out in those other legs. The last race is probably the biggest puzzle because we're going a marathon distance on the turf. I'm going to take the 1 horse in there that was at blinkers last time and at this level was 2nd. And I'm going to use the 9, Mary Louise, or Mary Lois. What is that? What do you call it? Lois? Louise?
Let me see.
Threw a curveball at you?
Looks like Lois to me. Looks like Lois to me.
Anyhow, I'm going to use those 2 in the last, Lafitte.
Not everybody's name is as simple as just Tom. Not that simple.
Thank you, Lafitte.
Paul.
Lafitte.
Paul, your approach.
You didn't know Tom's real name is Tomas without the H. I'm going 5 deep in this race. 2, 6, 7, 8, 11. Tom and I can get to the last race. That's where we part ways. 3, 4, 7, 8, 10. I'm with him. I think Grand Job. If you don't go with her, you're going to have to all that race. 2, 4, 8, in 5.89, excuse me. Then the last race, I'm going to go with Whitethorn. Good race, 2 back on the turf. You know, I thought the other horse in there could be Phantom Blue, a $1.2 million purchase, that filly getting on the turf for the first time.
Majestic Moonlight giving Rod Ortiz a hard time out there. Rod Ortiz making history yesterday. More on that in the broadcast later. Third jockey ever to win 6 races in a single program. And the jockey who will break to his inside in the gate, Flavien Prat. Acacia Clement standing by, welcoming her to the broadcast. Riding Playing Games from the rail. Acacia.
Yes, I was going to talk about her, but let's, if we can, circle back quickly to the 2 Majestic Moonlight. As you touched on, Lafitte, the way she was acting on track, actually picked her before she started these antics. And I think Rod Ortiz has done the exactly smart thing, and that's hooking up with the lead pony. When horses do what she was doing, which was kind of stopping and backing up, that is typically a sign that they are either trying to be very obstinate, trying to plant themselves, or trying to rear up when they back up. So the best thing to do in that case is to keep them moving forward. Before that, I actually really liked her warm up. So happy to see that they've linked back up with the pony and she seems to have settled. Now going back over to the 1 Playing Games, yes, Flavien Prat rode this horse on debut, and she debuted for $90,000, which was what she was purchased for. And she started first time out on the turf, where a horse stretching out from sprint distances wired the field, and she was just out-footed and really didn't show much. They tried the dirt, and she went over to Churchill, so I understand the rider changes. She was in Kentucky last time out. Looking at her here, I think that she is much more of a turf horse, as I've touched on. Actually like Charlatan's progeny on the turf, particularly sprinting, to be honest. But this filly has become a little bit more athletic now, which I do appreciate. I think she's in the right spot. The biggest thing is if she is going to be able to get herself into the race a little bit more early on. Now, all the way to the outside, the number 12, Mappy, as she went to the lead last time out. Speed, no problem for her. We'll see what kind of trip she can navigate from the outside. She dug in, though, was second best in that effort. But she wears what's called a full cheek snaffle. So you see those bars on the outside of the bit. It really helps to keep the bit from sliding through their mouth. Not a piece of equipment that you do see quite that often for George Weaver runners. But she's gotten a bit warm out there. It's gotten warmer now, and I do expect to see her forward. We'll see if she can clear from the outside, Lafitte.
Tough draw, Mappy at the gate. Quickly pace. Who figures to provide it early on?
I think the 5. I think the 5's going to go to the front here beside you, Paul. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the 1's got sneaky speed. I also think the 7 does. And I think the outside horse, one of the outside fillies, Mappy, it's going to be very interesting. I chose the 7 because I thought Ricardo could be forward with this filly. I think she's a little headstrong. I think she wants to be on the front end.
Number 6, Outro, the favorite. DeFrank Mirmati with the call. The 6th race from the Spa start of the late Pick 5 live on FS1.
Last one to load will be Slice Away. Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Beside You stumbled slightly at the start. Sweet Mackenzie is going out for the early lead. On the outside, that's Mappy showing good early foot. And just behind them, Sammartina. Majestic Moonlight is down on the inside in 4th. 4 lengths off a serious duel that has developed on the front end. In behind this group, we have Outro and Playing Games racing right together. They are joined on the extreme outside by Mappy, and Just Tell Anna is in that group too. The opening quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Pay the Bills is hard ridden toward the back of the field. In front of Devilish Grin, Beside You second to last, and Ria Al Nil inches up. They continue their run down the back stretch, and now Mappy has opened up 6 lengths. Sweet Mackenzie is second by another 8, and Sammartina's well spotted in 3rd, racing clear 4 more lengths back to the next flight of Majestic Moonlight. Outro is just outside of her. Just Tell Ann, Orange Sleeves is passing horses in a hurry and getting right into the race. Is Just Tell Ann, and Dylan Davis coming as the field turns for home, and Mappy's in front by 3 lengths. Coming to the 8th pole, extreme outside, just till end. Sam Martina is in between them. Sam Martina now gets the lead, just till end, flattens out. In behind them, it's Majestic Moonlight finding a spot along the inside, and from way out of it, Devilish Grin coming to the wire. Sam Martina, perfect trip to victory. Scores narrowly over Majestic Moonlight. Devilish Grin was finishing better than all of them. And in behind that, just till end.
Driving finish, the French filly, first win in North America. Sam Martina, Ricardo Santana. Paul zeroing in on this one. Exciting finish, too much Sam Martina in the end.
Yeah, you know, these races, they give you a little agita. If you don't know what that is, that's called Italian indigestion, because you just don't know when the wire is coming. The 7 is kind of getting there and got a great trip. I think Frank mentioned it in the call. Ricardo sat behind the 2 horses that were winging on the front end. He got first run, Tom. But here comes the 2 and then the 8 out of nowhere.
Yeah, and you know, for our 7 horse, last time very aggressive out of the gate, didn't get covered up. Today, she got that handed to her with how fast they were going early. Look, even if you don't know pace, you can tell by looking at a field of horses and looking from front to back. If it's more spread out, then the front runners are almost undoubtedly going very, very fast. That's what you saw here. So favors the closer. This filly was set up in the perfect spot to close. She did, but here comes the cavalry.
7-2-8-11 for trainer Miguel Clement. Sam Martina, Ricardo Santana. There's Miguel. Had this filly cranked up and ready to roll. That's one side of the story. The other, she wasn't a favorite, but felt like there was some support for beside you. What happens at the start?
5 in the white blinkers there. Lafitte stumbles right out of the gate, changes the pace scenario, but they still went so rapid early. Paul, that horse that you called maybe making the lead, and Mappy, the 12, had to do it from an outside post. You look, horses, when they're communicated to go, it's hard to slow them down. Out the gate, go. I want to get over. I want to save ground. She really went.
She did. I mean, like you said, sometimes you turn on the light bulb and it's just not going to turn off for a long time. And I thought Ricardo, if you watch Ricardo towards like the far turn, he took a peek back because he wanted to make sure he made the first move. And he saw Irad starting to move, and so did Dylan Davis on Just Tell Hand. He made the first move, and he was able to put that filly away and then hold off the rest of the fillies. You know, this horse was ridden, as you see, Miguel, by Flavian Pratt last time. Was at Woodbine the time before that, but probably needed that race. Victorious today.
Miguel Clement winning trainer. Sam Martina at 5-1 to kick off this late pick 5, 7, 2, 8, 11 at Saratoga on Kids Day. Second year, all kinds of events. Well, they had a petting zoo. Understand they removed Firenze Fire this year, I'm told. No Firenze Fire, it's a little bit safer. And the next gen jockeys, how it all starts. You're watching Saratoga Live. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live, gorgeous Sunday afternoon in upstate New York. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Paul Tom advance, late pick 5. Ricardo Santana winning pilot. Sam Martinez somehow Acacia able to wrangle the winning trainer for a moment after posing for pictures in the winner's circle.
Listen, Lafitte, he tries to get out of it every single time. Pleased to be here with Miguel Camon, also known as my husband. But Miguel, San Martina, it's all about timing it for her, and Ricardo really timed it well today.
Yeah, I agreed. He gave her a great ride. The 2 speeds went off, and he was able to set the tone and dictate the rest of the pace, so it worked out great.
She's been knocking at the door. It has to be gratifying to see her get that win today.
Yeah, without a doubt. So very, very appreciative to train for Damon, and I'm just delighted that we can get him another winner here, so that's great.
Getting the victory here with San Martina. I know you have some 2-year-olds coming up next week. Anything you're particularly excited about?
Yeah, we're going to be live, and what's actually very exciting is I think we got 4 or 5 good chances to win some races on dirt, trying to remove that label, so I'm doing everything I can. I think in the next 2 weeks we'll see plenty of dirt winners, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan.
Giving just a little tease there. All right, well, congratulations with San Martina.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte?
Does that bug trainers? Is it irritating when you get stereotyped as, yeah, they're really good with this, but at the same time almost a backhanded compliment, the insinuation being, but not as good at that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, for years I was labeled a claiming trainer. But, you know, good trainers win with all kinds of horses if they have that kind of athlete in the barn. Pay attention to that interview. I think Acacia, you know, she hangs around that barn quite a bit. I think she knows a little something about next week.
You know
I don't
what?
know how many first-time starters he's got, but I'm gonna be watching those.
Noted.
I was labeled as a contact hitter, but if you had hit me 4th and 5th, I would have been an RBI guy. How about that, Tom?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're still a little better.
It's like Pedro Serrano. Oh, yeah, he can crush fastballs.
Yes. See?
Throw him anything else, and that's the kryptonite. All right, we move forward. Late
That's
pick 4.
afraid.
Starter allowance, 7/8 of a mile. Yeah, nice, easy handicapping endeavor as we move on in this late pick 5 sequence.
This is tough. If you missed out there, I think the pick 4, it gets a little cheaper if you want a single grand job. Maybe you want to try to beat, but I think this is another tough affair here.
Really tough with South Bend Tom, Notre Dame fans. 2-1, 21 minutes out. But the theme today, it is the second year, a Kids Day here at Saratoga, and we had a chance earlier in the paddock to see Maggie and her daughter Grace there, and look, she's just a chip off the old block, man.
She knows what she's doing, man.
So,
Loving that.
I saw Grace at Monmouth. She's gonna be running for mayor soon. As they were handing out the plushies today, and there is the real life plushie, got out sprinted by the kids and on the racetrack.
I was half hoping Grace would just like rip a horse. And then a trainer has to receive that phone call like, why is a 9-year-old like ripping my horse in the paddock?
That is so awesome.
This is how it starts, right? Again, these experiences as a kid being introduced to the racetrack, and that's how so many racing fans became racing fans and really popular here. And then from the crowd and all the events, everything going on, Kids Day at Saratoga, and the live racing continues as well. As for trainer Horacio DePaz, what a start to the meet, and looking to do more damage in this upcoming 7th race, has a contender in this starter allowance 7/8 of a mile sprint by the name of Art Fair, currently 6-1. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass, a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is a waiting racing room trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas. What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat. Dry. Not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. You know, just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You work for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own,
Yes.
and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, you know, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, "I am at church. You preach to me every day."
You got him.
That was a funny,
You got him to turn the tables
he
on
said
him with that one.
he got that grin on him and stuff, so.
Recruiting ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, recruiting ready. But one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win,
Yeah.
but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
Yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn, and Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse
She
too.
was. Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning a stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star,
Yeah.
she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this is a good decision. So, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and, very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom was okay. You still gonna go to college? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm gonna go to college now. So.
That's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
For what he does like an Ivy League education, given who he learned from, Horacio de Paz, and the damage he's done this meet. 2 more wins yesterday, 6 overall, Paul, and a couple of first-time starters that just blindsided us.
Yeah, a lot of his New York breds have just been running out of their skin, but Horacio de Paz is grown as a trainer. And you know what, Tom? His demeanor has got to be good around a racehorse. It's like no sweat.
You know, Lafitte, you mentioned about, you know, the Ivy League education from these trainers. When I got out of school, you know, I had a plan as well. And it was a 5-year plan of what I was going to do before I started training horses. And it really, it's like graduate school. You know, that's the way you got to look at it. I'm sure it's the way he looked at it. He had some great teachers. So no doubt he's doing well.
Now, Flavien Prat, who we'll actually hear from soon, he has that, it's like a slow heartbeat, right? And never too high, never too low. Horacio De Paz has some of that going on as well. You talk to him right before a stakes race, and he's as laid back and relaxed as they come.
Well, that's where we differ.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not going to speak for Paul, but I could. Catcher mentality and all.
He has Art Fair, does Horacio De Paz in this one, number 10, 6-1. There he is. Acacia, how's he look?
He looks good coming back in the first off the claim for Horacio De Paz, as this is a horse who's been quite popular at the claim box recently. Now with his 4th different trainer in as many races. He came back off of a big layoff after a disappointing effort in Saratoga last year on a wet track, but I don't think he's the type of horse that likes a wet track. And last time out, he was forwardly placed. He dug in very gamely, and he keeps Kendrick Carmouche in his first start for the next barn as he is stepping up into the starter allowance company. I thought this was a very wide open race, but while he's not the biggest, he is very athletic. And as you will see with virtually all of Horacio's runners, he keeps the cotton in their ears in the paddock prior to their starts just to keep them settled. That's totally normal for the barn. Now looking at the 7 South Bend Tom, who's been your favorite, this horse is beautiful. Definitely an eye catcher for Al Stahl, as he ran a very fast figure last time, and the race 2 starts back, I think, kind of backs it up to suggest that maybe it wasn't an aberration and he is just one that's trending in the right direction. But he's a horse I've noticed watching his races. He's not the quickest immediately out of the gate. So last time he was stuck 4 wide and running on to just miss in the later stages of that race when finishing second going a mile. Now he will cut back slightly to the 7 furlongs, which physically I really like for him. He has kind of a typical Liam's Map look to him, very streamlined, completely dappled out, incredibly fit, and he is making the 3rd start of his form cycle and the 3rd start off the layoff. A little bit spicy now as they start to saddle him in the saddling stalls, but he backs it up in the flesh, as you would see on paper as well. Next to him, the number 6 Discotheque has Irad Ortiz aboard once again. He just broke his maiden last time out. It took a while to do so, and he comes back pretty quickly after just winning back on July 17th. And he's a horse, if you go back and you watch his races, obviously he had just come to New York in his most recent start. They have experimented with a lot of different equipment on this horse. He's had cheek pieces on, at least back on May 10th, where those pieces of fleece on either side of the noseband. Last time out, it looked like there wasn't anything on his face. Today he has a rubber figure 8, so a noseband that will help to keep his mouth closed when running. So it does seem that equipment has been a little bit of the challenge with Discotheque, but as he steps up to face winners for the first time, we'll see if he can be forward once again and back it up, as sometimes Lafitte, those horses that take a while to break their maiden, when they finally do, they stay in that good form.
Light bulb goes on. We'll see if that's the case. Discotheque and the quick turnaround. Be ridden by Irad Ortiz. There's his brother, Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winning jockey Jose Ortiz. For a trainer, what goes into that decision? Acacia mentioned he just ran 9 days ago Discotheque. How do you make that call?
Well, I mean, you could look at a lot of things, and you do. You wanted to see how they bounced out of the race. Are they eating up? Are they doing what they should? Are they seem to be on their toes? They're not dull in the stall. They're not laying down a lot. You know, their personality has remained the same as what it was before the race. All trainers know their horses' personalities in the barn and on the racetrack. If those things all connect, you know, then you take a shot. Some trainers are better at it than others, but there's also that subtlety that they won't run back because they put in such a hard effort so close to the race, and you can miss it, easily miss it.
Do some horses simply take longer to recover?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Again, it's knowing their personality, knowing how they act in the barn to recognize that.
You know who bounced back real quick? Star jockey Flavien Prat. It has been an adventure this weekend, and he's live with Megan.
Indeed, Lafitte, you fell yesterday and now 3 wins on the card. How do you feel?
Feeling fine. Honestly, I thought I was going to be a lot more sore than what I am, so very grateful.
Your daughter did the scratches and changes earlier this morning, but she's also got a love for the horse. She made friendship bracelets to raise money for her saddle. How incredible is it as a parent to see your child take to this game the way she has?
Yeah, no, obviously very proud. I thought she did very well today, and yeah, she loves horses. She loves riding them since a young age, and it's cool to see her develop and become a better rider and a good person. So it's very nice.
Congrats, Papa, and good luck in here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
How cool was that?
Very.
Elena.
Did you see that
Great
focus?
stuff, yeah.
That was unbelievable focus, not by Flavien, but by his daughter.
Waiting for her to say, South Bend Tom, jockey Flavien Prat, 17 pounds over. This was, guys, no matter how many times you've watched this, it's no less shocking every time you see it. Flavien Prat winning that race, straddling 2 horses, and being dislodged shortly thereafter.
Yeah, and the horse outside him, ridden by Manny Franco. Manny looks over, sees that Flavien's in trouble. He's trying to keep his horse close to him so he can allow him to maybe even get on its back or at least mitigate the fall, and that's exactly what happened. It's the grass, so it's a little softer, and it gives everyone behind him a chance to get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, the resolve this guy has is absolutely amazing. And just the instincts, right? Your instincts are, okay, there's just something else I can follow on that's a little bit better than the ground. And all the jockeys afterward, even Irad, and even Manny was like, whoa, what's going on here? I got a horse on my back or another person on my back, but horse fine, gets the W. And it was a great ride, too, to get the W. The horse had been lugging in the whole lane. And then since then, he's only rattled off, 5 wins since then? He won the next race after this, which is crazy.
Unfazed. His foot kind of caught up in the stirrup, and the presence of mind to kind of grab the saddle of Manny Franco's.
Yeah, it's just instincts, right? You know,
and he's fortunate. I mean, if that happens just a split second earlier and they haven't crossed the wire yet, that horse is disqualified. The rule is you have to carry the weight of the rider all the way to the finish line. Fortunately, that happened after the finish line.
Literally back in the saddle.
You got to talk about this race.
Yeah, so what is South Bend Tom here? There you see him on the move at Churchill in his most recent. It was fanned wide. What did you notice about the ride?
I mean, wide is not being fair. And he was wide all the way around the turn. This trip cost him the win because when you're running further than everybody else, sure, you can get to a point where you make the lead, and South Bend Tom does that, but you're going to get a little tired at the end. And so his finish is compromised by the wide trip he had all the way around the turn. A better trip today is the reason that he is one of our favorites.
See, when I watched that replay, he's kind of like that bicycle that you better get going a lot sooner. It seemed like he was just flagging him instead of getting into him a little bit sooner. Even though he got past, I thought his stride was best late. Got the right guy on his back today.
That was a bad trip, period.
Likely a better journey on this afternoon with Flavien Prat aboard South Bend Tom. As for Golden Symphony, Master Freud, Paul exiting the same race in late June downstate.
You know, these are hard-knocking horses. This is a 5-year-old gelding, Golden Symphony, 4 for 9 lifetime. You know, got claimed to the Tom Marley barn, but this horse did some great running for Tom, too, as well. Actually, the best efforts were in Tom's barn, but this day, these 2 horses fought down the wire. And these are the type of horses you kind of face here in New York that Linda brings along here. They're usually tough. As you've seen, this horse on the outside, the 4, looks like me on a horse when I used to ride.
You know, that horse is getting out badly.
And he came back.
There. You know, so, yeah, okay, finished up good, but you cannot have a horse that is not going to keep a straight course on the turn and expect him to wind up winning the kind of race that we're in today. I'm going to be paying special attention to that. I'm looking forward to seeing what Acacia has to say about the equipment on that horse.
Especially on this racetrack with the tighter turns.
Yeah, well put.
Yeah.
Crop there in the end, and wow, just misses by a nose. Golden Symphony with his tactical speed, right back at the 7. Like Manny Franco should have him very well positioned early.
I think so too, and you know, that was a tale of 2 trips. That horse got through on the rail and made a nice run home.
Late pick 4 gets started in the 7th race. Starter allowance extended sprint, competitive race. South Bend Tom at 5-2, the favorite. Keisha like what she saw in the paddock. Still ahead on this Sunday, winding down week 4. Honorable Miss Grade 2. Very good female sprinters and taking that next logical step towards Saratoga's most prestigious race for female sprinters, Grade 1 Ballerina on Traverse Day, August 29th. But first things first, this 7th race. Front side call to post, and we'll meet the field. Starting with momentum files drawn inside at 11-1. Relatively lightly raced, quick 6-year-old gelding. There he is.
And he'll be stepping up in class in this race. A horse that does have some speed.
Christopher Elliott in the saddle. Long shot side by side. Hot property. Still searching since that debut maiden win.
Yeah, this horse comes in first start in New York. Linda Rice been running at Churchill Downs. Maybe the 7 furlongs, this horse will be launching late.
Willing to risk it all. First dirt sprint in 17 starts.
You know, you kind of get the idea that Richard Dutcher, the trainer's looking here. He's gone long, he's gone short, he's gone grass. I think he's still searching.
Another look at Golden Symphony contender, followed by Conniving, where the water feels very deep for him.
Water does indeed feel deep for the 5 Conniving.
Discotheque, and it took 17 starts, but here he is finally having graduated.
Yeah, 1 for 17, 9 seconds. He's always right there, and he actually puts himself in the race with his early speed.
The favorite, South Bend Tom and Flavian Pratt.
Look, if you're a trip handicapper, that last race for South Bend Tom is the kind that makes you start to drool a little bit when you head to the window. That was a terrible trip he had.
And Master Freud, last pair dirt sprints, solid.
Yeah, I think this horse is a player today with Delilo Rivera in the irons.
Very funny. Claim from Bill Morey by Rudy Rodriguez.
Claimed, steps up in class. Rudy very good with claiming horses.
Firing up the engines there, you saw Art Fair for Horacio de Paz into the outside Egyptian, who finally gets off the rail, stuck inside his last 3.
Well, he got off the rail all right. He's in the way outside post in this race.
This race is competitive as they make them. 7 furlong scramble, start of the late pick 4, circling back to your top selections as you are both also still alive with your tickets in your late pick 5.
I landed on the 10, Art Fair. If you look at this horse's, since he's been gelded, he got gelded in the start of 2026. He's come back with 2 really gritty efforts. I get it in short fields, now a full field, but I think he's still the speed of the speed. Horacio de Paz barn has been on fire, and I think you're getting the right price here at 5-1.
I have the 10 as well in Art Fair, and I like the warm-up we're seeing here for Art Fair. A big, strong, hardy warm-up like this, away from the pony, suggests that they want to use speed. Art Fair has speed. I think he's the fastest horse early in this race, has a chance to clear from that outside post.
Art Fair, Kendrick Carmouche, currently 6-1. Over to Megan Burgess, trackside.
I went with a little bit of a price in here. I have no disagreements as far as Tom's concerned, as the trip was certainly one for the current favorite. But the number 8 Master Fruit up there at 11-1, I feel like always runs a strong race. That well-defined, athletic, strong sprinter that he continues to be here. And one that also didn't have the greatest of trips last time on June the 26th, where he kind of broke really quick and then almost forced upon himself in a way where he kind of finished well despite that trouble. And he came out around the turn, as we'll kind of discuss that equipment here in a moment, but he's sent out for a barn that's obviously looking for their first victory of the meet. But I thought, given his consistency and his tactical speed, Acacia, I thought he was incredibly interesting, but obviously there is some equipment to discuss as well.
Meg, I'm with you. I have tried this horse on turf, on dirt, and he's kind of one of my pets, Master Freud, around the track, as he shows up and is very talented on both surfaces. But as she touched on, let's look at his equipment. He's outfitted with a Houghton bit, a cage bit, so a straight bar through the mouth and a bar underneath the chin. Helps with steering, with drifting. That's something that he has worn before, but he also has an extension blinker, so there is no blinker cup covering the left eye, and the right eye is completely covered. So 2 separate pieces of lug out equipment that he is outfitted with. So a lot of sometimes you look at that and you say it's a little bit of a Band-Aid over it because it's a lot on his face. But he is a horse, if you watch, I actually thought he might have beat the gate last time out. He rocketed out so quickly, but he's a cool horse. We'll see if he can keep straight in here, as
Frank Miramati reporting that the number 9, Berry Funny, is a late scratch, not warming up well on the track. So late scratch for the 9, Berry Funny out there. But taking a look at the number 3, Willing to Risk It All, this horse is cutting back in distance after going a mile and an eighth last time out. Was flattered by Georgia Magic, coming back to win again with a 101 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start. I do physically prefer him a touch longer, but he's a horse willing to risk it all, who's always so sharp and energetic prior to his races that I think he has the demeanor that kind of lends itself to going a bit shorter. And sometimes he can get completely washed out. This is probably one of the best times I have seen him behave prior to a race, Lafitte.
Focused, locked in, willing to risk it all, Jose Ortiz. Tom, take us through for the uninitiated, the process of the late scratch, as we just saw Berry Funny, a late scratch from this 7th race.
So every one of these horses on race day is examined by an independent veterinarian team, state veterinarians, to make sure that they're sound and ready to go. Horses get little minor things, but the states don't let us run with those minor things. And oftentimes they're so minor they may not make a difference, but we're always going to err to the side of caution and to the health of the horse. Not only do they look at him in the morning, but you have a state veterinarian on the racetrack right now watching them all warm up. If there's something they don't like, they'll call the horse and rider over, they'll ask the rider what he thinks, and then they'll have the rider jog the horse for the state vet. And if again they see what they think is an unsoundness, no matter how minor it is, that horse will be withdrawn from the race, and we'll race him another time when he's in better health.
Top priority, safety of the thoroughbred. Berry Funny, a late scratch. And Paul, on paper, that doesn't seem to change much as far as how this race figures to be run.
No, he was a big, long shot, and a horse that kind of had gait issues and usually dropped out of the race. So I don't think he'll have much to do with the scratch because he wasn't really going to affect the early pace in here. And the 7 for Al Stahl taking all the money now at 7-2. By the way, if you have the 9 in your multi-wagers, you will get the post-time favorite here, which kind of, I guess, is up for grabs, but maybe the 7 still holding it and probably will hold it through the start of the race.
This late pick 4 about to get underway. You see the pool. 7/8 of a mile sprint. Acacia was discussing Master Freud and all that equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
So, I mean, look, you're trying to control a 1,000-pound animal with your hands and the bridle in his mouth. And some bridles are very restrictive and allow you a lot of power steering, and some are not so much. He has the ultimate power steering for this race. Whenever there's an equipment that I feel needs to be used, and particularly we saw it in the replay, the horse was getting out, the rider couldn't control him around the turn. I want to see at least one work that shows me they've tried that equipment and that it's worked. We have the work there, so they have tried the work, and it must have worked well. It's a lot different in the afternoons because in workouts we're asking about 90% of what these horses can do, and in races we're asking 100%. So any subtlety in a workout is going to be exemplified to the 10th power in an actual race.
You're talking about Master Freud, number
Yes.
8, and the extent that full blinker, so can't see out of one, but the other one not covered.
Correct. He's going to have some vision, and he's going to do what all horses do. He's going to rely on the rider on his back to guide him correctly.
It's like Gary Sheffield amount of equipment there, Paulie, for Master
Yeah,
Freud.
all these kids now seem like they have the leg guard, the elbow guard, the face guard. They got it all now. And yeah, like Tom said, if you have the advantage of using anything, you might as well use it. So the steering's a little bit better. Sometimes horses' mouths are a little bit more sensitive than other horses' mouths, and that can cause it too as well. I will want to say this. It doesn't mean sometimes we'll think, oh, something's wrong with the horse. No, it doesn't mean that something's wrong with the horse. Sometimes the horses move that way.
These horses, they move quickly. The 7/8 of a mile extended sprint. Favorite at post time, looking for a better trip today. South Bend Tom. Both Paul and Tom with the 10 Art Fair as they file into the starting gate. Acacia sticking with South Bend Tom. And Megan going with Master Freud at 10-1. Time for the late pick 4. The 7th from the Spa live on FS1. Here's Frank Miramati.
Here's Willing to Risk It All going in. Golden Symphony is next. Master Freud. Conniving. Egyptian walks up to complete the lineup. They're in the gate. They're off. Art Fair is very quick away from the gate. So is Discotheque, and Egyptian is on the far outside. They're joined by Momentum Files, who comes through on the inside to take second. Now Master Freud is in the fourth spot, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by South Bend Tom as Egyptian is losing ground steadily. Was just passed on the inside by Willin' to Risk It All, who races some 7 lengths off the lead as they come toward the half-mile pole. On the outside of him comes Conniving. Then it's Golden Symphony, 10 lengths off the lead as they move into the far turn, and the trailer is Hot Property. 22-2 for Art Fair, who takes the lead once again from Momentum Files around the far turn, less than 3 furlongs to go. Discotheque is in third. It's another 3 back to South Bend Tom along the inside, fourth. Conniving trying to make a wide bid. He's on the outside of Willin' to Risk It All with the pink cap. Willin' to Risk It All is angling out and finding his best stride late with 1 furlong to go. Here's Willin' to Risk It All and South Bend Tom. They're both coming, as is Discotheque, in a wild finish. Discotheque puts his head in front. South Bend Tom comes through along the inside, and Willin' to Risk It All. Here it is. Willin' to Risk It All, with a huge rally under Jose Ortiz to nail Discotheque. Behind that, a photo between South Bend Tom and Art Fair.
Thriller in the 7th at Saratoga, Willin' to Risk It All, Discotheque hitting the wire together.
Wow, I mean, this race set up for something to close. They went pretty darn quick on the front end, and towards the last 1/8 of a mile, it looked like everybody was starting to get a little tired, and here come the closer. I think the 3, Willin' to Risk It All, gets up here, Paul, on the outside. You got the eye. What do you think?
Yeah, Jose got IRAD. What a shocker here.
It's like the Derby all over again.
Crazy. You know, he just kind of sat back there. They were going blazing up front, and the 10 kind of put the 1 away. 7 dove to the rail. Really tight for third, too, between the 7 and the 10, but so calmly going by at 4-1. And the 6, 1 for 17 lifetime with 9 seconds, almost did it again.
Like watching the Manning brothers in a shootout on a Sunday night. The brothers here. Jose Ortiz, Arad Ortiz, Willin' to Risk It All, Discotheque Tom, in this stretch duel as Discotheque tries to shake clear. Art Fair there in front, Discotheque, and here comes Willin' to Risk It All with giant strides on the outside, pink cap.
Yeah, I thought the 7 was done around the turn. Doesn't look like he was going anywhere, and he gets stuck behind horses, angles to the rail, has to try to restart. I think he gets up for third, our favorite.
He ended up running 4th. He got the worst of the bobs.
Oh, wow. Didn't even get up. He was 4th.
Yeah, you know, Flavian was kind of trying to split the 3 and the 6. He kind of didn't have enough horse. He dove down the rail. He made the biggest move, and it looked like he was going to be the next horse. I tell you what, you want to say Art Fair ran big, Discotheque ran giant. Up on the pace, backed off, re-rallied, took the lead, and just got run down. That was a tough beat for the 6.
Willin' to Risk It All. Let's pick up the action on the backstretch. Tom, and what are we looking here? Oh, this is the stretch, actually. We're looking at the 7th,
South Bend Tom. South Bend Tom, and right here, he's got the white blaze. He's going to angle off the rail a little bit there and try to go in between horses, I think.
Red cap.
Just going to get crushed there. So the white blaze now moves to the inside. And for a thoroughbred, once you got your momentum going, once a rider has that thoroughbred, you know, moving forward, it is very difficult to tap on the brakes and then restart. It's not like being in your car on the interstate and you can just push the accelerator again. So another bad trip for South Bend Tom.
2 straight starts compromised by rides or trip. Some bad luck here. Willin' to Risk It All, though. Look, it's been since January of last year. 25 and 17 races. 17 races back since his last dirt sprint. Chances are we'll see him doing a little bit more of that in the future.
Yeah, I really thought they were searching with this horse. I mean, he's done a lot of different things, Paul.
You know, the one thing he didn't check, you said it right before, long on the turf, short on the turf. Long. The only thing they haven't done is 6 or 7 furlongs in the dirt. They got it today.
So we'll see that again.
Yeah. All comes together, willing to risk it all at 4-1. Jose Ortiz, the brothers running 1-2 in the 7th at Saratoga. Plus, when we come back, the last time she made that walk, she nearly defeated one of the best ways and means. Grand job. Strictly the one to beat in the Sunday feature. Grade 2 honorable miss. And next at Saratoga.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
To win the Wonder again. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Another picture-perfect afternoon in upstate New York. What a week it's been. Winding things down week 4 from Saratoga Live, where willing to risk it all just sprinted on dirt for the first time in a long time, Paul, and it all came together. She strikes at 4-1, and the Ortiz brothers 1-2 again.
Yeah, showing a ton of finish here, and Rick Duttrell Barnes gotten off a good start to this meet. This one in the Michael Dubbs Silks and AB Racing. Michael has a ton of different horses with different trainers, but he always finds a way to find the winner's circle up here.
Jose does a great job of saving ground around the turn. He's against the rail, saves all the ground there, angles out, gives his horse the best chance to win. When you win by that little, you can start to understand how important it is to save ground on the turns, which he did with willing to risk it all.
Not taking anything away from the top 2 or willing to risk it all, but what was South Bend Tom, in your opinion, the best?
You know, yes, I think he was. I actually thought at the 3/8 pole, that horse, which was midway around the turn, I thought that horse wasn't really going anywhere. But it's because they were going so quick up front. They were kind of getting away from the field. But when you go that quick up front, you're going to back up. You're going to back up to the rest of the field. When they did, that horse had a full steam of momentum and just nowhere to go.
More sprinters coming up. Fast, talented female sprinters. And the grade 2 honorable miss, Paulie. Why is Grand Job such an overwhelming favorite going in?
Well, her last 3 races would trounce this field. Her running style is the only way that gets her beaten here. You know, she's running 6 furlongs for the first time in a while. Her lone other 6 furlong start was when she was in another country. Her races here have just been phenomenal. At 7 furlongs, she's very, very fast. And the horse she got beat last time, Ways and Mean, would be 1-9 in this spot. And she's 2-5. She lost by a nose. So
important race. There's the purse.
Very.
It's Grade 2 race, but also a stepping stone towards a Grade 1 ballerina, the biggest race for female sprinters here at Saratoga.
100%. Not much different than our race yesterday, leading to, the big races in the end of August for the fillies and mares that want to go further in distance. But you're exactly right. So this has a lot of importance, and many of these horses in this race are trying to see if they fit with that big group.
The Chief has a runner. His story is next from Sundance to Saratoga. We'll explain. Stay tuned.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Keeps coming. Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it. And the Kentucky Oaks, always a runner. She's always runners on top of the world.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Downtown Saratoga, Broadway, less than a mile from the racetrack. Literally something for everyone in Saratoga Springs. And here's something that every racing fan loves to see: horses in the paddock before a graded stakes race at the Spa. Included Striker has a deal. There she is, gearing up for the Grade 2 Honorable Miss, owned by Chief Horse Futures LLC, which begs the question, who is Chief Horse Futures LLC? Because if you watch enough horse racing, that's the thing. You typically associate the owners simply with the horses they own, but so often there's so much more to the story. It's all about the journey to the racetrack and how rare it is that for a horse owner, that was the first and only career path that was chosen. Or in the case of David Alcara, why he embraced a nickname still emblazoned on his silks today.
So very happy to welcome in my next guest here, David Alcara, but I think everybody calls you Chief. I've never heard you called anything but. Tell me a little bit about where the nickname came from.
Well, it came from my origins as a commodities trader on the New York Mercantile trading floor. The New York Mercantile Exchange, every trader had to have a badge. I got that nickname Chief because of my similarity to Chief Wiggum of The Simpsons. People thought I looked like him, so I took it as a good nickname, and I made it my trading badge. My trading badge was CHF, which is actually how my silks are designed, with the very similar CHF block letters, black on yellow. So I recreated my commodities trading badge for my silks, and that's how I use that Chief nickname.
I want to dive a little bit into your association, your attachment to Australia. But first of all, tell me about the Bendigo Spirit.
Yeah, the Bendigo Spirit are the champions of the WNBL, the Women's National Basketball League in Australia. And I was able to invest in the team, and it's just been a great experience waking up early, 3 a.m. in the morning to watch the games. I traveled there for the championship to watch the Spirit hoist the trophy. And it's just been such a great experience just to be connected to a team and compete, and it's just so much fun to be involved.
And you're not just involved in sports, but you're also involved in investing in films as well.
Yeah, I have some great experiences investing in some documentary films. 2 won the Grand Jury Prize at Sundance. Trouble the Water in 2008, story about Hurricane Katrina, was nominated for an Academy Award. And then 2012, The House I Live In, about the failed war on drugs in America. But these were very important documentaries, really telling stories about some marginalized communities in the United States. There's a lot of parallels there too, in that the films I've done are nonfiction, documentary, and then sports are very, very similar in that we have basically documentaries playing out every day here at the track, and seeing how all these incredible athletes, men and women, competing against each other, but also in a very tight community.
I know you've been a fan and been involved in racing in some ways for quite some time.
Yeah, well, I kind of got started with my Aunt Yola taking me into an OTB when I was 7 and just seeing all the numbers. And then I was very lucky to get on a Kentucky Derby trip on the commodities trading floor. First trip I went on, 1999, I was 22 years old. I was a clerk. I had no business being on this trip. And I've been to every Kentucky Derby since. So it's just been a huge part of the journey is those Kentucky Derby trips. And then obviously trips up here and all over, lots of Breeders' Cups, Melbourne Cup, Dubai World Cup, anywhere there's a big race, I try to be there.
And I've become used to always seeing you up here in Saratoga, and you really seem to kind of embrace coming to Saratoga and that experience as well. What's special about it up here?
Just the whole community, the people here, just everyone positive, having a good time, loving racing, talking racing, so many laughs. It's so much history. It's just one of the best places to be anywhere in the world.
Chief, there he is. Owner of Striker has a dial. Has an impressive, wide-ranging resume.
I'll say I love his introduction to the sport and how he caught the fever. So often that's exactly how it happens. You see the passion of a race and what goes into it, and the crowd yelling. You're like, I want to be a part of this.
If people don't know the reference, tune into a movie called Airplane. Striker.
Was he the captain?
Striker, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes you feel real one-dimensional. All of a sudden, Chief and owning his basketball team, wins a title in Australia, Sundance Awards, etc., and now has Striker, has Dial coming up in this Grade 2 honorable miss. 2 occasions in the paddock.
And Striker has Dial got the win in the ski pat last time out for my friend Chief, one of my favorite people to see around the racetrack. And I do think that, yes, she was with the flow of the track that day over at Laurel, but she was able to control, and she hadn't run since September prior to that. So definitely an encouraging performance for a filly that has run very fast races in the past. Gets a major acid test today, and I don't think she'll be quite quick enough early on, but she is a horse that sometimes can be very chill in the paddock. She had that right level of energy today, and see if Horacio de Paz can keep the momentum going. Now, your big favorite, the number 6, Grand Job. She is a quirky individual. I see her training almost every morning as Bill Mott's barn is right next to my husband, and Bill's assistant, Neil Pasansky, rides her every day, and he'll bring her out onto the track, and she will stand sometimes for 5 minutes, sometimes for 20 minutes until the track is empty. Because if there's another horse on the track when she starts to gallop or let alone breeze, she will try to race that horse and will try to run off. She has an incredible dominant and competitive spirit to her, and they gallop her often the wrong way. Like I said, a lot of standing on
on the track, doing some unorthodox training methods with her in the mornings, as Neil is on her offside right now, trying to keep her settled. They finished saddling her outside. She was a bit vocal when she came into the paddock, but that's her, and she is very fast. She ran an incredibly impressive race last time in the Bed of Roses. She was very impressive behind Eclatant in the Madison, 2 starts back as well. So 2 very tough defeats. Is it that she was not able to seal the deal, or has she just run into a couple of fillies who are slightly better? She's absolutely the class of the field in here today, and I know she hasn't won at 6 furlongs, but she's only run once at 6 furlongs on the dirt here in America, and that race was just too bad to be true. I think that she's going to be very tough to get around in here today. Perhaps her biggest competition is the number 1 Maida coming in for Brittany Russell, who had a 10.5 length score off the layoff last time out at Laurel. And reading quotes from Brittany in the Daily Racing Form, she said the biggest question is, can she take her show on the road? And she looked a winner every step of the way in her most recent effort, opening up early and continuing to draw off. She stacks up nicely with her competition in here. She has some size to her. She's very strong and powerful in her hind end. Clearly was ready to roll off the bench, and I imagine with the rail they will try to be forward. However, I did notice watching her races, she's not the immediate quickest out of the gate, and Brittany citing the rail is a little bit of a challenging because she will have to get out there and get running, Lafitte.
Trying to spring the upset, Acacia. Maida, 8-1 drawn inside. As for Grand Job at 2-5, the question, Tom, trustworthy. Bet the favorite, try to beat the favorite. Grand Job.
We're gonna bet the favorite here. We're not gonna bet the favorite to win. I mean, there's not much value there, but you know, there are more bets than just win bets. You can bet horizontally, vertically, and in this case, you know, we made some horizontal bets keying on her, and that's what it's about. Now, there's a big dilemma in this race. Everybody wants the front end. None of these horses are great closers in this race. They win their races in the first half a mile. So I think the race is won in the first half a mile. I like the post that we have with Grand Job, and I think she can be clear and make that lead by the time they get to the top of the stretch.
Well, she looks the part, my goodness. I wish I could be coming into a baseball game with 2 handlers walking me in, ready to go. But yeah, she looks the part. And like, you know, you got to put everything with a grain of salt, right? So you look at the 5 going steady, 30-1 on the morning line. This horse launched from dead last time.
That is the only horse that can
okay,
close,
but I
right?
get that. But ran the last, what, quarter of a mile in, or eighth of a mile in 13 and change, somewhere in that area. Grand Job last time ran 113 and change the last mile and was in front of Ways and Means. So you got to put everything into a little bit of a microscope when it comes to, can the 6 finish? Yeah, she can finish. So maybe Junior Alvarado takes a kind of a different approach and doesn't try to get to the front early.
The challenging of trying to harness all of that power, as Acacia mentioned, so competitive, wants to go after everyone out there. Grand Job, 1-2 favorite as we get closer to the honorable miss and check in with Megan Burgess.
And joining me is Safi Joseph Jr., who will send out the number 4 Holland Ice, the richest Arkansas bred in history. She has regressed a little bit from that earlier spring form. What's going to be her?
She needs to break well. Last time was uncharacteristic. She didn't break well, and she was in a compromised spot. So hopefully she breaks well today. There's a lot of speed, but we're not going to change her style. She's going to be forward.
Before, what have you taken from him in his first work back here since that Stephen Foster?
He's doing well. He had a very good work today. It was a strong work with Urad aboard, and he was happy with him. We're happy with him. We've seen, since the Pegasus, we've had a smooth run as far as how he's trained, showing all the right signs, and hopefully we catch a fast track, and if we do, we feel like we're as good as any of them.
Well, good luck in here, I should say, and best of luck with him moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte?
Run, what a career, what a Mario, what a run, what a career, Holland Ice. See her in the post parade. We start with Maida drawn inside.
Yeah, this is a horse that is definitely wants to make the lead out of the gate. Acacia mentioned not a good gate horse. Look, if you're not fast those first few steps out of the gate and you're in the 1 hole, they're going to close the door on you.
Kappa Kappa, PA bred with Arad Ortiz, followed by Stryker has it, Dial for Chief.
Yeah, here's another one that wants to show speed and doesn't finish all that well unless he clears the group.
What a mare, Holland Ice.
Yeah, the Arkansas bred, and you wonder if she's going the wrong way with her last 2 starts, but maybe that turf start just kind of threw her off for him.
Going steady, make the rider Dylan Davis.
Yeah, here's the one horse in the field that she's the only one that wants to close from deep. She's going to get an opportunity to do that. She'll outrun those 29-to-1 odds.
Odds-on favorite, Grand Job, much more on her in a moment than the longest shot in the field, Do Gooder.
Do Gooder's an interesting horse. I mean, they put blinkers on here. I don't think she's going to necessarily be as quick on the dirt as she has been on the turf. She hasn't been on the dirt in a long time. So I think that allows our favorite Grand Job to clear the outside horse. That makes it a lot easier for a speed horse than being panned against them.
2 years since her last dirt start. And this is why she's such a favorite. That's one of the best in the business, Tom. Ways and means, and Grand Job gives her all she can handle.
Yeah, Grand Job is going to actually make the turn wide to try to make Ways and Means lose her momentum, and she does for a time. But Ways and Means is a very, very good horse, and she's going to get back and get game here, take them both to the wire. How about a little Ways and Means on the outside?
9.5 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher, and that's why she's 2-5 in this spot. The one thing is her last 2 starts, she's kind of hasn't broke the best, and she kind of gets in stride, but she keeps on going. You're just looking for kind of excuses how she's going to lose the 2-5. It would be the break for me, and if she just tries to get involved too soon.
Maida, her 4-year-old debut, late June, Laurel Park, the Alma North Stakes, Paul. If you look at her here, like, this is the definition of a mismatch.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 starts before that in the Raven Run, the time before that in another stakes race, she had not broken well, and she still had conquered her competition, not in the Raven Run, but this time she broke on the button from the outside post, getting back to the inside. That's, I think, your concern too, Tom, but she's very talented.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what these speed horses that have talent, which there are many of in this race, do. When they clear, their heart gets big and they take over the race. But, I mean, this is the dilemma. You've got just about everyone in this race wanting to do the exact same thing. So we'll play a little game here. I'm going to say that the opening quarter of a mile, which ordinarily in this level race would be about 21 4/5 seconds, I'm going to say it's going to be at least 21 2/5 seconds.
Fast mares, Maida. And Megan keeping a close eye on the richest Arkansas bred of all time, Hall and Ice.
And there's some familiarity with her being at Oaklawn Park and being campaigned there earlier in the year, where she did have her best races. Now, I've had this hesitancy with horses that may have left their best races at Oaklawn, but she didn't train over that surface. She was chipped in for those races, and they were very well spotted in doing so. Now, I'm not quite sure she's going to be good enough to win this race, but I am encouraged by her physically because she is a filly that can kind of live on her nerves a little bit. She can get really riled up in the paddock, especially in the enclosed scheme of what Oaklawn Park is, and she gets out here in the open air of being in Saratoga, and she's just doing very well, getting Flavien Prat for the very first time, which I think is incredibly interesting. She's going to have pace pressure. She's going to have some work to do for herself. As you heard Safi, they have no intent on changing her running style. She's going to have that challenge from those horses, but she's put on weight, Acacia. I like what I see, but the 6 is formidable. The 2, Kappa Kappa, also has some races that make her a player.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out as Safi Joseph Jr. leaving our disaster in the barn after she missed a work. She's the Grade 1 winner, but he has a nice backup plan with Hall and Ice. As far as Kappa Kappa is concerned, she and all the fillies in this race are going up for the hardware and the Mianetto Prosecco. I can't participate in any Prosecco these days, but looks like the winners will have a good party afterwards. As far as Kappa Kappa is concerned, I love that they've kept her sprinting. She's a sprinter. Big class test for her in here today, but she did win the Raven Run as a 3-year-old over at Keeneland going 7 furlongs. That was being able to control when forwardly placed. Now, she did win a much softer group last time out and was well beaten by Striker Has Dial, but I think that she's improved as a 4-year-old, Lafitte.
They all have to beat Grand Job. Odds on 2-5. Frank Mirmati with the call, the honorable miss, live on Fox Sports 1.
The very fast Hall and Ice has gone in, the Arkansas bred. Here's the big favorite, Grand Job. And Do Gooder. They're in the gate. And they're off in the honorable miss, presented by Mianetto. And Grand Job had a swift start, but here's Maida. And Maida blazes, opens up 3 lengths. Striker as dialed takes second, and Grand Job settles nicely in third. It's another 2 lengths back. Holland Ice and Do Gooder are right together, racing 4 lengths off the lead. Kappa is racing second to last, and a couple in front of Going Steady. 22-1 for Maida, as Grand Job moves to her on the outside very kindly. And Grand Job is within a head of Maida as they come to the quarter pole and takes the lead without being asked. Striker has dial is third. Holland Ice angles to the center of the track there at the top of the stretch. And Maida has come right back on the inside of Grand Job. Grand Job's going to have to pick it up late. 2 lengths back, Striker has dial is in third. Holland Ice is next, 16th pole. Maida tough as nails. Striker has dial, Holland Ice, and Grand Job just battling for second. Maida brilliant in the honorable miss under Sheldon Russell. Holland Ice stormed into second, and it was a battle for third between Striker has dial and Grand Job.
What a performance. Just kept digging. Maida turning back the odds-on favorite Grand Job to take down this grade 2 honorable miss 6-1 at post time.
So we talked about when horses make the lead that have this style, and they're good horses, that their heart gets big on the lead. Maida, who cleared the field down the backside here, is able to get that big heart and fight off our big favorite Grand Job, who maybe was just a little bit too confident in the way it was ridden and didn't go after Maida earlier than that. Very quiet hands suggest the horse wasn't being asked. When it was time to ask, Maida had plenty of gas in the tank to fight her off.
Yeah, you know, Grand Job will save a lot of those show doe players as she just hold on for third. We said this earlier, when she kind of get the lead, can she rally? Well, the one horse I think she could not pass was this horse, and I think she kind of took the heart out of her, right? Holly Nice kind of picked her up for second, but Junior broke so sharp, I thought he should take the initiative, but Sheldon Russell had one way to go, and Junior Alvarado thought, okay, let's turn this into a 2-horse race. Maida had different plans.
Yeah, different plans, and look, we talked about it. We thought whoever was on the lead at the top of the stretch would be the winner of this race. It wasn't going to be a race where anybody was going to close into the speed because they all want to do the same thing. It's exactly what happened. You get Maida at 6-1 if that's the one you had to make the lead at the top of the stretch.
She caught her competition off guard. Were you caught off guard by how quickly she was able to separate getting out of the blocks?
So, you know, they talked about her not being a good gate horse. Her trainer, Brittany Russell, said she's not a good gate horse. That's a credit to the trainer, Brittany Russell, as well as to her husband who rode this horse, Sheldon.
Husband and wife, Sheldon Russell winning jockey, Brittany Russell winning trainer. What a special win, a grade 2 victory in this honorable miss, Maida. Watching it, and I know it just happened a few moments ago, Paul, was this more about Maida stepping up, or did Grand Job come up a little small today?
No, I think it's more Maida stepping up. I honestly think Junior Alvarado said, okay, it's you and myself. They went 44-4, Lafitte. Grand Job's supposed to finish with her. This horse out-finished her. Holling Ice ran a really good race. You know, Tom said before the race, 21 and change. You know, as soon as they broke from the gate, I turned to Tom. I said, you know what, Junior better go after this filly, because when you win by 11 lengths like she did last time, the confidence level's high.
She kind of found herself in that chase position that you don't always want to be in, Tom.
Not if you're a speed horse. You don't want to be in the chase position.
Yeah.
And so, look, that's why if you can clear early, which is what happened with our winner, it builds your heart.
To Acacia.
With Sheldon Russell aboard Maida. Sheldon, every other time you've won on this filly, nobody has been close to you. Today, she fought for it.
Yeah, she's always been a really good gate horse. Look, she really hasn't done anything wrong. Her last race was very impressive. I felt like we beat a lot of good fillies that day. Look, drawn from the one post, my hands are sort of tired. We sort of had a tester today. Probably ran faster than she's ever ran, and fair play to her. She's held it together and kept going. I was confident that she's that type, and I'm happy for Brittany and her team and her owner, Harry.
Always special. It's a family affair. You and Brittany bringing this filly along. She came back off the layoff with a big win last time, now a graded stakes win at Saratoga.
Yeah, awesome, huge day. And like I said, just just thank you to Harry for giving me the opportunity. Look, there's a bunch of good jockeys in that room, and to be able to travel and ride her means a lot to me. Hopefully Brittany drives home.
I think she can now. You get the good ride already. Well done, Sheldon. And a big celebration for the Russells, Lafitte.
Much easier drive home now after that victory, after that performance.
You know, he doesn't ride a ton. He's only had 179, 180 mounts this year, but he rides at a good percentage, 23%. You know, the bottom side of this pedigree, 5-star Dave. He was by Carson Cini, one of the best sires when it came to speed influence. This whole bottom side of this pedigree is very fast.
I'm just imagining a husband and wife team training and riding.
Amazing.
And my relationship with many of the riders that rode for me. And they're still together.
Basic Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the 105th Saratoga Sale of Selected Yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? We watched them a couple of years ago with Post Time, the Russells, and a third-place finish in the Whitney. This time, it's a victory in a graded stakes event as Maida springs the upset in the Grade 2 Honorable Miss. Next stop, the ballerina. We'll see. 1-4-6-3 in the Sunday feature.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Back on Saratoga Live on MS1. Coverage, as always, brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. Well done if you were all in on Maida. Back with a vengeance as a 4-year-old to starts a 10-length blowout in Maryland, and this upset win in the Grade 2 Honorable Miss, trained by Brittany Russell, with Megan in the winner's circle.
And Lafitte, the first graded stakes victory for the Russell Barn here in Saratoga with Maida. And you had been quoted to say the inside wasn't necessarily plan A, and this was a test for her. She passed.
Yeah, she sure did. I mean, it was a question of how she handled today and how she broke. You know, we took her on the road before, and we didn't think she shipped well. She didn't get away good that day. So, look, I mean, she did what we needed to today, and, you know, I was glad Sheldon did a great job and everything worked out.
How special is this to do this as a partnership with your husband?
Oh, it's so special. I mean, you know, we've won races up here. I mean, at Saratoga. Sheldon, he hasn't won a race up here, you know, to do it on a filly that means so much to us, that's been so good at home, to bring her up here to win a grade 2 together. It's what it's all about.
The sport was able to really meet you guys on a bigger stage with Taj Mahal running in the Preakness. What has this year in its entirety meant to your team?
It means so much. I mean, we have such a good team. Everyone at home, all my strings, they work so hard. Sheldon's obviously a big part of this, and he knows all my horses really well. And for us both to get these opportunities together, it means a lot. We have all the clients we have to thank, and, you know, obviously it's the horses.
Go celebrate this one. Congrats, Brittany.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
A terrific story, a terrific sprinter, Maida. With that performance, we set the stage for this being a prep moving forward to the Grade 1 Ballerina. We'll see if she shows up here at Saratoga and then tries to take down the most prestigious race for female sprinters at the Spa.
Yeah, no doubt, and a Grade 1 at that. And yeah, look, that's the next logical step. Sometimes you can learn something about your horse, even if you've run it a number of times. Take a look at Hauling Ice, the 4-horse, run 23 times. This horse has never closed from well off the pace as she did there. Look, another 50 yards and she wins the race. Yeah. So maybe they can change Hauling Ice's style. That's one to keep in your little memory bank for the next time that horse runs.
Terrific effort. All the same, completing the exacta. Next race, the 9th, 6.5 furlong sprint. Updated odds. Paul, senior officer, 7-5, the favorite.
This is a good group of horses here. 5-year-old gelding, senior officer, 3 for 5 lifetime with 2 seconds. But you're looking in about the 99 to 100 Bayerland's going to win this race. Some good group here.
Faster than that yesterday was that filly. Counting Stars in a statement race to the head of the class. Back-to-back Grade 1 victories at Saratoga from the Acorn to yesterday's coaching club, American Oaks.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come. Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, King's Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. King's Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
And Celtic Dawn breaks beautifully and goes straight to the front. Cosmic Candy Girl right up alongside. Cosmic Candy Girl widening now. Cosmic Candy Girl is digging in. Cosmic Candy Girl, coast to coast. Scottish Lassie emerges out of the center, fully subscribed. has some early speed. Fully Subscribed is on the inside. Fully Subscribed is on the fence. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Scottish Lassie, Fully Subscribed. Fully Subscribed runs her down. And about 6 lengths off the lead. Chummers is second to last. And here comes Chummers. Chummers unleashing a 4-wide bid. Chummers just in front. Chummers or Caroline Street beat. And Chummers. Damon's Mound wastes no time out of the gate and speeds to the front. Built is showing good early pace too. And Built puts his head in front and he quickly starts the sprint clear. Built is powerful in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt. Counting Stars counters along the inside. Counting Stars goes to the front. And Arad Ortiz Jr. has the Acorn winner. Counting Stars in control. There's a hole at the rail for Always a Runner. And she confronts Counting Stars. Counting Stars has another gear and opens up with authority.
Loud at Saratoga as Counting Stars did her thing. The highlights of week 4 here at the Spa, and a salute to the breeders. That's where it all starts. Cheer to the breeders, the graded stakes winners here at Saratoga, week 4. That coaching club, American Oaks, the impact, the chase for a title in the 3-year-old filly division, and Counting Stars, Paul, once again denying the Kentucky Oaks victress.
Yeah, she really stamped herself that she's the leader in the division. She was impressive yesterday. Went to the front end, kind of relinquished it, then re-rallied. Had her main rival, Always a Runner, on the inside, and kind of accelerated again in a very fast time.
She's come such a long way since the first Friday in May, Kentucky Oaks Day, girls' version of the Kentucky Derby, when she was beaten about 2.5 lengths to Always a Runner. Her next 2 starts have been so impressive, but that's what happens with 3-year-olds. Look, we're still developing, and this horse is developing very, very nicely. To me, Counting Stars is the pro tem leader in this division, and it's hers to lose.
And you remember the indictment was how inconsistent she was early on in her career. She would run a big race and then a flop, and we saw that for a while. You're talking about development, and it's not the case anymore. She is rock solid and showing once again that she can compete with and beat the best 3-year-old fillies in the country.
She's gotten there, hasn't she? And I mean, what's next for her is to be seen. I'm hearing some little whispers, but we'll see.
We check in with Megan, who swung by the Mark Casse stable earlier today.
The day after Counting Stars' second consecutive Grade 1 victory, joined in the Mark Casse barn, and she is such a cool one to be around. But it was a rubber match on paper between her and the Kentucky Oaks victor, their 3rd meeting, and she managed to get the best of her fair and square in a race yesterday that the pace seemed a bit murky, but Counting Stars took control from the start under Irad Ortiz Jr., who enjoyed a monumental day himself, as Counting Stars earned the 100 Beyer speed figure for her effort, the fastest earned in a route race by any 3-year-old filly this year. That number puts her squarely in the mix atop the 3-year-old crop, as she has cemented her status as the leader in the division.
Like she's listening to every word she says. Counting Stars, West Point Thoroughbreds, all the partners, and watching them celebrate yesterday. From Mark Casse, Tom, from Nitrogen last year, 3-year-old filly champion, now considered the best older filly in the game. And just like that, here comes Counting Stars, the leader moving towards a 3-year-old filly title.
Mark is one of those elite trainers that has not only quantity but a lot of quality. And with his young horses coming up, his 2-year-olds as well, I mean, he is a force to be reckoned with his stable.
And it seems like the female horses, it's not saying that pinhole in him at all, but it seems like it started with Tepin, and it seems like every other filly he brings here to Saratoga is doing something special. Nitrogen last year, Nitrogen again this year. This horse, he's pretty good.
By no means has anything been decided. We still have the Alabama, you still have the Breeders' Cup Distaff, but yeah, she has created some separation between herself and the rest in the sophomore filly division. That's Mark Casse. There's Brad Cox. Terrific start to the meet. What else is new? Piling up wins and looking to rack up another. Has the favorite going here. Senior Officer in the 9th, currently 7-5.
Well, I think what my racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for my racehorse.
She's the grade, wins the Preakness.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Horses in the paddock for this upcoming 9th race, and well, it's not a stake. It does look like it could have some stake implications with some talented horses in here, beginning with the favorite, the number 4 senior officer for trainer Brad Cox. This horse started off after being a $500,000 yearling purchase, winning first out at Churchill in 2024, then was sidelined for quite a while, not coming back until March of 2026, and has been very good since returning off of the layoff, and has been gelded along the way as well. But there's a lot of him. He is a big, handsome individual. Saw out the 7 furlongs last time out when he was 3 wide and able to just run down Contrary Thinking, who was the pace setter in there. I thought a very impressive effort for this horse, who continues to step up after going through some of those conditions. I would imagine if he wins or runs well here, we might see some stakes in his future. He backs it up in the flesh as well. Pretty laid back individual though for a sprinter, as he does cut back slightly to the 6.5. The number 8 Tip Top Thomas makes his first start of his 4-year-old season, and he is turning back in distance. I know that he has won going 1 mile and a 16th, including that Indiana Derby, but I have always said that this horse looks and acts more like a sprinter. So I was really excited to see him on the cutback in here today. According to the DRF Clocker report, he's been training with a lot of enthusiasm. You can watch his work 2-back, where he got very keen early before the work actually started, and I watched several of his workouts, and he's like that almost every time. Tom and I talked about another Todd Pletcher runner a couple of weeks ago who had been so aggressive in Tommy Joe before the work even started, and it looks like Tip Top Thomas is a little bit of that as well, but he finished with a lot of enthusiasm, and he's sharp like a sprinter should be. I think he looks great coming back off the bench. I like the way he's been finishing those workouts. The number 1 Star Stars and Strides is another cutback runner, and he's also switching back to the main track. He did win at 7 furlongs on a wet track on dirt in his first start. If you see him getting washy, that is completely normal. He's always washed out, this horse. He does get blinkers on, a pretty good like 3/4 cup going on to add to him for a horse that has lacked some focus in the past. He's sharp. He's forward, as is always the case. I just do wonder if the cutback and the surface switch is a little bit of a question for him to see where exactly he fits and if they can get him back on track. But he does look ready for his return to the races, Lafitte.
All right, looks the part. Stars and Strides drawn inside. Junior Alvarado, 11-1 currently. Lots going on in this one. And with Senior Officer, who is currently 6-5, the favorite, Arad Ortiz in the saddle. Last outing right here, Belmont Stakes Day, 7 furlong sprint. He was favored, Paul. Senior Officer, him bear down and go out and get the leader.
Yeah, he ran well on this day. He was kind of parked most of the way and really fights onto the wire. He was coming off a nice effort where he won at Keeneland. Good effort at Oaklawn Park. This is his third start at his third racetrack. Now he kind of gets to stay at home. He gets the best of the bob here right at the end when Irad aboard. He sticks. This horse has a lot of want. This is a tough group in here, you know, and I'm wondering, there's not a lot of pace with the 1 and the 2. The blinkers do go on the 1. You know, I would think that he's trying to break from the gate, Irad, get to that rail and try to save some ground.
Relentless in pursuit.
2 for 2 for his last 2. Never been worse than second in 5 starts.
Let's meet the field. Another look at Stars and Strides.
Yeah, blinkers go on here. You know, a horse that I'd have to say is kind of even bet on. I mean, that form is very, very abstract in terms of trying to see what you got here.
Bring the smoke, arrives with momentum.
You know, this horse had blinkers last time he faced Senior Officer and ran a good second. Without blinkers, he's won his last 2.
Tarantino, 2 sprints, last 23 months, won them both, and then the favorite, Senior Officer.
Yeah, the horse to beat in here, like Tom was saying, never been out of the exacta.
Sacrosanct, a 6 for 9 on dirt.
You know, I liked his races when I watched the replays on Sacrosanct. I think he's a real factor here.
There's the 8 Tip Top Thomas, kind of puzzling here. Fast Indiana Derby winner.
Yeah, he's the interesting horse, right? Was second in the Champagne, was kind of on the Derby trail last year. Now the reset button.
Acoustic Avenue, 9-time winner, 3 of those here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and he's running some big, tough races. This may be kind of a little bit of a class relief for Acoustic Avenue, who should be prominent early.
The runners, the sprinters in this 9th at Saratoga, 6.5 furlong dash. Who is fastest? Who's best? We'll find out in 3 minutes. Another look there, Tip Top Thomas. So Acacia was saying, yeah, that he kind of looks like a sprinter. And what will he do with this sprint distance off the bench? Maggie interviewed Todd Pletcher earlier and says, yeah, like he graduated. He won here sprinting at Saratoga, but thought he was better at longer distances. Tom, I'm just trying to translate what that means for today. Is this just a jumping off point? And what to make of Tip Top Thomas coming back?
Well, trainers learn so much about their horses in practice and in the races they run. So he hasn't run since November, has a series of workouts here. A good horse, and this is certainly a good horse in Tip Top Thomas, can certainly be effective at a distance that they've won at. This horse has won at 6/8 a mile. We're going 6.5 furlongs. I like what Acacia had to say about him in the paddock, and that makes him, in my opinion, very valid at 4-1.
Yeah, sometimes these horses, most of the time, these horses that are kind of on the Derby trail, and this one being a son of Volatile, as you see the 5 warming up there, Sacrosanct, you know, Volatile, T.O. Elvis, he's had some really good success as a sire, and it seems like his horses are a little bit better when they shorten up. You know, Johnny V, not aboard for a lot of people are wondering. He's going to be riding Formidable Man, trying to win back-to-back Eddie Reeds at Del Mar today.
Out west, here, Sacrosanct. You went with him, Tom. Look, all he does is win races.
Yeah, he wins races. And, you know, when we're going to watch this one here, he's going to see him lay off a fast pace. And there's going to be plenty of pace in here. He has to go around. He's hard-ridden, but when he is, you'll notice very late in the race he's going to clear. That race was at 6 furlongs. He's going to get another 110 yards in this 6.5 furlong race today. And in a race where I think there's still pace, despite the scratches, I think he has a chance to come again. And it's replays like this that can make me more interested in a horse when the field is very, very well and evenly matched. Just I like the way he finished up in that race, had to go around horses, lost a little ground, looked very good doing it.
should get a great trip just tucked in just off the early leaders.
I think more times than not, when you get to these type of races, I agree with me, not Tom. You know, when they're in the 98, 99 buyer band, you bring the smoke. Sacrosanct, senior officer, trip is very key.
Oh, unbelievably true. You know, pace is also key. You know, if the pace is tepid, it can mean one thing for horses that it's going to favor or not. You know, look, all these horses have a tank of gas. Where you use that gas has a lot to do with how you're going to finish. And so if you have to use it early, and there's a lot of others that are, favor the closers. If you can make the lead early and get clear and you can kind of ease off the accelerator, you're going to have plenty of gas for the end.
Sacrosanct. And then the odds-on favorite now, Megan, senior officer, expensive, lightly raced, improving gelding.
Right, and after seeing him at Oaklawn Park, Lafitte, he was a horse that was a first-time gelding off of that extended layoff. He looks like a completely different racehorse to my eye. He is way more fit. He's actually developed into way more of an athlete, kind of just softer around the edges and just kind of, it didn't really impress me when I saw him off of the bench. And I appreciate how the gelding is being gelded has lightened him up a bit and done everything that it was meant to as a very expensive Maryland bred. And I thought it was pretty interesting posing the question of perhaps why did they not run this horse after that 99 buyer speed figure in a race perhaps like the Vanderbilt. Now, this was a horse that was actually entered and scratched back in 2024 out of the Grade 1 Malibu. There's definitely some expectations surrounding him. He's going in the right direction. And I thought the most impressive thing about his last race was the fact that he got the wider of the two trips against a rail that was still the advantage, maybe not perhaps of the strength of the gold rail earlier in that week, but he was still wider than the likes of Contrary Thinking, and a horse that is certainly going in the right direction and has done everything right, Acacia. But for more on a very talented New York bred up there at 4-1 and the number 5 Sacrosanct.
Yeah, it's a fun race when you have a Maryland bred, a New York bred, plenty of contenders from some strong state bred programs in here. And Sacrosanct, a New York bred, one of 2 New York breds in here for Linda Rice. And I loved the warm up that this horse got. He, like several of Linda Rice's runners over the last few weeks, tried the turf last time, but he does have some pedigree for it. And I thought he ran exceptionally well, finishing second that day. But he's run great on dirt. I thought he'd get an ideal trip, and he floated over the track out there. The number 2, Bring the Smoke, Edgar Zayas picking up the mount on this one. He's in good form. He won that Maryland Sprint. He is a burly, blocky individual. I'm impressed he won at the 7/8. I think a slight cutback should suit Lafitte.
As they file in quickly, who's in front early?
I think it's Linda Rice's other horse, Acoustic Avenue, the 9.
Yeah.
You know, she has 2 chances, maybe make the front end. If it doesn't work, it sets it up well for the 5, Sacrosanct.
About to find out. Frank Miramati with the call, the 9th from the Spa, live on FS1.
And here's Acoustic Ave to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tip Top Thomas very quick out of there. Senior Officer has some early speed too, but it is Tip Top Thomas quickest. And a host of pursuers. Stars and Strides moves through on the inside. Acoustic Ave is 3rd. And then it's Senior Officer on the rail in 4th. Racing 3 clear of Bring the Smoke and Tarantino, both of whom were just passed by Sacrosanct. The opening quarter mile was 21-4. And it's Stars and Strides taking him into the far turn with Tip Top Thomas just a half length back in 2nd. 2 more to Acoustic Ave in 3rd. Senior Officer 3 off the pace, continuing to ride the rail in 4th. Sacrosanct under pressure 5th. At the rail comes Bring the Smoke, and then it's Tarantino at the back of the field. Tip Top Thomas, Acoustic Ave. Senior Officer is in between horses in a tight spot at this stage, needs to get out of there. In the meantime, Tip Top Thomas has opened up a 3-length lead, and he's running very well through the stretch. Senior Officer comes to the inside, rallies from both Bring the Smoke and Sacrosanct. It's Tip Top Thomas by 2. Senior Officer's coming. Here comes Senior Officer. How much the best was he? Running down Tip Top Thomas, and it's a photo for 3rd between Bring the Smoke and Sacrosanct.
Wild finish in the 9th at Saratoga. So much going on in the stretch. In the end, despite the traffic and trouble, Senior Officer emerges victorious. Paul, take us through the stretch.
You know, he got kind of caught right here, right? He's got a dying horse to his inside, and it's race riding there. Acoustic Avenue and Jose Escano's got to keep him locked in. And, you know, he saved ground. This was won him the race. He hits the horse right-handed. The horse responded, Tom.
He responded well. And for our horse that made the lead, Tip Top Thomas, it looked like it was his race to win, but you could see the last 100 yards, he was getting late. That layoff since November that we talked about earlier, it probably came into play there. Good effort by the winner as well as the second-place horse.
Rod Ortiz, having made history yesterday, third jockey ever to win 6 races in a single program at Saratoga. No panic whatsoever. He's a Rod Ortiz.
It's a bad beat. If you're in the Tip Top Thomas camp, but you got to be elated the way he ran in his 4-year-old debut, because he lost to a really nice horse. He cut out a lot of the fractions, Tom. I think this is a nice little stepping stone for Tip Top Thomas, too.
Yeah, but elation depends
the best horse.
Yeah.
Elation depends on whether you had a win bet on him or not, Paul.
Senior Officer for trainer Brad Cox. Qatar Racing, 4-8-5-2. There's the talent, and then there's the guts, the heart, the determination on display from Senior Officer.
Oh, yeah, look, now 6 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds. He had a really lengthy layoff from the end of 24 all the way to early 26. I don't know what happened there, but you've got to be a patient trainer and owner to do that with a racehorse. It's paying dividends.
He's a gelding now, right? So
yeah.
You're not chasing grade ones, you're chasing money now. So he's got to, I would think he's going to find some nice little spots, because it looks like 1 turn, 6 furlongs to a mile. He could be pretty tough.
A Spendthrift Stallion into mischief. Senior Officer. And another win for Rod Ortiz. How about Manny Franco? And the wins he's piled up this meet. Finished 3rd with Sancrosanct moments ago. One more shot to close out the week with a victory on Phantom Bell. Coming up next, Phantom Blue.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Welcome back. Kids Day at Saratoga. Tom had $50 on the mascot. Got 3rd, Tom.
I've seen that look from one of my girls when I was a dad, looking back at you like, come get me if you can.
Saw
All right.
As much fun as it's been, like these are like they're going to be replacing us before too long.
And they're getting educated right now, Paul. You know, you go to the track at a young age, get the feel of it, enjoy all of it, learn to figure out these puzzles, these past performances. It's easy to get hooked.
There's something special with these plushies. I don't know. I've gotten 78 texts. Can you get me a plushie? I just copied and pasted. You know what response I sent to all of them? No.
Gerardo Ortiz said no.
What a
to
Debbie
Tip Top
Downer.
Thomas on Senior Officer Qatar Racing. Speaking of taking our job, Jonathan's son, Austin, on the show.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Man, a little too good. Little too good.
Maggie's daughter, Flavian's
She is
daughter,
great.
they
She's
were
great.
all really good.
To Megan in the winner's circle.
We've got the good luck charm of Miss Kaya, who joins us as well in the winner's circle. She's 4 years old and the number 4 won in here. How excited are you, sweetheart?
A bunch.
A bunch? Yes, she is. But Ira, talk us through that trip. It was really impressive to see the tenacity that Senior Officer just showed.
I was a little uncomfortable. I feel like my horse wasn't comfortable inside, but I have to stay in contact with the field to be able to win. 6.5, I think, is right in between the horse styles. So try to stay close. He broke good, and then I tried to follow Flavian. That was the other horse of the race. I feel like turning for home, I got good chance to get there. Then get a little tight. Turning for home, I kind of like have to wait a little longer what I want to. I shake a little bit. Then I go forward again, and I got lucky. I get there on time. I have the right horse. I make little mistakes and still won. So.
Well, we've seen you and your beautiful family around the race course enjoying Kids Day, but how special is it to share yesterday with them? 6 wins on the card, having your girls by your side.
It's amazing. I mean, I'm so happy to have them here. They support me every day, and when they here and I have a day like that, it's everything. So it's made me happy and give me the strength to keep going. Honestly, they are my huge support.
Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Megan, thanks so much. With his family, his daughter there, Senior Officer Rod Ortiz, another win on a stellar, historic weekend for Ortiz. What he accomplished yesterday, the graded stakes sweep, a 3rd win in the Coaching Club American Oaks, Paul, and joining Johnny Velasquez, Ramon Dominguez, who did it twice, only riders in history to win 6 in a day here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people seeing this are really appreciating how good Ramon Dominguez was. But yeah, phenomenal, especially now with his brother involved, Flavian. You're looking at, I mean, you could say maybe, I would say Johnny's already in the Hall of Fame. Javier is going to be in the Hall of Fame. There's, 8 or 9 guys here that are in the Hall of Fame that are sitting in that room, and future guys as well. So to do it at this meet year in and year out, I said it yesterday. When he won his first race in 2012, he was 19 years old. A long time ago, I thought I should have been in the big leagues, and my first time in the big leagues full-time was 27. I always wondered to myself, you know what, did I benefit because at 27 I had the limelight, where at 19, I don't know if I would have been able to handle that. Both these kids have been able to handle that and gotten better with time. That's tough to do.
Not only that, it's the toughest riding colony in North America. The best of the best are here at Saratoga. For Irad to win 6 races yesterday in riding against his other, it's a credit to his ability, obviously, but also all these riders have agents. They're the ones that book the mounts for them. So if you're a leading rider like Irad, you probably have 3 or 4 choices in every single race. For his agent to say this is the one he should be riding, that is the one he should be riding, and picking right goes a long way for having a great agent.
He's won the 8 riding titles here. He spotted the field 5 days, and like it felt like Everest. It doesn't feel like Everest anymore for Ortiz. He has 10 behind the leader, 7 behind his brother, Jose Ortiz. Lots and lots of time left here at Saratoga. He is reeling him in a hurry. Rod Ortiz riding Whitehorn here at 5-1. Dylan Davis aboard a live one as well. That's next. The Jockey Spotlight. Golden goggles for you, Dylan Davis. That's next on Saratoga Live. Stay tuned.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Dylan, I've been really impressed with your maturation as a rider. Tough fall, tough injuries. Injuries that not everybody easily overcomes. Just walk us through a little bit of the struggle and how tough the injury was and how much work it took to get back.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. So just obviously a lot of people know that I had a bad accident in mid-November there at Aqueduct. Broke 11 bones, collapsed lung, punctured lung, torn rotator cuff, and I lost a kidney due to impact, trauma to impact. When I was laying in the dirt, you know, like the first 10 seconds I couldn't move my legs, so first thought was I thought I was paralyzed. I was able to start moving my toes, so I was really thankful for that, thank God, and it was a big hill to climb. What I went through with the pain and everything, I didn't feel like I wanted to go through that ever again, and did contemplate about retiring, and I have 2 kids, so I didn't want them to see me go through that anymore, but as a rider, you just can't think about that. You're just thinking about going forward and getting to the wire first, and the love for the sport is higher than the fear of possibility of what could happen to myself.
Not that long coming back off the injury. Tough fall at the top of the stretch here. Thankfully, you were okay.
On a rider's mistake or error, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. As I'm falling, I said to myself, I said, not again. So, you know, just trying to do the best I can by rolling and at the time, and got very lucky.
Well, I think that this is what makes the ride that I was so impressed with and I thought really showcased all of your skills. And you showed a discipline and a maturation in this ride that even transcends, you know, coming back off injuries. Walk me through that ride and your thought process.
Just broke the best I could, found myself 3rd flight, and I knew I had a lot of horse underneath me, just waiting for the riders to make some moves. And I did end up coming off the rail, turning for home, because I wanted to give myself as much options as possible and not to get her stopped when she gets running. So once I had to come off the rail and got her run going, there was a big gap there towards the inside with Franco. Once I started committing myself towards the inside, he wanted to make it difficult as possible, so he started tightening up and pushing the other, I think it was Tyler, towards the inside. It got tight, so I don't want to drop another rider. I want to make sure that every rider comes home safe. Do my best to hug the horse in the middle, just to make sure that Franco's okay as I go through that spot.
Silvology and Dylan Davis outclassed him in the end.
Very impressive ride, and for that, you get this week's Golden Goggles.
Thank you, Rich. Hopefully I hold it for a couple weeks.
Well, you're going to have to keep riding like that to hold these goggles, but you get this week's bragging rights. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Jockey Spotlight with the MiG, presented by My Racehorse, Dylan Davis. All fallen horses in that incident were miraculously okay. And between what we saw this weekend with Flavia and Pratt, what you saw there with Dylan Davis, like jockeys must really love their profession, love competing and riding thoroughbreds.
You know, I think for the ones that I've spoken to in-depthly about it, it's always the same thing. The ability to work with a great athlete, as a rider does, on a really good equine athlete and work with them, get them to the wire in front is just a feeling that's unmatched. And for a trainer, you know, you work with these horses and you get one to the finish line, you feel like you had something to do with it. It's a great feeling too. So everybody plays a part. But for these riders, it just amazes me. You know, on average, I think they each have about 6 or 7% body fat. Think about that for a second. That's amazing.
The discipline, but then the courage, Paul, to after something like that happens, to get right back in the proverbial saddle.
You know, they're phenomenal athletes. They don't get as much credit as they should, pound for pound, how strong they are in the regimen. You know, Mig always talks about you got to be a certain weight to Richard Migliori. They're just really good athletes. And, you know, I think the other part with Dylan is like, you come back from an injury like that, your skills got to be, a lot of your business goes away. That's the thing about this business. When you have an injury, your business goes away. You know, you have injured in another sport. Like if I was getting injured in baseball, you know, I'm probably going to come back and I'm going to get a shot at my starting job. Not so much. You lose a lot of mounts. That makes it even tougher when you lose time.
Incredibly brave Dylan Davis with those golden goggles here at Saratoga for this Sunday nightcap, winding down week 4, this maiden event. One of those 3-turn, we call it a mini marathon here, Tom, 1 3/8 on grass.
It is. And you know, Paul, a lot of pace or lack of pace has a lot to do with these kinds of races, as well as the horses breeding and their inherent ability through their family to get the distance. It has a lot to do with who wins these races.
Wide open. Acacia in the paddock, the current tepid choice. Acacia, what can you tell us about Mary Lois?
Well, she does have some German pedigree on her bottom side, which, as Tom touched on, that often can lend itself in a positive way to a horse getting added distance, as over in Germany, typically they run forever, pretty much on the turf, and sometimes in much softer conditions, especially on the turf, than you would anticipate here in America. This horse was a very short price last time when she finally did stretch out to the 1 3/16, and she was just kind of flat in the running of that effort. She was chasing mid-pack and just no kick from there. Now, she is sharp and forward now that they've gotten the tack on her here in the paddock. She's quite small. There's not much of her, but given her breeding, being by Sea the Stars out of a German-bred mare, that's kind of what I was anticipating for her. It's almost counterintuitive. You have to look at horses with that kind of pedigree versus the ones bred here in America, and especially stretching out in completely different lights. She's very fit. Like I said, she's forward in here. I just hope that we do see a little bit more kick than we did last time, as she certainly has the pedigree to suggest going longer should suit. Looking at the number 4, Isadora Duncan, who will stretch out in distance. She is the daughter of Dubawi. She's been scratched a couple times before actually being able to run here and make her first start since moving to the Bill Mott barn. I watched her work 2 back on First TV, where she worked with a turf sprinter in Spiced Up, and she started a little bit in front of him, and I thought it was okay for both of them. Now, they're both turf horses. She does look fit coming back, not having run since April, and she's had some gaps in her races. But last time at Keeneland, watching that race back, she was off the pace and she was carrying her tail straight out. She never looked like she was really moving comfortably over that Keeneland turf course. And there have been several horses who just did not fire on the Keeneland turf and have come back to run better. So we'll see if that is the case with Isadora Duncan. As of course, being a former dancer myself, I love her name, Isadora Duncan, one of the kind of founders or huge contributors to modern contemporary dance, choreographer in particular. Now, looking at a horse trying the turf for the first time, the 10 Phantom Blue for Will Walden. She has a little bit of turf pedigree on the bottom side. The dam was 0 for 2 in the grass, and she is the half-sister to a multiple stakes place runner named Vino Rouge, who won in the grass and has been a primarily grass horse for Tony Dutrow. The blinkers come off, which I always appreciate when you see a horse stretching out in distance. She was originally a $1.2 million daughter of Ghost Sapper. She has a turf hoof to her. She's built like a turf horse, a little bit more angular in her hind end. She is tall, she is leggy, she is the antithesis of Mary Lois, and will be quite interesting to see them standing next to one another in the post parade, as there's just a lot of this filly. And watching her races and looking at the Clocker report, as she did have a chance to work on the turf two-back, she moves with a bit of knee action as well in the way that she covers the ground, suggesting that she might like the grass. I'm excited to see how she takes to it and stretches out for a very dangerous barn, Lafitte.
Lots of potential signals that she could really take to the grass. Phantom Blue. Circling back to Isadora Duncan. Tom, you have an option. We can discuss modern contemporary dance or Chief Wallaby in the Curlin for Belmont on Wednesday, prepping potentially for the Travers at the end of the meet.
Well, that's a multiple choice that I'm just going to take the latter, if you don't mind. And here we go. Woo! Saved by the Chief Wallaby.
What have you made of his 3-year-old season, what he's accomplished thus far, and expecting the second half of the season?
Well, he's a great raw talent. There's no question about that. But he hasn't seemed to put it together in the races. He constantly makes errors in his races. They put blinkers on him in the last 2 starts. He didn't leave the gate well last time. He has to get it together. He is got all the parts when it comes to physical ability, but I've said it before, you have to have both. You got to be physically very, very talented, but mentally you have to be right, and maybe he'll grow into that. But it's gotten to the point now with enough of his races where you're beginning to wonder, is this a horse that finds a way to mess up a race mentally, even though he's so very, very talented physically?
5 career starts, right? Let me ask you this question, Tom. Is he the type of horse when he goes back to one turn, you're going to be like, okay, that's where he'll excel? I understand you got to keep going forward because he's not far off the best 3-year-olds, but you think he'll be better around one turn?
Well, look, I'm not going to get in the mind of that horse and the connections because they're very, very good Hall of Fame connections at that. But I'll say this, Paul. There's a great deal of frustration when you leave a race and say, I'm going to work on this because you didn't do this right. And you go to the next race and something else comes up. It almost seems like, you're plugging holes in a dam. You stop the hole with your finger and then another hole pops up. You got to put your finger in that one, another hole pops up. So he's got to get it together mentally. If he can get it together mentally, he's a top 3-year-old.
Nobody can stop jockey Jose Ortiz these days, riding one hot mess and standing by live with Megan.
Here with jockey Jose Ortiz, who was aboard Kentucky Derby winner and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo this morning. Jose, his first work since arriving to Saratoga. Take me through what you saw.
Beautiful. I was very happy with him. He did exactly what Sherry wanted, so we were very happy with the work. He's very laid back. He let me do whatever I want with him, so we did what we wanted.
You've referred to him in his earlier days as a lazier sort. You've had to get him engaged into his races. How have you felt he's developed into the model and version of himself you see now?
Yeah, he developed very nicely with racing. When we put the blinkers on as well, I think it helped him a lot. Since we put the blinkers on him, he's been a different horse, and very happy with him.
Good to hear. A big next few weeks ahead of you, Jose.
Thank you. Yeah.
Lafitte?
Spinning his GT this morning, Jose Ortiz, Golden Tempo. In the morning, leading up to the Derby, leading up to the Belmont, trains more forward, like he's going to show more speed. And then in the afternoon, Derby, Belmont, drops out the back.
He does. And, I mean, go back to the Kentucky Derby when he was so far back. Do you know how brave and how much courage you have to be to literally be 30 yards behind the leader down the backside and think you're going to catch that field, catch back up. I mean, you're in your own private Idaho, you know. And so, I mean, Jose is so good at judging pace in his head. He's got that clock in his head. He knows what's happening based on where his horse is. That's one of the great talents that he has. You got to possess that to be good. Watching that interview, Paul, you could see the smile come across his face, and you just think there's a guy oozing with confidence.
Yeah, I think the horse is just in great condition. Obviously, a little bit of a hiccup with a fever, got a little sick, but like you said, Lafitte, he was working bullets at Keeneland with the blinkers on. Again, 48 and change. I mean, he's just been working fast. It just shows you that when he drops back, he's listening to what Jose Ortiz wants him to do.
Not unprecedented by any means, where Arcangelo did not prep for the Travers, going from the Belmont Stakes, won the Travers, and again, that wasn't the plan, but that will be the approach for Golden Tempo in the Belmont Stakes, or in the Travers, I should say. Back to this race, and Whitehorn, who you're looking at there, and this near miss from off the pace, Paul, at Keeneland, 2 starts back, your top selection.
Yeah, this horse got a good trip this day. You might want to say, okay, he's got a lot of seconds and a lot of second-itis. Should he have got the job done? Well, this was the first time back on the turf, or second time on the turf, and it was a good effort. Now, there's 5 seconds and 6 starts. He's really bred nicely to get this distance to ground. I like the way he was reaching out. I'm going to give him one more chance.
By the way, that horse outside of her was our favorite in Mary Lois, who finished very well but had a clearer path on the outside
Your
than
top
Whitehorn
selection
had on the inside.
Mary Lois, Whitethorn. Let's meet the field for the 10th and final. Eenie, Meenie, Mighty Mo. Long distance might be her thing.
Yeah, hey Mo, blinkers last time was second at this level. I think those blinkers have helped this horse.
American debutante, second try at this distance.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana looking for another one on the grass. This horse got a good race here at Saratoga last year.
Just her 3rd career start, Raging Bloom.
Yeah, big gaps between all 3 of those starts, including this one. This was a tough ass to come back at.
Bouncing Isadora Duncan.
Yeah, her mom in significant form, was a runner. Actually, she won first time out here at Saratoga and got disqualified to significant form.
Don't look now, has improved with distance.
Has improved with distance. Is a horse that's going to come from well back, but has talent.
And the best effort of her career, Abundant Love, this distance.
Yeah, when you look at Kitten's Joy, you think, okay, this is the kind of distance they like. She's just got to get better.
Whitethorn, defeated favorite, runner-up 4 straight.
Runner-up 4 straight. Paul talked about that last backtrack we watched, and looked good.
One hot mess, farthest she's raced.
This would be my other horse. I think this horse is very sneaky. Kevin Attard and Jose Ortiz are good together. This horse is bred to run 2 miles.
Tom's going with Mary Lois.
I think the extra distance is going to help. And look, any of these horses in this race that have IRE after their name means they were bred in Ireland. Over there, they breed for this kind of distance. Here in the States, we breed for speed.
Acacia thought that this filly might be just built for grass as she gets ready for her turf debut, Phantom Blue.
Yeah, she's taking the blinkers off. Now, if you take her dirt races, she is the fastest filly in here. You never know how it's going to react on turf, but they paid $1.2 million to see.
Last race week for Saratoga, long distance 3-turn affair on grass. Minutes away, 3 minutes away. Another look at Mary Lois, diving a little bit deeper on why you came up with her, Tom.
So I don't think she's the kind of horse that can give you a big punch at the shorter distances. She just strikes me so much as a marathon distance type based on her previous races, including that one we just watched where she finished pretty strongly on the outside. I think the added distance of this race really, really helps her.
Positionally, where does Flavien Prat figure to have her early on?
So I think mid-pack. He's certainly doesn't have a filly that's going to go to the lead at this distance.
The murky part is who does go to the front end here if Phantom Blue doesn't take it. It just looks like the 10 is kind of just going to walk to the front end, and I think the rest of the field is going to wonder, okay, we'll see if she likes the turf or not.
What about your pick, the 7 Whitehorn? Is that a crazy thought that at this distance we might be in front?
No, his Jura races, when I went back and looked at those, he kind of grinded away. His first turf start was okay. He showed more foot on the turf. And he did show speed, but that was kind of glacier speed. But he could be laying in a better spot today with the blinkers on.
Yeah, I think she has a real chance to be up close. Yeah. I do.
Megan with more on Isadora Duncan. Megan.
And this horse is at the right price to me, as she will extend out in distance up there at 10-1. Now this is a pivot, as this horse was originally with trainer Chad Brown, now in the barn of Bill Mott. Now there haven't been very many runners coming out of the barn and switching things up, but as far as the ones that have been out of Bill's barn, they haven't been running quite off of the screen, and a very small sample size, I should say. And I just want to see how this filly responds to getting a little bit more ground. She has lacked early speed in all 3 of her races as a 2-year-old, and then last time out when we saw her, and she just was way back and never made any indentation that day. But I'm incredibly intrigued to see her trying to perhaps settle and switch off and make that run. We'll see if she is going to be capable of doing so. Again, 10-1. I thought I'd try the theory out up there at the right price. With more on your favorite, we'll send it over to Acacia.
A tepid 3-1 favorite, and it's that kind of race, Meg. As far as Whitethorn is concerned, she gets back to the turf, and I agree with Paul that she should appreciate the surface switch back to the grass and getting to stretch out once again. As far as the pace is concerned, she did show speed going on to the dirt last time when going 1.25 miles. She had by far the most exuberant warm-up out there from Irad Ortiz, and she gets blinkers on, just a very tiny, what we call cheater cup added on here. She did break slowly 2 starts back when she had that good finish. I would anticipate she should be a bit more forward in here today. I eventually landed on the one though, Eeny, Meeny, Mighty Mo, as she is actually cutting back in distance a little bit after running second at 1.5 miles last time for Ian Wilkes. It was her first start with blinkers on, so second start with blinkers today. She picks up Luis Saez. She was chasing and a bit more forward, but she has English Channel on the dam side, which I always love as a sire influence for added distance, and she really struck me with her demeanor and the way that she moved out on the track as one that should relish this trip today, Lafitte.
How they move, Acacia, Tom, it's endurance, it's trip, and then it's which horses relax and which horses fight their riders and make their job that much more difficult.
That's correct. So we call it switching off, and that's what you want these horses to do to a certain extent. Look, more than half this field has never been this far in a race, and horses are creatures of habit. Inevitably, 1 or 2 of these is going to be going a little bit too quick early.
Wide open. 3 turns, 1 mile and 3/8. Frank Mirmati with the call of the nightcap from the Spa Week 4 winding down live on FS1.
Here's Mary Lois going in. Isadora Duncan is next. Don't look now. And Phantom Blue. Phantom Blue completes the line for Resolute Racing. They're in the gate. And they're off. Eeny, Meeny, Mighty Mo is the first one out of the gate. But now there are others with more speed, including Raging Bloom. And from the far outside, Phantom Blue is the quickest. And so there's an honest pace early as Phantom Blue takes them around the far turn for the first time. A very hard to handle Raging Bloom is in second, quite rank. And down on the inside, Don't Look Now in the Pink Silks is racing in third. They are followed by Abundant Love, who's fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Mary Lois, Eeny, Meeny, Mighty Mo is racing 1 from the rail, and American Debutante is comfortable just inside of her. Isadora Duncan is unhurried, more than a dozen lengths off the pace. Then comes Whitethorn second to last, and a gap of 5 to one hot mess. 25 seconds flat for this contested opening quarter mile between Phantom Blue and Raging Bloom, pestering on the outside second. It's a gap of 7 to Abundant Love. Don't Look Now is just inside of her. Then it's another length and a half back. American Debutante and Mary Lois, they went the half in 48 seconds flat as they continue their run down the back stretch. 4 lengths back to Isadora Duncan. She's the gray on the outside of Eeny, Meeny, Mighty Mo. Then comes Whitethorn in hand at this stage, not being asked. and one hot mess at the back. 6 panels, 115 flat. Phantom Blue has been prominent throughout. They're closing in now. Raging Bloom under heavy pressure, and they are joined 3 wide by Abundant Love on the outside in third. Just behind them, Mary Lois is racing in the 4th spot as they come toward the top of the stretch. On the inside, White Thorn is a threatening presence, just cruising into contention. Orange Cap, and widest of all is One Hot Mess, who has surfaced from nowhere. It's a driving finish. Eeny, Meeny, Mighty Mo is finding room along the inside too. There are 5 across the course, and the lead belongs to White Thorn and Arad Ortiz Jr. And look at her go. White Thorn blasts through the stretch to win by 5 lengths. Mary Lois was second. And it's a 3-way photo for third between Eeny, Meeny, Mighty Mo, Don't Look Now, and One Hot Mess.
Master of the turf trainer, Todd Pletcher. White Thorn. Frank said driving finish. That thing looked like the Grand National in the final 8.
This horse fell out of the gate too, Tom. You watch the start of this race. It's
7
probably
and
the
8.
best thing that could probably happen. Watch the 7 and the 8. 7 kind of breaks outward, kind of on her heels. The 8 kind of down to her.
Stumbles badly, the 8, yeah.
But, you know, the 3 and the 10, wing dunging on the front end, allowed Whitehorn to relax. Irad Ortiz Jr. had this horse 3 wide to start, and he decided, you know what, let me drop all the way to the back here, down to the rail, save ground. And my God, she was running over horses.
They went quick early, and it was almost like 2 races. You had the 3 and the 10 making the lead. You knew they were going too fast. Everybody else was riding their own race behind them. And, of course, those horses were finished by the top of the lane. Here come the finishers. We watched this horse last time on the grass, Whitehorn, at Keeneland, rally from the inside. Today, she rallied from the outside, and she turns the tables on Mary Lois, who was second, and beat her in that last start.
Mike Rapoli's White Thorn, Arad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, Human Element intact, much the best. And look, she was a 56-1 shot, Raging Bloom, but that's what we were discussing pre-race. Something to watch for early on for our viewers that don't watch horse racing on a day-to-day business, but you tune in to day-to-day basis. You watch one of these marathon races, and what you saw there was Raging Bloom with her head up in the air, pulling out the rider, an example of a horse that is not relaxing, not handling this marathon challenge.
Not only not relaxed, but then all the pace scenario completely changes with a horse that's going too quick early, that the rider's having difficulty controlling. And as a rider, Paul, you have to recognize that and know in your head that I'm confident they're going too fast. They're going to come back to me. Is anybody better than Irad Ortiz?
No, it doesn't happen. And again, just 6 yesterday, a couple more today, and Todd, he's got to be happy.
Turf master.
Yeah,
Turf master.
This filly is very talented. They blinkers on, and they finally figured it out. But back on the turf, man, she exploded today.
I think there was a conversation about English Channel earlier, trained by Todd Pletcher, Breeders' Cup Turf winner and a champion in 07, and those colors, and owner Mike Rapoli, co-owner of Renegade, who just missed in the Kentucky Derby, came up a little bit short, much more expected as a defeated favorite in the Belmont Stakes. We'll have a chance to see him next Saturday on Fox Saratoga Saturday. The field drawn for the Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun, 5 strong, Renegade, back with Arad Ortiz and prepping for the Travers.
5 strong is right. That's a good group there. Maybe small, but a lot of ways to go there, Paul.
And then, kind of the unforgotten horse, Chip Poncho, pretty good horse too.
Yeah, he is.
Commandment, big effort in the Belmont
It's
Stakes.
going to be a good little field, yeah.
You got the Curlin on Wednesday, and with the Jim Dandy, and then we'll have a much better idea of what that Travers field will look like at the end of August.
As we head to the Midsummer Derby, we certainly will.
What it's all about, the centerpiece every summer, the Travers 3-year-olds, Jim Dandy on Fox next Saturday. Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. On Saratoga Live, we had an upset in the Grade 2 Honorable Miss Maeda. Husband and wife, the Russells, celebrating that Grade 2 victory. Next stop, we'll see about the Grade 1 Ballerina. Historic Saturday for Arad Ortiz, 3rd jockey ever to win 6 in a day at Saratoga, and another prime-time performance by that filly in the Grade 1 Coaching Club. American Oaks, we'll see you next week.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.